Preface of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Barry Eads. 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. Preface. This volume deals with a series of journeys taken with a dog team over the winter trails in the interior of Alaska. The title might have claimed 14 or 15,000 miles instead of 10, for the book was projected and the title adopted some years ago, and the journeys have continued. But 10,000 is a good round titular number, and is none the worse for being well within the mark. So far as mere distance is concerned, anyway, there is nothing noteworthy in this record. There are many men in Alaska who have done much more. A mail carrier on one of the longer dog routes will cover 4,000 miles in a winter, while the rider's average is less than 2,000. But his sled has gone far off the beaten track, across the Arctic wilderness into many remote corners, wherever indeed white men or natives were to be found in all the great interior. These journeys were connected primarily with the administration of the extensive work of the Episcopal Church in the interior of Alaska, under the bishop of the diocese, but that feature of them has been fully set forth from time to time in the church publications, and finds only incidental reference here. It is a great wild country, little known save along accustomed routes of travel, a country with a beauty and a fascination all its own. Mere Arctic wilderness indeed, and 9/10 of it probably destined always to remain such, yet full of interest and charm. Common opinion outside about Alaska seems to be veering from the view that it is a land of perpetual snow and ice to the other extreme of holding it to be a world's treasure house of mineral wealth and agricultural possibility. The world's treasure is deposited in many houses, and Alaska has its share. Its mineral wealth is very great, and the hidden doors of opulence may open at any time, but its agricultural possibilities, in the ordinary sense in which the phrase is used, are confined to very small areas in proportion to the enormous whole, and in very limited degree. It is no new thing for those who would build railways to write in high-flown style about the regions they would penetrate, and, indeed, to speak of millions of acres waiting for the plow is not necessarily a misrepresentation. They are waiting. Nor is it altogether unnatural that professional agricultural experimenters at the stations established by the government should make the most of their experiments. When Dean Stanley spoke disdainfully of dogma, Lord Beaconsfield replied, "Ah, but you must always remember, no dogmas, no deans." Besides the physical attractions of this country, it has a gentle aboriginal population that arouses in many ways the respect and the sympathy of all kindly people, and it has some of the hardiest and most adventurous white men in the world. The reader will come into contact with both in these pages. So much for the book's scope. A word about its limitations. It is confined to the interior of Alaska. Confined in the main to the great valley of the Yukon and its tributaries. Being a record of sled journeys, it is confined to the winter. There is no man living who knows the whole of Alaska, or who has any right to speak about the whole of Alaska. Bishop Rao knows more about Alaska, in all probability, than any other living man, and there are large areas of the country in which he has never set foot. There is probably no man living, save Bishop Rowe, who has visited even the localities of all the missions of the Episcopal Church in Alaska. If one were to travel continuously for a whole year, using the most expeditious means at his command, and not wasting a day anywhere, it is doubtful whether, summer and winter, by sea and land, squeezing the last mile out of the seasons, traveling on the last ice and the first water, he could even touch at all the mission stations. So when a man from Nome speaks of Alaska, he means his part of Alaska, the Seaward Peninsula. When a man from Valdez or Cordova speaks of Alaska, he means the Prince William Sound country. When a man from Juneau speaks of Alaska, he means the southeastern coast. Alaska is not one country, but many, with different climates, different resources, different problems, different populations, different interests. And what is true of one part of it is often grotesquely untrue of other parts. This is the reason why so many contradictory things have been written about the country. Not only do these various parts of Alaska differ radically from one another, but they are separated from one another by almost insuperable natural obstacles, so that they are in reality different countries. When Alaska is spoken of in this book, the interior is meant, in which the writer has traveled almost continuously for the past 8 years. The Seaward Peninsula is the only other part of the country that the book touches. And as regards summer travel and the summer aspect of the country, there is material for another book should the reception of this one warrant its preparation. The problems of the civil government of the country will be found touched upon somewhat freely as they rise from time to time in the course of these journeys, and some faint hope is entertained that drawing attention to evils may hasten a remedy. Alaska is not now, and never has been, a lawless country in the old wild western sense of unpunished homicides and crimes of violence. It has been, on the whole, singularly free from bloodshed, a record due in no small part to the fact that it is not the custom of the country to carry pistols, for which again there is climatic and geographic reason, due also in part to the very peaceable and even timid character of its native people. But as regards the stringent laws enacted by Congress for the protection of these native people, and especially in the essential particular of protecting them from the fatal effects of intoxicating liquor, the country is not law abiding, for these laws are virtually a dead letter. Justices of the peace, who must live wholly upon fees in regions where fees will not furnish a living, and United States deputy marshals appointed for political reasons, constitute a very feeble staff against lawbreakers. When it is remembered that on the whole 1,500 miles of the American Yukon there are but 6 of these deputy marshals, and that these 6 men, with another 5 or 6 on the tributary rivers, form all the police of the country, it will be seen that Congress must do something more than pass stringent laws, if those laws are to be of any effect. A body of stipendiary magistrates, a police force wholly removed from politics and modeled somewhat upon the Canadian Northwest Mounted Police, these are 2 of the great needs of the country if the liquor laws are to be enforced and the native people are to survive. That the danger of the extermination of the natives is a real one, all vital statistics kept at Yukon River points in the last 5 years show that there are powerful influences in the country opposed to the execution of the liquor laws. Some recent trials at Fairbanks would leave no room for doubt if there had been any room before. Indeed, at this writing, when the pages of this book are closed and there remains no place save the preface where the matter can be referred to, an impudent attempt is on foot, with large commercial backing, to secure the removal of a zealous and fearless United States District Attorney, who has been too active in prosecuting liquor peddlers to suit the wholesale dealers in liquor. There are, of course, those who view with perfect equanimity the destruction of the natives that is now going on, and look forward with complacency to the time when the Alaskan Indian shall have ceased to exist. But to men of thought and feeling such cynicism is abhorrent, and the duty of the government towards its simple and kindly wards is clear. A measure of real protection must be given the native communities against the low-down whites who seek to intrude into them and build habitations for convenient resort upon occasions of drunkenness and debauchery, and some adequate machinery set up for suppressing the contemptible traffic in adulterated spirits they subsist largely upon. The licensed liquor dealers do not themselves sell to Indians, but they notoriously sell to men who notoriously peddle to Indians, and the suppression of this illicit commerce would materially reduce the total sales of liquor. Some measure of protection, one thinks, must also be afforded against a predatory class of Indian traders. the back rooms of whose stores are often bar rooms, gambling dens, and houses of assignation, and headquarters and harborage for the white degenerates, even if the government go the length of setting up cooperative Indian stores in the interior, as has been done in some places on the coast. This last is a matter in which the missions are helpless, for there is no wise combination of religion and trade. So this book goes forth with a plea in the front of it, which will find incidental support and expression throughout it for the natives of interior Alaska, that they be not wantonly destroyed off the face of the earth. Hudson Stuck, New York, March 1914. Preface to Second Edition. It is gratifying to know that a second edition of this book has been called for, and it is interesting to write another preface. It even proved interesting to do what was set about most reluctantly, the reading of the book over again after entire avoidance of it for 2 years. It was necessary to do it, though one shrank from it, and it is interesting to know that after this comparatively long and complete detachment I find little to add and less to correct. Upon a complete rereading, I am content to let the book stand, with 2 or 3 footnotes thrown in and the correction of the one printer's error it contained from cover to cover, an error that a score of kind correspondents pointed out, for it was conspicuous in the title of a picture. The tendency to which attention is drawn in the original preface, the pendulum swing from the old notion that Alaska is a land of polar bears and icebergs to the new notion that it is a world treasure house of mineral wealth and unbounded agricultural possibilities, is yet more marked than it was 2 years ago. The beginning of the building of the government railway has given new impetus to the boasting writers for magazines and newspapers. Quite recently, it was stated in one such publication that we need not worry about the destruction of our forests, for had we not the inexhaustible timber resources of the interior of Alaska to draw upon? And in the North itself, though no one there would write about the timber resources of the interior, in certain shrill journals the man who does not confidently expect to see the Yukon flats waving with golden grain, and the lowing herd wind slowly o'er the lee of the Koyokuk and the Chandalar, is regarded as a traitor to his country and his God. But it must be remembered that there are a number of journalists in Alaska who know nothing of the country outside their respective towns, and that boasting grows shriller as Eugene Field found red paint grow redder the farther out west one goes. When they get a newspaper at Cape Prince of Wales, what a clarion it will be. Truth, however, is not more wont than of old to be found in extremes, and the author of this book believes that those who desire a sober view of the country it deals with will find it herein. He claims no more than that he has had adequate opportunity of forming his opinions, and that he has a right to their expression. It is now 12 years since he began almost constant traveling, winter and summer, in the interior of Alaska. He has described nothing that he has not seen, ventured no judgment that he has not well digested, and has nothing to retract or even modify. But he would repeat and emphasize a caution of the original preface. Alaska is not one country, but many countries, and so widely do they differ from one another in almost every respect that no general statements about Alaska can be true. The present author's knowledge of this territory is confined in the main to the interior, to the valley of the Yukon and its tributary rivers, which make up one of the world's great waterways, and nothing in his writing applies, with his authority, to other parts. The matter of the preservation of the native people still presses, and is nearer to the author's heart than any other matter whatever. The United States Congress, which voted $35 millions for the government railroad, strikes out year by year the modest additional score or two of thousands that year by year the Bureau of Education asks for the establishment of hospital work amongst the Indians of the interior, and the preventable mortality continues to be very great. In the last 2 years, largely as the result of the untiring efforts of Bishop Rowe on behalf of the natives, 2 modern, well-equipped hospitals have been built, with money that he and his clergy have gathered, on the Yukon River, one at Fort Yukon and one at Tanana. And these are the only places of any kind on nearly 1,000 miles of the river where sick or injured Indians may be received and cared for. Amongst men of thought and feeling there is noticeable revulsion from the supercilious attitude that used not to be uncommon toward the little peoples of the world. It begins to be recognized that it is quite possible that even the smallest of the little peoples may have some contribution to make to the welfare and progress of the human race. What is the Boy Scout movement that is sweeping the country, to the enormous benefit of the rising generation, but the incorporating into the nurture of our youth of the things that were the nurture of the Indian youth, that are a large part of the nurture of the Alaskan Indian youth today? And the campfire clubs and woodcraft associations and the whole trend to the life of the open recognized that the Indian had developed a technique of wilderness life deserving of preservation for its value to the white man. While as for the Eskimo, the author never sees the extraordinary prevalence amongst them of the art of graphic delineation displayed in bold etchings of incidents of the chase upon their implements and weapons, though not upon the articles made by the dozen of the curio vendors at Nome and St. Michael, without dreaming that some day an artist will come from out that singular and most interesting people who shall teach the world something new about art. Whatever the future may hold for the interior of Alaska, the author is convinced that its population will derive very largely from the present native stocks, and this alone would justify any efforts to prevent further inroads upon their health and vitality. April 1916. Author's Note: 3 fundamental facts are to be borne constantly in mind by those who would form any intelligent conception of the territory of Alaska. 1. Its area of approximately 590,000 square miles makes it 2.5 times as large as the state of Texas. 2. But it is not, like Texas, one homogeneous body of land. It is not, in any geographical sense, one country at all. Sweeping in a great arc over 16 degrees of latitude and 58 degrees of longitude, it is no less than 4, and some might say 5, different countries, differing from one another in almost every way that one country can differ from another: in climate, in population, in resources, in requirements, and 3. These different countries are not merely different from one another, they are separated from one another by formidable natural barriers. End of preface. Chapter 1, Part 1 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 1, Part 1. Fairbanks to the Chandalar through Circle City and Fort Yukon. The plan for the winter journey of 1905-6, my second winter on the trail, was an ambitious one, for it contemplated a visit to Point Hope, on the shore of the Arctic Ocean between Kotzebue Sound and Point Barrow, and a return to Fairbanks. In the summer, such a journey would be practicable only by water, down the Tanana to the Yukon, down the Yukon to its mouth, and then through the Straits of Bering and along the Arctic coast. In the winter, it is possible to make the journey across country. A desire to visit our most northerly and most inaccessible mission in Alaska, and a desire to become acquainted with general conditions in the wide country north of the Yukon, were equal factors in the planning of a journey which would carry me through 3.5 degrees of latitude and no less than 18 degrees of longitude. The course of winter travel in Alaska follows the frozen waterways so far as they lead in the general direction desired, leaves them to cross mountain ranges and divides at most favorable points, and drops down into the streams again so soon as streams are available. The country is notably well watered, and the waterways are the natural highways. The more frequented routes gradually cut out the serpentine bends of the rivers by land trails, but in the wilder parts of the country, travel sticks to the ice. Our course, therefore, lay up the Chattanooga River and one of its tributaries until the Tanana-Yukon watershed was reached, then through the mountains, crossing two steep summits to the Yukon slope and down that slope by convenient streams to the Yukon River at Circle City. We set out on the 27th of November with 6 dogs and a basket sled and about 500 pounds weight of load, including tent and stove, bedding, clothes for the winter, grub box and its equipment, and dog feed. The dogs were those that I had used the previous winter, with one exception. The leader had come home lame from the fish camp where he had been boarded during the summer, and despite all attentions, the lameness had persisted, so he must be left behind, and there was much difficulty in securing another leader. A recent stampede to a new mining district had advanced the price of dogs and gathered up all the good ones, so it was necessary to hunt all over Fairbanks and pay $100 for a dog that proved very indifferent after all. Jimmy was a handsome beast, the handsomest I ever owned and the costliest, but, as I learned later from one who knew his history, had traveled on his looks all his life. He earned the name of Jimmy the Fake. Midway to Cleary City, on the chief gold-producing creek of the district, our first day's run, we encountered the gold train. For some time previous, a lone highwayman had robbed solitary miners on their way to Fairbanks with gold dust, and now a posse was organized that went the rounds of the creeks and gathered up the dust and bore it on muleback to the bank, escorted by half a dozen armed and mounted men. Sawed-off shotguns were the favorite weapons, and one judged them deadly enough at short range. The heavy pokes galled the animals' backs, however they might be slung, and the little procession wound slowly along, a man ahead, a man behind, and 4 clustered round the treasure. These raw temporary mining towns are much alike the world over, one supposes, though perhaps a little worse up here in the far north. It was late at night when we reached the place, but saloon and dance hall were ablaze with light and loud with the raucity of phonographs and the stamping of feet. Everything was wide open, and there was not even the thinnest veneer of respectability. Drinking and gambling and dancing go on all night long. Drunken men reel out upon the snow. Painted faces leer over muslin curtains as one passes by. Without any government, without any pretense of municipal organization, there is no cooperation for public enterprise. There are no streets, there are no sidewalks, save such as a man may choose to lay in front of his own premises, and the simplest sanitary precautions are entirely neglected. Nothing but the cold climate of the north prevents epidemic disease from sweeping through these places. They rise in a few days whenever gold is found in quantities, they flourish as the production increases, decline with its decline, and are left gaunt, dark, and abandoned so soon as the diggings are exhausted. The next day we were on the Chattanooga River, to which Cleary Creek is tributary, and were immediately confronted with one of the main troubles and difficulties of winter travel in this, and, as may be supposed, in any Arctic or subarctic country: overflow water. In the lesser rivers, where deep pools alternate with swift shallows, the stream freezes solid to the bottom upon the shoals and riffles. Since the subterranean fountains that supply the river do not cease to discharge their waters in the winter, however cold it may be, there comes presently an increasing pressure under the ice above such a barrier. The pent-up water is strong enough to heave the ice into mounds and at last to break forth, spreading itself far along the frozen surface of the river. At times it may be seen gushing out like an artesian well, rising 3 or 4 feet above the surface of the ice until the pressure is relieved. Sometimes, for many miles at a stretch, the whole river will be covered with a succession of such overflows, from 2 or 3 inches deep to 8 or 10 or even 12, some just bursting forth, some partially frozen, some resolved into solid glare ice. Thus the surface of the river is continually renewed the whole winter through, and a section of the ice crust in the spring would show a series of laminations. Here, ice upon ice, there, ice upon half incorporated snow that mark the successive inundations. This explanation has been given at length because of the large part that the phenomenon plays in the difficulty and danger of winter travel, and because it seems hard to make those who are not familiar with it understand it. At first sight, it would seem that after a week or 10 days of 50 below zero weather, for instance, all water everywhere would be frozen into quiescence for the rest of the winter. Throw a bucket of water into the air, and it is frozen solid as soon as it reaches the ground. There would be no more trouble, one would think, with water. Yet some of the worst trouble the traveler has with overflow water is during very cold weather, and it is then, of course, that there is the greatest danger of frostbite in getting one's feet wet. Waterproof footwear, therefore, becomes one of the musher's great concerns and difficulties. The best waterproof footwear is the Eskimo mukluk, not easily obtainable in the interior of Alaska, but the mukluk is an inconvenient footwear to put snowshoes on. Rubber boots or shoes of any kind are most uncomfortable things to travel in. Nothing equals the moccasin on the trail, nothing is so good to snowshoe in. The well-equipped traveler has moccasins for dry trails and mukluks for wet trails, and even then may sometimes get his feet wet. Nor are his own feet his only consideration. His dog's feet are, collectively, as important as his own. When the dog comes out of the water into snow again, the snow collects and freezes between the toes, and if not removed, will soon cause a sore and lameness. Then a dog moccasin must be put on and the foot continually nursed and doctored. When several dogs of a team are thus affected, it may be with several feet each, the labor and trouble of travel are greatly increased. So whenever his dogs have been through water, the careful musher will stop and go all down the line, cleaning out the ice and snow from their feet with his fingers. 4 interdigital spaces per foot make 16 per dog, and with a team of 6 dogs, that means 96 several operations with the bare hand, if it be done effectually, every time the team gets into an overflow. The dogs will do it for themselves if they are given time, tearing out the lumps of ice with their teeth. But inasmuch as they usually feel conscientiously obliged to eat each lump as they pull it out, it takes much longer, and in a short daylight there is little time to spare if the day's march is to be made. We found overflow almost as soon as we reached the Chattanooga River, and in one form or another we encountered it during all the 2 days and a half that we were pursuing the river's windings. At times it was covered with a sheet of new ice that would support the dogs but would not support the sled, so that the dogs were traveling on one level and the sled on another, and a man had to walk along in the water between the dogs and the sled for several hundred yards at a time, breaking down the overflow ice with his feet. At other times, the thin sheets of overflow ice would sway and bend as the sled passed quickly over them in a way that gives to ice in such condition its Alaskan name of rubber ice, while for the 15 or 20 miles of McManus Creek, the headwaters of the Chattanooga, we had continuous stretches of fine glare ice with enough frost crystals upon it from condensing moisture to give a tooth to the dog's feet, just as varnish on a photographic negative gives tooth to the retouching pencil. Perfectly smooth ice is a very difficult surface for dogs to pass over. Glare ice, slightly roughened by frost deposit, makes splendid fast going. 85 miles or so from Fairbanks, and just about halfway to Circle, the watercourse is left and the first summit is the 12 Mile, as it is called. We tried hard to take our load up at one trip, but found it impossible to do so, and had to unlash the sled and take half the load at a time, caching it on the top while we returned for the other half. It took us half a day to get our load to the top of the 12-mile summit, a rise of about 1,300 feet from the creek bed as the aneroid gave it. In the steeper pitches, we had to take the axe and cut steps, so hard and smooth does the incessant wind at these heights beat the snow, and on our second trip to the top, we were just in time to rescue a roll of bedding that had been blown from the cache and was about to descend a gully from which we could hardly have recovered it. This summit descended, we were in Birch Creek water, and had we followed the watercourse, would have reached the Yukon. But we would have traveled hundreds of miles and would have come out below Fort Yukon while we were bound for Circle City. So there was another and a yet more difficult summit to cross before we could descend the Yukon slope. We were able to hire a man and 2 dogs to help us over the Eagle summit so that the necessity of relaying was avoided. 1 man ahead continually calling to the dogs, 8 dogs steadily pulling, and 2 men behind steadily pushing, foot by foot, with many stoppages as one bench after another was surmounted. We got the load to the top at last, a rise of 1,400 feet in less than 3 miles. A driving snowstorm cut off all view and would have left us at a loss which way to proceed but for the stakes that indicated it. The descent was as anxious and hazardous as the ascent had been laborious. The dogs were loosed and sent racing down the slope. With a rope rough lock around the sled runners, 1 man took the gee-pole and another the handlebars, and each spread-eagled himself through the loose deep snow to check the momentum of the sled, until sled and men turned aside and came to a stop in a drift to avoid a steep, smooth pitch. The sled extricated, it was poised on the edge of the pitch and turned loose on the hardened snow, hurtling down 300 or 400 feet until it buried itself in another drift. The dogs were necessary to drag it from this drift, and one had to go down and bring them up. Then again they were loosed, and from bench to bench the process was repeated until the slope grew gentle enough to permit the regulation of the downward progress by the foot brake. The Eagle Summit is one of the most difficult summits in Alaska. The wind blows so fiercely that sometimes for days together its passage is almost impossible. No amount of trail making could be of much help, for the snow smothers up everything on the lee of the hill, and the end of every storm presents a new surface and an altered route. A summit, in this Alaskan sense, is, of course, a saddle between peaks, and in this case there is no easier pass and no way around. The only way to avoid the Eagle Summit without going out of the district altogether would be to tunnel it. The summit passed, we found better trails and a more frequented country, for in this district are a number of creeks that draw supplies from Circle City, and that had been worked 10 years or more. At the time of the Klondike Stampede of 1896-97, Circle City was already established as a flourishing mining camp and boasted itself the largest log cabin town in the world. Before the Klondike drew away its people, as a stronger magnet draws iron fillings from a lesser one, Circle had a population of about 3,000. Take a town of 3,000 and reduce it to 30 or 40, and it is hard to resist the melancholy impression which entrance upon it in the dusk of the evening brings. There lay the great white Yukon in the middle distance. Beyond it, the Yukon flats, snow-covered, desolate, stretched away enormously, hedged here at their beginning by gray, dim hills. Spread out in the foreground were the little squat huddling cabins that belonged to no one. With never a light in a window or smoke from a chimney, the untrodden snow drifted against door and porch. It would be hard to imagine a drearier prospect, and one had the feeling that it was a city of the dead rather than merely a dead city. The weather had grown steadily colder since we reached the Yukon slope, and for 2 days before reaching Circle, the thermometer had stood between 40 degrees and 50 degrees below zero. It was all right for us to push on. The trail was good and nearly all downhill, and there were roadhouses every 10 or 12 miles. Freighters, weather-bound, came to the doors as we passed by with our jangle of bells and would raise a somewhat Chichiko pride in our breasts by remarking, "You don't seem to care what weather you travel in." The evil of it was that the perfectly safe traveling between Eagle Creek and Circle emboldened us to push on from Circle under totally different conditions, when traveling at such low temperatures became highly dangerous and brought us into grave misadventure that might easily have been fatal catastrophe. Our original start was a week later than had been planned, and we had made no time, but rather lost it on this first division of the journey. If we were to reach Bettles on the Koyokuk River for Christmas, there was no more time to lose, and I was anxious to spend the next Sunday at Fort Yukon, 3 days' journey away. So we started for Fort Yukon on Thursday, the 7th of December, the day after we reached Circle. A certain Arctic traveler has said that adventures always imply either incompetence or ignorance of local conditions, and there is some truth in the saying. Our misadventure was the result of a series of mistakes, no one of which would have been other than discreditable to men of more experience. Our course lay for 75 miles through the Yukon Flats, which begin at Circle and extend for 250 miles of the river's course below that point. The flats constitute the most difficult and dangerous part of the whole length of the Yukon River, summer or winter, and the section between Circle City and Fort Yukon is the most difficult and dangerous part of the flats. Save for a portage or land trail of 18 or 20 miles out of Circle, the trail is on the river itself, which is split up into many channels without salient landmarks. The current is so swift that many stretches run open water far into the winter, and blowholes are numerous. There is little travel on the flats in winter, and a snowstorm accompanied by wind may obliterate what trail there is in an hour. The vehicle used in the flats is not a sled, but a toboggan, and our mistake was not in conforming to local usage in this respect. There is always a very good reason for local usage about snow vehicles, but a toboggan which had been ordered from a native at Fort Yukon would be waiting for us, and it seemed not worthwhile to go to the expense of buying another merely for a 3 days' journey. The second mistake was engaging a boy as guide instead of a man. He was an attractive youth of about 14 who had done good service at the Circle City Mission the previous winter, when our nurse in charge was contending single-handed against an epidemic of diphtheria. He was a pleasant boy with some English who wanted to go and professed knowledge of the route. The greatest mistake of all was starting out through that lonely waste with the thermometer at 52 degrees below zero. The old-timers in Alaska have a saying that traveling at 50 degrees below is all right as long as it's all right. If there be a good trail, if there be convenient stopping places, if nothing go wrong, one may travel without special risk and with no extraordinary discomfort at 50 degrees below zero and a good deal lower. I have since that time made a short day run at 62 degrees below, and once traveled for 2 or 3 hours on a stretch at 65 degrees below. But there is always more or less chance in traveling at low temperatures because a very small thing may necessitate a stop, and a stop may turn into a serious thing. At such temperatures one must keep going. No amount of clothing that it is possible to wear on the trail will keep one warm while standing still. For dogs and men alike, constant brisk motion is necessary. For dogs as well as men, even though dogs will sleep outdoors in such cold without harm, for they cannot take as good care of themselves in the harness as they can when loose. A trace that needs mending, a broken buckle, a snowshoe string that must be replaced, may chill one so that it is impossible to recover one's warmth again. The bare hand cannot be exposed for many seconds without beginning to freeze. It is dangerous to breathe the air into the lungs for any length of time without a muffler over the mouth. Our troubles began as soon as we started. The trail was a narrow, winding toboggan track of 16 or 17 inches, while our sled was 20 inches wide, so that one runner was always dragging in the loose snow, and that meant slow, heavy going. The days were nearing the shortest of the year, when in these latitudes the sun does but show himself and withdraw again. But especially in very cold weather, which is nearly always very clear weather, that brief appearance is preceded by a feast of rich, delicate color. First a greenish glow on the southern horizon, brightening into lemon and then into clear primrose, invades the deep purple of the starry heavens. Then a beautiful circle of bluish pink above a circle of pure amethyst gradually stretches all around the edge of the sky, slowly brightening while the stars fade out and the heavens change to blue. The dead white mirror of the snow takes every tint that the skies display with a faint but exquisite radiance. Then the sun's disk appears with a flood of yellow light but with no appreciable warmth, and for a little space his level rays shoot out and gild the treetops and the distant hills. The snow springs to life. Dead white no longer, its dry crystalline particles glitter in myriads of diamond facets with every color of the prism. Then the sun is gone, and the lovely circle of rose pink over amethyst again stretches round the horizon, slowly fading until once more the pale primrose glows in the south against the purple sky with its silver stars. Thus sunrise and sunset form a continuous spectacle, with a purity of delicate yet splendid color that only perfectly dry atmosphere permits. The primrose glow, the heralding circle, the ball of orange light, the valedictory circle, the primrose glow again, and a day has come and gone. Air can hold no moisture at all at these low temperatures, and the skies are cloudless. Moreover, in the wilds at 50 degrees below zero, there is the most complete silence. All animal life is hidden away. Not a rabbit flits across the trail. In the absolutely still air, not a twig moves. A rare raven passes overhead, and his cry, changed from a hoarse croak to a sweet liquid note, reverberates like the musical glasses. There is no more delightful sound in the wilderness than this occasional lapse into the music of the raven. We wound through the scrub spruce and willow and over the niggerhead swamps, a faint tinkle of bells, a little cloud of steam. For in the great cold the moisture of the animals' breath hangs over their heads in the still air, and on looking back it stands a while along the course at dog's height until it is presently deposited on twigs and tussocks. We wound along, a faint tinkle of bells, a little cloud of steam, and in the midst of the cloud a tousle of shaggy black and white hair and red and white pompons, going out of the dead silence behind into the dead silence before. The dusk came, and still we plodded and pushed our weary way, swinging that heavy sled incessantly by the gee-pole in front and the handlebars behind, in the vain effort to keep it on the trail. 2 miles an hour was all that we were making. We had come but 13 or 14 miles out of 24, and it was dark, and it grew colder. The dogs whined and stopped every few yards, worn out by the wallowing in the snow and the labor of the collar. The long scarves that wrapped our mouths and noses had been shifted and shifted, as one part after another became solid with ice from the breath, until over their whole length they were stiff as boards. After 2 more miles of it, it was evident that we could not reach the mail cabin that night. Then I made my last and worst mistake. We should have stopped and camped then and there. We had tent and stove and everything requisite. But the native boy insisted that the cabin was only little way, and anyone who knows the misery of making camp in extremely cold weather in the dark will understand our reluctance to do so. I decided to make a cache of the greater part of our load, tent and stove and supplies generally, and to push on to the cabin with but the bedding and the grub box, returning for the stuff in the morning. And since in the deepest depths of blundering there is a deeper still, by someone's carelessness, but certainly by my fault, the axe was left behind in the cache. With our reduced burden we made better progress, and in a short time reached the end of the portage and came out on the frozen river, just as the moon, a day or two past the full, rose above the opposite bank. One sees many strange distortions of sun and moon in this land, but never was a stranger scene than this. Her disk, shining through the dense air of the river bottom, was in shape an almost perfect octagon, regular as though it had been laid off with dividers and a ruler. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 1, Part 2. We were soon in doubt about the trail. The mail carrier had gone down only 2 or 3 times this winter, and each time had taken a different route, as more and more of the river closed and gave him more and more direct passage. A number of Indians had been hunting, and their tracks added to the tangle of trails. Presently we entered a thick mist that even to inexperienced eyes spoke of open water or new ice yet moist. So heavy was the vapor that to the man at the handlebars the man at the gee-pole loomed ghostly, and the man ahead of the dogs could not be distinguished at all. We had gone so much farther than our native boy had declared we had to go that we began to fear that in the confusion of trails we had taken the wrong one and had passed the cabin. That is the tenderfoot's, or as we say, the chechacho's fear. It is the one thing that it may almost be said never happens. But the boy fell down completely and was frankly at a loss. All we could get out of him was, "Maybe so we catch cabin by me by, maybe so no." If we had passed the cabin it was 20-odd miles to the next, and it grew colder and the dogs were utterly weary again, prone upon the trail at every small excuse for a stop, only to be stirred by the whip, heavily wielded. Surely never men thrust themselves foolhardily into worse predicament. Then I made my last mistake. Dimly the bank loomed through the mist, and I said, "We can't go any farther. I think we've missed the trail, and I'm going across to yon bank to see if there's a place to camp." I had not gone 6 steps from the trail when the ice gave way under my feet, and I found myself in water to my hips. Under Providence, I owe it to the mucklucks I wore, tied tight round my knees, that I did not lose my life, or at least my feet. The thermometer at Circle City stood at 60 degrees below zero at dark that day, and down on the ice it is always about 5 degrees colder than on the bank, because cold air is heavy air and sinks to the lowest level, and 65 degrees below zero means 97 degrees below freezing. My moose hide breeches froze solid the moment I scrambled out, and not a drop of water got to my feet. If the water had reached my feet, they would have frozen almost as quickly as the moose hide in that fearful cold. Thoroughly alarmed now, and realizing our perilous situation, we did the only thing there was to do. We turned the dogs loose and abandoned the sled, and went back along the trail we had followed as fast as we could. We knew that we could safely retrace our steps and that the trail would lead us to the bank after a while. We knew not where the trail would lead us in the other direction. As a matter of fact, it led to the mail cabin, 2 miles farther on, and the mail carrier was at that time occupying it at the end of his day's run. The dogs stayed with the sled. Dogs will usually stay with their sled. They seem to recognize their first allegiance to the load they haul, probably because they know their food forms part of it. Our cache reached, we made a fire, thawed out the iron-like armor of my leather breeches, and cutting a spare woolen scarf in two, wrapped the dry, warm pieces around my numbed thighs. Then we pushed on the 18 miles or so to Circle, keeping a steady pace despite the drowsiness that oppressed us, and that oppressed me particularly owing to the chill of my ducking. About 5 in the morning we reached the town, and the clergyman, the Reverend C. E. Rice, turned out of his warm bed and I turned in, none the worse in body for the experience, but much humbled in spirit. My companion, Mr. E. J. Knapp, whose thoughtful care for me I always look back upon with gratitude, as well as upon Mr. Rice's kindness, froze his nose and a toe slightly, being somewhat neglectful of himself in his solicitude for me. We had been out about 20 hours in a temperature ranging from 52 degrees to 60 degrees below zero, had walked about 44 miles, laboring incessantly as well as walking what time we were with the sled with nothing to eat. It was too cold to stop for eating, and in addition to this, one of us had been in water to the waist, yet none of us took any harm. It was a providential overruling of blundering foolhardiness for which we were deeply thankful. The next day, a native with a fast team and an empty toboggan was sent down to take our load onto the cabin and bring the dogs back. Meanwhile, the mail carrier had passed the spot, had seen the abandoned sled standing by recently broken ice, and had come on into town, while we slept and no one knew of our return, with the news that someone had been drowned. The mail for Fairbanks did but await the mail from Fort Yukon, and the town rumor, instantly identifying the abandoned sled, was carried across to Fairbanks to my great distress and annoyance. The echoes of the distorted account of this misadventure, which appeared in a Fairbanks newspaper, still reverberate in patent insides of the provincial press of the United States. The next Monday we started again, this time with a toboggan and with a man instead of a boy for guide, and in 3 days of only moderate difficulty we reached Fort Yukon. Fort Yukon, though it holds no attraction for the ordinary visitor or the summer tourist on the river, is a place of much interest to those who know the history of Alaska. While it is purely a native village with no white population save the traders and the usual sprinkling of men that hang around native villages, it is yet the oldest white man's post on the Yukon River, save the post established by the Russians at Nulato, 500 or 600 miles lower down. The Hudson Bay Company established itself here in 1846, and that date serves as the year 1 in making calculations and determining ages to this day. It is a fixed point in time that every native knows of. Any old man can tell you whether he was born before or after that date, and if before, can pick out some boy that is about the age he was when the event occurred. The massacre at Nulato in 1851 serves in a similar way for the lower river. After the purchase and the determination of the longitude of Fort Yukon by Mr. Raymond in 1869, who made the first steamboat journey up the Yukon on that errand, the Hudson Bay Company moved 3 times before they succeeded in getting east of the 141st meridian, and at the point reached on the 3rd move, the new Rampart House on the Porcupine River, only a few hundred yards beyond the boundary line, they remained until the gold excitement on the Yukon and the journeying of the natives to new posts on that river rendered trading unprofitable. Then they withdrew to the Mackenzie. The oldest white men's graves in Alaska, again with the exception of Nulato, are those in the Little Hudson Bay Cemetery near Fort Yukon. Fort Yukon is also the site of the oldest missionary station on the river, unless there were earlier visits of Russian priests to the lower river, of which there seems no record, for in 1862 there was a clergyman of the Church of England at this place. Archdeacon MacDonald was a remarkable man. Married to a native wife, he translated the whole Bible and the Book of Common Prayer into the native tongue, and his translations are in general use on the upper river to this day. He reduced the language to writing, extracted its grammar, taught the Indians to read and write their own tongue, and dignified it by the gift of the great literature of the sacred books. The language is, of course, a dying one. English is slowly superseding it. But it seems safe to say that for a generation or two yet to come, it will be the basis of the common speech of the people and the language of worship. It is chiefly in matters of trading and handicrafts that English is taking its place, though here as elsewhere it stands to the discredit of the civilized race that blackguard English is the first English that is learned. There seems ground to question whether the substitution of a smattering of broken English for the flexibility and picturesque expressiveness of an indigenous tongue, thoroughly understood, carries with it any great intellectual gain, though to suggest such a doubt is treason to some minds. The time threatens when all the world will speak 2 or 3 great languages, when all little tongues will be extinct and all little peoples swallowed up, when all costume will be reduced to a dead level of blue jeans and shoddy, and all strange customs abolished. The world will be a much less interesting world then. The spice and savor of the ends of the earth will be gone. Nor does it always appear unquestionable that the world will be the better or the happier. The advance of civilization would be a great thing to work for if we were quite sure what we meant by it and what its goal is. To the ordinary government school teacher in Alaska, with some notable exceptions, it seems to mean chiefly teaching the Indians to call themselves Mr. and Mrs., and teaching the women to wear millinery, with a contemptuous attitude toward the native language and all native customs. The less intelligent grade of missionary sometimes falls into the same easy rut. So letters pass through the post offices addressed Mr. Pretty Henry, Mrs. Monkey Bill, Miss Sally Short and Dirty. So occasionally the grotesque spectacle may present itself to the passengers on a steamer of a native woman in a Merry Widow hat and a blood-stained parkie gutting salmon on the riverbank. The nobler ideal, as it seems to some of us, is to labor for God-fearing, self-respecting Indians rather than imitation white men and white women. An Indian who is honest, healthy, and kindly, skilled in hunting and trapping, versed in his native Bible and liturgy, even though he be entirely ignorant of English and have acquired no taste for canned fruit, and know not when Columbus discovered America, may be very much of a man in that station of life in which it has pleased God to call him. Christmas and the 4th of July are the Indians' great holidays, the one just after the best moose hunting and the other just before the salmon run. It may be supposed that there were always great feasts at the winter and summer solstices, though now he is sufficiently devout at the one and patriotic at the other. At these seasons, and for weeks before and after, Fort Yukon gathers a large number of Indians. It is the native metropolis of the country within a radius of 100 miles, and what may be termed its permanent population of 150 is doubled and sometimes trebled by contingents from the Chandalar, the Porcupine, and the Black Rivers, from that long river called Birch Creek and all the intervening country. Many families of the uncivilized, self-respecting kind to which reference has been made come in from outlying points, and the contrast between them and their more sophisticated kinfolk of the town is all in their favor. Such a gathering had already taken place in preparation for the Christmas holidays when we reached Fort Yukon on the 15th of December. It would have been pleasant to spend Christmas with them, but we were due 250 miles away at Bettles for that feast, if by any means we could get there. So we lingered but the 2 days necessary to equip ourselves. Jimmy had torn our bedding to pieces on the night of the mishap. It was lashed on the outside of the load, and he had scratched and clawed it to make a nest for himself until fur from the robe and feathers from the quilts were all over the trail. The other dogs, not so warmly coated as he, had been content to sleep in the snow. Jimmy's character was gradually revealing itself. A well-bred trail dog will not commit the canine sacrilege of invading the sled. That is a Siwash dog's trick. So there was fresh bedding to manufacture as well as supplies for 200 miles to get together. A mail once a month went at that time from Fort Yukon to the Koyokuk, and there was little other travel. The course lay 50 or 60 miles across the country to the Chandalar River, about 100 miles up that stream, and then across a divide to the south fork of the Koyokuk, and across another to the middle fork, on which Coldfoot is situated. It is not possible to procure any supplies, save sometimes a little fish for dog food, and that not certainly, between Fort Yukon and Coldfoot, so that provision for the whole journey must be taken. A new Indian guide had been engaged as far as Coldfoot, and we set out, 3 men, 2 toboggans, and 7 dogs, 4 on the larger vehicle and 3 on the smaller, one of the dogs brought by our guide. 3 miles from Fort Yukon we crossed the Porcupine River and then plunged into the wilderness of lake and swamp and forest that stretches north of the Yukon. A portage trail, as such a track across country is called to distinguish it from a river trail, has the advantage of such protection from storm as its timbered stretches afford. For miles and miles the route passes through scrub spruce that has been burned over, with no prospect but a maze of charred poles against the snow, some upright, others at every angle of inclination. Then comes a lake, with difficulty in finding the trail on its windswept surface and sometimes much casting about to discover where it leaves the lake again, and then more small burned timber. Whenever the route is through woods, living or dead, it is blazed. When it strikes the open, one is often at a loss. After 3 or 4 days of such travel, sometimes reaching an old cabin for the night, sometimes pitching the tent, one is rejoiced at the sight of distant mountains and at the intimation they bring that the inexpressible dreariness of the Yukon flats is nearly past. And presently the trail opens suddenly upon the broad Chandalar. The Hudson Bay voyagers are responsible for many names in this part of Alaska, and Chandalar is a corruption of their Jean de Large. The various native tribes received appellations indicating habitats. A tribe that differed from most northern Indians in having no permanent villages and in living altogether in encampments was named Jean de Large, and the river which they frequented took their name. It is one of the second-rate tributaries of the Yukon, and in general its waters are swift and shallow, not navigable for light-draught steamboats for more than 150 miles, save at flood, and not easily navigable at all. It is these swift, shallow streams that are so formidable in winter on account of overflow water, and the Chandalar is one of the most dreaded. 10 miles along the river's surface brought us to the Chandalar native village, a settlement of half a dozen cabins and 25 or 30 souls. The people came out to meet us and said they were just about to bury a baby, and asked me to conduct the funeral. Because we had not done a day's march and were under compulsion to push on at our best speed, I did not unlash the sled, but went just as I was up the hill with the sorrowful procession to the little graveyard. On the way down, I asked as best I could of what sickness the baby had died, and I felt some uneasiness when the throat was pointed to as the seat of disease. When presently I was informed that 2 others were sick and of the same complaint, my uneasiness became alarm. I went at once to see them, and the angry swollen throats patched with white membrane which I discovered left no room for doubt that we were in the presence of another outbreak of diphtheria. That disease had scourged the Yukon in the 2 preceding years. 23 children died at Fort Yukon in the summer of 1904, half a dozen at Circle in the following winter, though that outbreak was grappled with from the first, and all along the river the loss of life was terrible. There was no question that we must give up all hope of reaching Bettles for Christmas and stay and do what we could for these people. So we made camp on the outskirts of the village, and I went to work swabbing out the throats with carbolic acid and preparing liquid food from our grub box. There was nothing to eat in the village but dried fish and a little dried moose, and these throats, like red-hot iron, could hardly swallow liquids. The 2 patients were a boy of 16 and a grown woman. It was evident that unless we could isolate them, the disease would probably pass through the whole village, and indeed others might have been infected already. It was likely that we were in for a siege of it, and our supply of condensed milk and extract of beef would soon be exhausted. Moreover, at Fort Yukon was the trained nurse who had coped with the epidemic there and at Circle, while we had virtually no experience with the disease at all. It was resolved to send back to Fort Yukon for supplies and for the nurse. The next morning Mr. Knapp and the native boy took the dogs and the sled and started back. With no load save a little grub and bedding, they could make the journey in 2 days. A day must be allowed for preparations, and with the aid of another dog team, 2 days more would bring them back. 5 days was the least they could be gone. It was asking a great deal of this lady to abandon her Christmas festival, preparations for which had long been making, and to come 65 miles through the frozen wilderness in a toboggan. But I felt sure she would drop everything and come. For those 5 days I was busied in close attention to the patients and in strenuous though not altogether availing efforts to maintain a quarantine of the cabin in which they lay. There was little more that I could do than swab out the throats and administer food every 2 hours. As the disease advanced, it was increasingly painful to swallow and exceedingly difficult to induce the sufferers to make the attempt or to open their mouths for the swabbing. After 2 or 3 days, the woman seemed to have passed the crisis of the disease and to be mending, but the boy, I thought, grew worse. One becomes attached to those to whom one ministers, and this poor, speechless boy, with his terrible throat and the agony in his big black eyes, appealed to me very strongly indeed. It was torture to move his head or to open his mouth, and I had to torture him continually. Every night I gathered the people for divine service. Here was a little community far off in the wilds that had carefully conserved and handed on to their children the teaching they had received no less than 30 years before. The native Bibles and prayer books and hymnals were brought out, bearing dates of publication in the 70s. One of their number acted as leader, and what he read was painfully followed in the well-thumbed books. They lifted their voices in a weird transformation of familiar tunes, with quavers and glides that had crept in through long uncorrected use, and amongst the prayers said was one for Our Sovereign Lady Queen Victoria and Albert Edward, Prince of Wales. I tried to explain that Queen Victoria was dead, that they were not living under British rule, and I took a pencil and struck out the prayers for the royal family from the books. But there was doubt in their minds, and a reluctance to alter in any particular the liturgy that had been taught them, and it is quite likely that intercessions for a defunct sovereign of another land still arise from the Chandelar village. One cannot but feel a deep admiration for the pioneer missionaries of this region, Bishop Bompas, Archdeacon MacDonald, and the others, whose teaching was so thorough and so lasting, and who lived and labored here long before any gold seeker had thought of Alaska, when the country was an Indian country exclusively, with none of the comforts and conveniences that can now be enjoyed. It was to a remote cabin on the east fork of this river that Archdeacon MacDonald retired for a year to make part of his translation of the Bible, according to the Indian account. At noon on the 21st of December, the shortest day, there is a note in my diary that I saw the sun's disk shining through the trees. Although fully half a degree of latitude north of the Arctic Circle, the refraction is sufficient to lift his whole sphere above the horizon. One speculates how much farther north it would be possible to see any part of the sun at noon on the shortest day. But north of here, throughout Alaska, is broken and mountainous country. We were on the northern edge of the great flat of the interior. The 5th day at the village was Christmas Eve. My boy was in a critical condition, very low and weak, with a temperature that stayed around 101 degrees and 102 degrees. As night approached, I watched with the greatest anxiety for the party from Fort Yukon, and just as the last lingering glow of the long twilight was fading from the south, there was a distant tinkle of bells on the trail, and faintly, once and again, a man's voice was raised in command, and I knew that relief was at hand. The nurse had dropped everything and had come, as I felt sure she would. Gathering medicines and supplies and hiring a native dog team and driver, she had left immediately, and the round trip had been made in the shortest time it was possible to make it. It was a tremendous relief to see her step out of the rugs and robes of the toboggan and take charge of the situation in her quiet, competent way. A small outlying cabin was selected for a hospital, the family that occupied it bundled out into a tent, and the 2 sick persons carefully moved into it, with whom, and the mother of the sick boy, the nurse took up her abode. Then there was the Christmas tree in the chief's cabin, with little gifts for the children sent out from the mission at Fort Yukon some time before, and a dance afterward, for Christmas festivities must go on, whatever happens, at a native village. I took James's pocket knife to him after the celebration was over, and I think he really tried to smile as he thanked me with his eyes. The next day after the services, although it was Christmas Day, we set to work on the disinfecting of the large cabin in which the sick had lain. Stringing bedclothes and wearing apparel on lines from wall to wall, and stuffing up every crack and cranny with cotton, we burned quantities of sulfur that the nurse had brought with her all day long. A recent article in a stray number of a professional journal picked up in the office of a medical missionary devoted column after column to the uselessness of all known methods of disinfection. Sulfur, formaldehyde, carbolic acid, permanganate of potash, chloride of lime, bichloride of mercury. The author knew not which of these fetishes to be most sarcastic about. It may be that the net result of our copious fumigation was but the bleaching of the colored garments hung up, but at least it did no harm. One sometimes wishes that these scientists who sit up so high in the seat of the scornful would condescend to a little plain instruction. The anti-diphtheritic serum is now kept in readiness at all our missions in Alaska, and the disease seems to have ceased its depredations, but it has taken terrible toll of the native people. We wished to stay with the nurse until the sickness should be done, but she would not hear of it, and insisted upon the resumption of our journey. It did not seem right to go off and leave this lonely woman 65 miles from the nearest white person to cope with an outbreak of disease that might not yet have spent itself, although there had been no new case for a week. You've done your work here, now leave me to do mine. You'll not get to Point Hope this winter if you stay much longer. Aren't you afraid to stay all by yourself? I asked, somewhat fatuously. Afraid? Afraid of what? You surely don't mean afraid of the natives. I did not know what I meant. It seemed not unnatural that a woman with such prospect before her should be a little timid, but she was resolute that we go, and we went. Not until the next summer did I learn the upshot. Both patients recovered, and there was no other case. 6 years later, when these words are written, I have just baptized a son of the boy who lay so ill, who would have perished, I think, had we not reached the Chandalar village just in time. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 1 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 2, Part 1. Chandalar Village to Bettles, Coldfoot, and the Koyokuk. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the 27th of December, hours before any kind of daylight, while the faint pit-pat of all-night dancing still sounded from the chief's cabin, we dropped down the steep bank to the river surface and resumed our journey. Ahead was a man with a candle in a tin can, peering for the faint indications of the trail on the ice. The other two were at the handlebars of the toboggans. It is strange that in this day of invention and improvement in artificial illumination, a candle in a tin can is still the most dependable light for the trail. A coal oil lamp requires a glass which is easily broken, and the ordinary coal oil that comes to Alaska freezes at about 40 degrees below. In very cold weather, a coal oil lantern full of oil will go out completely from the freezing of its supply. All the various acetylene lamps are useless because water is required to generate the gas, and water may not be had without stopping and building a fire and melting ice or snow. The electric flash lamp, useful enough round camp, goes out of operation altogether on the trail, because the dry cell that supplies its current is not a dry cell at all, but a moist cell, and when its moisture freezes, is dead until it thaws out again. No extremity of cold will stop a candle from burning, and if it be properly sheltered by the tin can, it will stand a great deal of wind. The folding pocket lantern, which is nothing but a convenient tin can with mica sides, is the best equipment for travel, but an empty butter can or lard can is sometimes easier to come by. The Chandalar is widespread in these parts, with several channels, and the trail was hard to follow. One track we pursued led us up a bank and along a portage and presently stopped at a marten trap, and we had to cut across to the river and cast about hither and thither on its broad surface to find the mail trail. All the rivers that are confluent with the Yukon in the flats enter that dreary region through gaps in the mountains that bound the broad plain. These gaps are noted for wind, and the Chandalar Gap, which had loomed before us since daybreak, is deservedly in especial bad repute. The most hateful thing in the Arctic regions is the wind. Cold one may protect oneself against, but there is no adequate protection against wind. The parkie without opening front or back that pulls on over the head is primarily a windbreak, And when a scarf is wrapped around mouth and nose, and the fur-edged hood of the parkie is pulled forward over cap and scarf, the traveler who must face the wind has done all he can to protect himself from it. Unfortunately, in the confusion of striking the tent and packing in the dark, my scarf had been rolled up in the bedding, and since the wind was not bad until we approached the gap in the evening, I had not troubled about it. Now, as we drew nearer and nearer, the wind rose constantly. The thermometer was at 38 degrees below zero, and wind at that temperature cuts like a knife. But to get my scarf meant stopping the whole procession and unlashing and unloading the sled, and the man who unlashed in that wind would almost certainly freeze his fingers. So I gave up the thought of it, turned my back to the wind while I tied my pocket handkerchief round mouth and nose, drew the strings of my parkie hood close, and then faced it again to worry through as best I could. The ice is always swept clear of snow in the gap. The river narrows within its jaws, the ragged rocks rise up to the bluffs on either hand, and the blue-streaked ice stretches between. We all suffered a good deal. Against that cruel wind it was impossible to keep warm. The hands, though enclosed in woolen gloves, and they in blanket-lined moose-hide mitts, grew numb. The toes, within their protection of caribou sock with the hair on, strips of blanket wrapping, and mucklucks stuffed with hay, tingled with warning of frostbite. The whole body was chilled. We all froze our faces, I think, for the part of the face around and between the eyes cannot be covered. I froze my cheeks, my nose, and my Adam's apple, the last a most inconvenient thing to freeze. The cabin was just the other side of the gap, and it was well that it was no farther, for we were weary with our 30-mile run and dangerously cold with the exposure of the last hour. It was rather a large cabin as trail cabins go, with a rickety sheet iron stove in the middle, burned full of holes, and it was hours before the fire began to make any impression on the obstinate, sullen cold of that hut. When we went to bed, the frost still stood thick and heavy on the walls all over the room. A log building, properly constructed, is a warm building, but slowness in parting with heat means slowness in receiving heat, and a log cabin that has been unoccupied for a long time in very cold weather is hard to heat in one evening. When we started next morning, the thermometer stood at 45 degrees below zero, but we were out of the wind region and did not mind the cold. It is curious that a few miles on either side of that gap the air will be still, while in the gap itself a gale is blowing. 7 times I have passed through that gap and only once without wind. The great flats were now behind us, we had passed into the mountains, and for the remainder of our long journey we should scarce ever be out of sight of mountains again. Up the river, with its constant trouble of overflow, going around the open water whenever we could, plunging through it in our mucklucks when it could not be avoided, with the care of the dogs' feet that the cold weather rendered more than ever necessary when they got wet, and the added nuisance of throwing the toboggans on their sides and beating the ice from them with the flat of the axe wherever water had been passed through, for 2 days we followed its windings, the thermometer between -45 degrees and -50 degrees, the mountains rising higher and the scenery growing more picturesque as we advanced. At the end of the second day from the gap, we were at the mouth of the west fork of the Chandalar, and after passing up it for 15 or 16 miles, we left that watercourse to cross the mountains to the south fork of the Koyokuk River. Then began hard labor again. A toboggan is not a good vehicle for crossing summits. Its bottom is perfectly flat and smooth, polished like glass by the friction of the snow. If the trail be at all sidling, and mountain trails are almost always sidling, the toboggan swings off on the side of the inclination and must be kept on the trail by main force. The runners of a sled will grip the surface, if there be any inequalities at all, but a toboggan swings now this way and now that, like a great pendulum, dragging the near dogs with it. Again and again we had to hitch both teams to one toboggan to get up a sidling pitch while all hands kept the vehicle on the trail, and our progress was painful and slow. In soft snow on a level surface like the riverbed or through the flat country, generally, the toboggan is much more the convenient vehicle, for it rides over the snow instead of plowing through it. But on hard snow anywhere or on grades, the toboggan is a nuisance. Thus, wallowing through the deep snow at the side of the toboggans to hold them in place, we sweated and slaved our way mile after mile up the gradual ascent until we reached the spot, just under a shoulder of the summit, where there was dry spruce and green spruce for camping, the dry for fire and the green for couch, and there we halted for the night. Next morning, we crossed the low pass and dropped down easily into the wide valley of the Koyukuk South Fork, with a fine prospect of mountains everywhere as far as the eye could see. I had stood and gazed upon those same mountains on my journey of the previous winter, my first winter in Alaska, and had seen a most remarkable sight. As we began the descent and a turn of the trail gave a new panorama of peaks, I did not at first realize the nature of the peculiar phenomenon I was gazing at. Each peak had a fine, filmy, fan-shaped cloud stretching straight out from it into the sky, waving and shimmering as it stretched. The sun was not above the horizon, but his rays caught these sheer, lawn-like streamers and played upon them with a most delicate, opalescent radiance. Then all at once came to my mind the recollection of a description in John Muir's Mountains of California, surely the finest mountain book ever written, of the snow banners of the Sierra Nevada, and I knew that I was looking at a similar spectacle. It meant that a storm was raging on high, although so far we were sheltered from it. It meant that the dry, sand-like snow of the mountain flanks was driven up those flanks so fiercely before the wind that it was carried clean over them and beyond them out into the sky, and still had such pressure behind it that it continued its course and spread out horizontally, thinning and spreading for maybe a mile before it lost all coherence and visibility. As far as I could see mountain peaks, I could see the snow banners, all pointing one way, all waving, all luminous and shimmering in the sun rays. It was a very noble sight, and I gazed a long while entranced, not knowing how ominous it was. When we reached the valley and left the shelter of the gulch, we struck the full force of that fearful gale, and for 2 days and nights of incessant blizzard we lay in a hole dug out of a sandbank, for we had no tent that year, the trail lost, the grub box nearly empty, and no fire possible to cook anything with had the grub box been full. The valley before us, to resume the narrative, is a high, windswept region of niggerhead and swamp, the catch basin of the South Fork of the Koyukuk River. The trail descends one of its southern draws, follows up the main valley a while, crosses it, and leaves by one of its northern draws to pass over the mountains that separate its drainage from the main fork of the Koyukuk. The cold had given place to wind, and though the gale did not approach the fierceness of last year's storm, it gave great trouble in following the track. These high headwater basins are always windy. The timber is scrubby spruce with many open places, and in such open places the trail is soon obliterated altogether. When the light fails, this casting about for blazes whenever a clump of spruce is reached becomes increasingly slow and difficult, and at last becomes hopeless. The general direction determined, it might be thought that the traveler could ignore the tracks of previous passage and strike out for himself. But he knows that the trail, however rough, is at least practicable, whereas an independent course may soon lead to steep gullies or cut banks, or may entangle him in some thicket that he must resort to the axe to pass through. Moreover, even 2 or 3 passages through the snow in the winter will give some bottom to a trail, a bottom that, when the windswept areas are passed and the snowshoes are resumed, both he and his dogs will be thankful for. So we made a camp as it darkened tonight, not far from the spot where I had sowashed with an Indian companion the previous winter, the wind blowing half a gale at 20 degrees below zero. Making camp under such circumstances is always a very disagreeable proceeding. It takes time and care to make a comfortable camp, and time and care in the wind and the cold involves suffering. 2 suitable trees must be selected between which the tent is to be suspended by a ridge rope, and the snow must all be scraped away by the snowshoes, or, if it be too deep, beaten down. Then, while one man unlashes and unpacks the sleds, another cuts green spruce and lays it all over the tent space, thicker and finer where the bed is to be. Then up goes the tent, its corner ropes and its side strings made fast to boughs, if there be such, or to stakes, or to logs laid parallel to the sides. Then the stovepipe is jointed and the stove set up on the edge of green billets properly shaped. Meanwhile, the axeman, the green boughs cut, has been felling and splitting a dry tree for stove wood, and the whole proceedings are rushed and hastened towards getting a fire in that stove. Sometimes it is a question whether we shall get a fire before we freeze our fingers, or freeze our fingers before we get a fire. The fire once going, we are safe, for however much work there is in the open, and there is always a good deal more, one can go to the tent to get warm. Enough stove wood must be cut, not only for night and morning, but for cooking the dog feed. The dog pot, filled with snow, into which the fish are cut up, is put upon the outdoor fire as soon as man's supper begins cooking in the tent. When it boils, the rice and tallow must be added, and when the rice has boiled 20 minutes, the whole is set aside to cool. Meanwhile, the two aluminum pots full of snow, replenished from time to time as it melts, are put upon the stove in the tent as the necessary preliminary to cooking. Sometimes ice, and more rarely water, may be had, and then supper is hastened. If we are camped on the river bank, sometimes a steel-pointed rifle bullet fired straight down into the ice will penetrate to the water below and allow a little jet to bubble up. Melting snow is a tedious business at best, but since 3 times out of 4 when camping it must be done, the aluminum pots are a treasure. There is still work for everyone, as well as the cook. Snow must be banked all round the tent to keep out the wind. Little heaps of spruce boughs must be cut for the dogs' beds. It is all we can do for them, whatever the weather, and they appreciate it highly. It may be that dog moccasins must be taken off and strung around the stove to dry, and before supper is ready, the inside ridge rope of the tent is heavy with all sorts of drying manwear: socks, moccasins, scarfs, toques, mittens. One of the earliest habits a man learns on the trail is to hang up everything to dry as soon as he takes it off. Why should it be hung up to dry unless it has got wet? The writer was once asked, in detailing these operations. Because there is no other way to remove the ice with which everything becomes encrusted in very cold weather. As his snow melts, the cook throws into the pot a few handfuls of evaporated potatoes, a handful of evaporated onions, and smaller quantities of evaporated soup vegetables, and leaves them to soak and simmer and resume their original size and flavor. By and by, he will cut up the moose meat or the rabbits or birds or whatever game he may have and throw it in, and in an hour or an hour and a half there will be a savory stew that, with a pan of biscuits cooked in an aluminum reflector beside the stove and a big pot of tea, constitutes the principal meal of the day. Or if the day has been long and sleep seems more attractive even than grub, he will turn some frozen beans, already boiled, into a frying pan with a big lump of butter, and when his meat is done, supper is ready. Beans thus prepared eaten red hot with grated cheese are delicious to a hungry man. With the stove for a sideboard, food may always be eaten hot, and that is one advantage of camp fare. The men satisfied, the dogs remain, and while 2 of the party wash dishes and clean up, the third feeds the dogs. Their pot of food has been cooling for an hour or more. They will not eat it until it is cold, and a mess of rice will hold heat a long time, even in the coldest weather. When it is nearly cold, it is dished out with a paddle into the individual pans, and the dogs make short work of it. There are some who feed straight fish, and if the fish be king salmon of the best quality, the dogs do well enough on it. But on any long run, it is decidedly economical to cook for the dogs, not so much from the standpoint of direct cost as from that of weight and ease of hauling. An 100 pounds of fish plus an 100 pounds of rice plus 50 pounds of tallow will go a great deal farther than 250 pounds of fish alone. There is little doubt, too, that in the long run the dogs do better on cooked food. It is easier of digestion and easier to apportion in uniform rations. Rice and fish make excellent food. The Japs took Port Arthur on rice and fish. The tallow answers a demand of the climate and is increased as the weather grows colder. Man and dog alike require quantities of fat food in this climate. It is astonishing how much bacon and butter one can eat. When the dogs have eaten, and each one has made the rounds of all the other pans to be sure nothing is left, they retire to their respective nests of spruce bough and curl themselves up with many turnings round and much rearranging of the litter. Feet and nose are neatly tucked in, the tail is adjusted carefully over all, the hair on the body stands straight up, and the dogs have gone to bed and do not like to be disturbed again. Therein lies the cruelty of depriving them of their tails, which used to be the general custom in this country. The old tandem harness almost required it, as the breath of the dog behind condensed upon the tail of the dog in front until he was carrying around permanently a mass of ice that was a burden to him and rendered his tail useless for warmth. But the rig with a long mid-rope, to which the dogs are attached by single trees in such manner that they may at will be hitched abreast or one ahead of the other as the trail is wide or narrow, is superseding the tandem rig, and one sees more bushy tails amongst the dogs. The thick, long-haired tail of the dog in this country is indeed his blanket, and in cold weather the tailless dog is at a great disadvantage. It was said that all the dogs retired to the nests of spruce bough. It should have been all but one. It is Lingo's special charge to guard the sled and his special privilege to sleep on it. Turning around and curling up on the softest spot he can find of the unlashed and partly unloaded toboggan, he will not touch anything it contains, nor permit any other dog to touch it. The northern skies are clouded the next morning, the first day of the new year, and there is a ruddy dawn that is glorious to behold. The white earth gives back a soft rose tint, as an organ pipe gives back a faint tone to the strong vibration of another pipe in pitch with it. We shall not see the sun himself any more for many weeks, but we see his light upon the flanks of the mountains for an hour or so around noon. The bold, shapely peaks of the south fork of the Koyokuk turn their snows to pink fire as his rays slowly descend their sides, and the whole scene is exquisitely beautiful. What a wonderful thing color is! When the skies are overcast, this is a dead, black and white country in winter, for spruce, the prevailing wood, is black in the mass at a little distance. Gaze where one will, there is naught but black and white. The eye becomes tired of the monotony and longs for some warmer tone. That is surely the reason why all those who live in the country cherish some gay article of attire, why the natives love brilliant handkerchiefs, why the white man also will choose a crimson scarf. Trudging at the handlebars, I have found pleasure in the red pompons of the dog's harness, in the gay beating of mitten and hindsack. And that is why a lavish feast of color such as this dawn stirs one's spirit with such keen delight. It gives life to a dead world. But the wind is still bitter and interferes sadly with one's enjoyment. All through the valley, up the creek by which we leave it, past the twin lakes on the low summit, the wind grows in force. And when we leave Slate Creek for the present and make a portage over a mountain shoulder to strike the creek again, much lower down, the wind has risen to a gale that overturns the toboggans and makes the men fight for their footing. The actual physical labor of it is enormous, and there can be no rest. It is too bitterly cold in that blast to stop. For a mile or two we struggle and slave to beat our way around that mountain shoulder and then drop down to the creek again. The blessed relief it is to get out of the fury of that wind into the comparative shelter of the creek, to be done with the ceaseless toil of holding the heavy toboggans from hurtling down the hillside, to be able to keep one's feet without continually slipping and falling on the wind-hardened snow, no words can adequately convey. We are all frozen again a little. This man's nose is touched, that man's cheeks, and the other man's finger. End of chapter 2, part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 2, Part 2. On the middle fork of the Koyokuk, at the mouth of Slate Creek, Coldfoot sits within a cirque of rugged mountain peaks. The most northerly postal town in the interior of Alaska, the most northerly gold mining town in the world, as it claims. It sprang into existence in 1900 and flourished for a season or two with the usual accompaniments of such florification. In 1906 it was already much decayed and is now dead. Ever since its start, the Koyokuk camp has steadily produced gold and given occupation to miners numbering from 150 to 300, but the scene of operations, and therefore the depot for supplies, has continually changed. In 1900, the chief producing creek was Myrtle, which is a tributary of Slate Creek, and the town at the mouth was in eligible situation, though much overbuilt from the first. Then the center of interest shifted to Nolan Creek, 15 miles farther up the river, which is a tributary of Wiseman Creek, and the town of Wiseman sprang up at the mouth of that creek. The post office, the commissioner's office, and the saloon, the stores and roadhouses migrated to the new spot, and Coldfoot was abandoned. Now the chief producing creek is the Hammond River, still farther up the Koyokuk, and if its placer deposits prove as rich as they promise, it is likely that a town will spring up at the mouth of the Hammond which will supersede Wiseman. There has never been found a continuous pay streak in the Koyokuk camp. It is what is known as a pocket camp. Now and again a spot is found which enriches its discoverers, while on the claims above and below that spot the ground may be too poor to work at a profit. For ground must be rich to be worked at all in the Koyokuk. It is the most expensive camp in Alaska, perhaps in the world. This is due to its remoteness and difficulty of access. Far north of the Arctic Circle, the diggings are about 75 miles above the head of light draft steamboat navigation, and more than 600 miles above the confluence of the Koyokuk with the Yukon. Transshipped at Nulato to the shoal water steamboats that make 3 or 4 trips a season up the Koyokuk, transshipped again at Bettles, the head of any steamboat navigation, freight must be hauled on horse scows the remaining 75 miles of the journey, and all that handling and hauling means high rates. The cost of living, the cost of machinery, the general cost of all mining operations is much higher than on the Yukon or on the other tributaries of that river. The very smallness of the camp is a factor in the high prices, for there is not trade enough to induce brisk competition with the reduction of rates that competition brings. Yet the smallness and the isolation of the camp have their compensations. There is more community life, more esprit de corps amongst the Koyokuk miners than will be found in any other camp in Alaska. Thrown upon their own resources for amusements, social gatherings are more common and made more of. The hospitality is universal. Like all sparsely settled and frontier lands, Alaska is a very hospitable place in general, but the Koyokuk has earned the name of the most hospitable camp in Alaska. Since the numbers are small, and each man is well known to all the others, any sickness or suffering makes an immediate appeal and brings a generous response. Again and again the unfortunate victim of accident or disease has been sent outside for treatment, the considerable money required being quickly raised by public subscription. There is probably no other gold camp in the world where it is a common thing for the owner of a good claim to tell a neighbor who is broke to take a pan and go down to the drift and help himself. Until my visit of the previous year, no minister of religion of any sort had penetrated to the Koyokuk, and, save for one journey thither by Bishop Rowe, my annual visits have been the only opportunities for public worship since. It will suffice for the visit now describing, as well as for all the others, to say that the reception was most cordial and the opportunity much appreciated. We went from creek to creek and gathered the men and the few women in whatever cabin was most convenient, and no clergyman could wish for more attentive or interested congregations. Upon our return to Coldfoot from the creek visits, the thermometer stood at 52 degrees below zero, although it had been no lower than 38 degrees below when we left the last creek, some 15 miles away. As a general rule, the temperature on these mountain creeks, which are at some considerable elevation above the river into which they flow, will read from 10 degrees to 15 degrees higher than on the river. And if one climbed to the top of the peaks around Coldfoot, the difference then would probably be 20 degrees or 25 degrees. At the Summit Roadhouse between Fairbanks and Cleary City in the Tanana country in cold weather, the thermometer commonly reads 20 degrees above the one place and 10 degrees or 15 degrees above the other. This interesting fact, which surprises a good many people, for we are used to think of elevated places as cold places, is due to the greater heaviness of cold air, which sinks to the lowest level it can reach, and the riverbed is the lowest part of the country. It would be interesting to find out to what extent this rule holds good. The ridges and the hilltops are always the warmest places in cold weather. Would this hold as regards mountain tops? As regards high mountain tops? Probably it would hold in the sunshine, but the rapid radiation of heat in the rarefied atmosphere of mountain tops would swing the balance the other way after dark. There is no doubt, however, that the coldest place in cold weather in Alaska is the river surface, and it is on the river surface that most of our traveling is done. The night we returned to Coldfoot, we put our toboggan up high on the roof of an outhouse to keep its skin sides from the teeth of some hungry native dogs, leaving some of the load that was not required within it covered by the sled cloth. Later on, I saw by the light of the moon Lingo's silhouetted figure sitting bolt upright on top of the sled, and he gave his short double bark as I drew near to make me notice that he was still doing his duty, although under difficulties. The dog had climbed up a woodpile and had jumped to the top of the outhouse and so to the sled. I thought of Kipling's Men That Fought at Minden. For fatigue it was their pride, and they would not be denied, to clean the cookhouse floor. Here at Coldfoot we came first into contact with that interesting tribe of wandering inland Eskimo known as the Kobucks, from their occupation of the river of that name. The Koyukuk has its own Indian people, but these enterprising Kobucks have pushed their way farther and farther from salt water into what used to be exclusive Indian territory. Representatives of both races were at Coldfoot, and as we lay weather-bound for a couple of days, I was enabled to renew last year's acquaintance with them, though without a good interpreter not much progress was made. The delight of these people at the Roadhouse phonograph, the first they had ever heard, was some compensation for the incessant snarl and scream of the instrument itself. It was very funny to see them sitting on the floor, roaring with laughter at one particularly silly spoken record of the Uncle Josh at the World's Fair order. Over and over again they would ask for that record, and it never ceased to convulse them with laughter. He's been enjoying poor health lately, but this morning I heard him complain that he felt a little better. How sick and tired we got of this and similar jokes drawled out a dozen times running. The natives did not understand a word of it. It was the human voice with its pronounced, unusual inflections that aroused their merriment. The phonograph is becoming a powerful agency for disseminating a knowledge of English amongst the natives throughout Alaska, and one wishes that it were put to better use than the reproduction of silly and often vulgar monologue and dialogue and trashy ragtime music. As an index of the taste of those who purchase records, the selection brought to this country points low. The third day the thermometer stood at negative 49 degrees, and we were free to leave without actually breaking the rule we had made after the escapade on the Yukon. Two other teams were going down the river, so we started with them on the 65-mile journey to Bettles. 20 miles or so below Coldfoot, the Koyukuk passes for several miles in a narrow channel between steep rock bluffs, with here and there great detached masses standing in the middle of the river. One has a grotesque resemblance to an aged bishop in his vestments and is known as the Bishop Rock. Another, a more remote likeness to an Indian woman, and this is known as the Squaw Rock. This part of the river, which is called the Canyon of the Koyokuk, though it is not a true canyon, is very picturesque, and because of frequent overflow, offers glare ice and swift passage to the traveler when it does not embarrass him with running water. We were fortunate enough to pass it without getting our dogs' feet wet, and made the halfway roadhouse in a brilliant moon that rendered traveling at night pleasanter than during the day. The next day we started again at near 50 degrees below, but because there was a good trail and a roadhouse for noon, the traveling was rather pleasant than otherwise. If there be a warm house to break the day's march and eat in, where ice-encrusted scarves and parkies and caps and mittens may be dried out, with a warm outhouse where the dogs may rest in comfort, traveling in such weather is not too risky or too severely trying. The continual condensation of the moisture from the breath upon everything about the head and face is a decided inconvenience. And when it condenses upon the eyelashes, and the upper and the lower lashes freeze together, the ice must be removed, or it is impossible to open the eyes. This requires the momentary application of the bare hand, and every time it goes back into the mitten, it carries some moisture with it, so that after a while mittens are wet as well as headgear. Moreover, there is always a certain perspiration that condenses. One gets into the habit of turning the duffel lining of the moose hide mitts inside out and hanging them up the moment one gets inside a cabin. Round every roadhouse stove there is a rack constructed for just that purpose. There is no more striking phenomenon of the Arctic Trail than the behavior of smoke in cold weather. As one approaches a roadhouse, and to greater degree a village or a town, it is seen enveloped in mist, although there be no open water to account for it, and the prospect in every other direction is brilliantly clear. It is not mist at all. It is merely the smoke from the stovepipes. And the explanation is simple, although not at all at once arrived at. Smoke rises because it is warmer than the air into which it is discharged. For that and no other reason. Now, when smoke is discharged into air at a temperature of 50 degrees below zero, it is deprived of its heat immediately and falls to the ground by its greater specific gravity. The smoke may be observed just issuing from the pipe, or rising but a few feet, and then curling downward to be diffused amidst the air near the ground. It was to such a smoke-enveloped inn that we pulled up to warm and refresh ourselves and our team for the 20 miles that remained of the day's march. We had almost reached the limit of Koyokuk roadhouses. Bettles being the head of navigation and merchandise late in the season, finding water too shallow for transport to the diggings, there is more or less freighting with dog teams and horses all the winter. This travel keeps open the roadhouses on the route. From an outside point of view, they may appear rough and the fair course. The night accommodation is a double row of bunks on each side of a long room with a great stove in the middle. Sometimes there is straw in the bunks, sometimes spruce boughs. In the better class, even sometimes hay-stuffed mattresses. But to the weary traveler who has battled with the storm or endured the intense cold for hours at a stretch, they are glad havens of refuge. They are often even life-saving stations. While we lay at the roadhouse, the clear sky clouded and the thermometer rose. This is an unfailing sequence. Clear, bright weather is cold weather. Cloudy weather is warm weather. The usual explanation that the cloud acts as a blanket that checks the radiation of heat from the earth is one of those explanations that do not explain. There is no heat to radiate. The cloud is a mass of moist air, which is warm air, introducing itself from some milder region. So the cloud brings the heat, and the lower layers of atmosphere extract it and thereby discharge the moisture. For an hour or two around noon, the thermometer stood at -35 degrees, and there was a light fall of snow. Then the skies cleared because they were discharged of all their moisture, and the thermometer went down to -50 degrees again. It is a beautifully simple process and sometimes takes place 2 or 3 times a day. Every time the sky clouds, the thermometer rises. Every time the sky clears, the thermometer falls. And because the barometer gives notice of changes in the density of the atmosphere, it is valuable in forecasting temperature in our winters. A steady rise in the barometer means a steady fall in the thermometer. A fall in the barometer in a time of great cold infallibly prophesies warmer weather. Even such rapid changes as the one given above are anticipated. So well is this established that during 50-degree below spells at Fairbanks, impatient weatherbound travelers and freighters would busy the hospital telephone with inquiries about the barometer, the hospital having the only barometer in the country. After another long cold run, on the night of Friday, the 12th of January, we reached Bettles, the place we had planned to spend Christmas at. We were unable to stir from Bettles for 2 solid weeks, for during the whole of that time the thermometer never rose above 50 degrees below zero. The long wait at Bettles would have been excessively tedious had it not been for the kind hospitality of Mr. and Mrs. Charles Grimm, the commercial company's agent and his wife, and this is but one of the many times that I have been under obligation to them for cordial welcome and entertainment, for needs anticipated, and every sort of assistance gladly rendered. We had been expected many days. The Christmas festivities with a gathering of natives of both races had come and gone. Still, they looked for us. For in this country one does not give a man up merely because he is a few weeks behind time, nor hold him to account for unpunctuality. The natives remained for the most part, and there was abundant opportunity of intercourse with them and some beginnings of instruction. As the days passed and all arrangements for our advance were made, we chafed more and more at the delay, for it was very plain that the prospect of visiting Point Hope grew less and less. But this is a great country for teaching patience and resignation. Some of the weather during that 2 weeks' wait was of quite exceptional severity. One night is fixed forever in my memory. It is a very rare thing for the wind to blow in the strong cold, but that night there was a wind at 58 degrees below zero, and high up in the heavens was a sight I had never seen before. The moon, little past her full, had a great ring around her, faintly prismatic, and equidistant from her, where a line through her center parallel with the horizon would cut the ring, were 2 other moons, distinct and clear. It was a strangely beautiful thing, this sight of 3 moons sailing aloft through the starry sky, as though the beholder had been suddenly translated to some planet that enjoys a plurality of satellites. But no living being could stand long at gaze in that wind and that cold. A perfect Paraselene is, I am convinced, an extremely rare thing, much rarer than a perfect parhelion. Moon cats, my companion thought the phenomenon should be called, saving the canine simile for the sun. For in 7 years' travel I have never seen another, and the references to it in literature are few. The next day at noon the sun was not visible above the distant mountains. There appeared in the sky a great shining cross of orange light just over the sun's position, that held and shone for nigh an hour and only faded with the twilight. It is not surprising that these appearances should deeply impress the untutored mind and should be deemed significant and portentous. They must deeply impress any normal mind, they are so grand and so strange. The man who has trained his intellect until it is so stale and starved his imagination until it is so shriveled that he can gaze unmoved at such spectacles that they are insignificant to him, has but reduced himself to the level of the dog upon whom also they make no impression, though even a dog will howl at a great aurora. Of course, we know all about them. Any schoolboy can pick up a primer of physical geography and explain the laws of refraction, and the ugly and the most libelous diagram of circles and angles that shows just how these lustrous splendors happen. But the mystery beyond is not by one hair's breadth impaired, nor their influence upon the spectator diminished. In Alaska, perhaps more than any other country, it is the heavens that declare the glory of God and the firmament that shows his handiwork. and the awestruck Indian who comes with timid inquiry of the import of such phenomena is rightfully and scientifically answered that the Great Father is setting a sign in the sky that he still rules, that his laws and commandments shall never lose their force, whether in the heavens above or on the earth beneath. The strong cold itself is an awe-inspiring thing even to those who have been familiar with it all their lives, and a dweller in other climes, endowed with any imagination, may without much difficulty enter into the feelings of one who experiences it for the first time. It descends upon the earth in the brief twilight and long darkness of the dead winter with an irresistible power and an inflexible menace. 50 below, 60 below, even 70 below, the thermometer reads. Mercury is long since frozen solid, and the alcohol grows sluggish. Land and water are alike iron. Utter stillness and silence usually reign. Bare the hand, and in a few minutes the fingers will turn white and be frozen to the bone. Stand still, and despite all clothing, all woolens, all furs, the body will gradually become numb and death stalk upon the scene. The strong cold brings fear with it. All devices to exclude it, to conserve the vital heat, seem feeble and futile to contend with its terrible power. It seems to hold all living things in a crushing, relentless grasp, and to tighten and tighten the grip as the temperature falls. Yet the very power of it, and the dread that accompanies it, give a certain fearful and romantic joy to the conquest of it. A man who has endured it all day, who has endured it day after day, face to face with it in the open, feels himself somewhat the more man for the experience, feels himself entered the more fully into human possibilities and powers, feels an exultation that manhood is stronger even than the strong cold. But he is a fool if ever he grow to disdain the enemy. It waits, inexorable, for just such disdain, and has slain many at last who had long and often withstood it. On those rare occasions when there is any wind, any movement of the air at all, there enters another and a different feeling. Into the menace of a power, irresistible, inflexible, but yet insentient, there seems to enter a purposeful, vengeful evil. It pursues. The cold itself becomes merely a condition, the wind a deadly weapon which uses that condition to deprive its victims of all defense. The warmth which active exercise stores up, the buckler of the traveler, is borne away. His resources are invaded, depleted, destroyed, and then the wind falls upon him with its sword, of all of which we were to have instance here on the Kyokuk. In the second week of our stay at Bettles, while divine service was in progress in the store building, crowded with whites and natives, the door opened, and with an inrush of cold air that condensed the moisture at that end of the room into a cloud and shot along the floor like steam from an engine exhaust, there entered an Indian covered with rime, his whole headgear one mass of white frost, his snowshoes just removed under his arm, and a beaded moose-skin wallet over his shoulder. Every eye was at once turned to him as he beat the frost from his parky hood and thrust it back, unwrapped fold after fold of the ice-crusted scarf from his face, and pulled off his mittens. Seeking out the agent, he moved over to him and whispered something in his ear. It was plain that the errand was of moment and the message disturbing, and as I had lost the attention of the congregation and the continuity of my own discourse, I drew things to a close as quickly as I decently could. That Indian had come 75 miles on snowshoes in one run, without stopping at all, save to eat 2 or 3 times, at a continuous temperature of 50 degrees below zero or lower, to bring word that he had found a white man frozen to death on the trail. And on the Kyokuk, that feat will always be counted to Albert the pilot for righteousness. From the location and description of the dead man, there was no difficulty in identifying him. He was a wood chopper under contract with the company to cut 100 cords of steamboat wood against next summer's navigation at a spot about 100 miles below Bettles. He had taken down with him on the last water enough grub for about 3 months, and was to return to Bettles for Christmas and for fresh supplies. After a day or two's rest, the Indian was sent back with instructions to bring the body to a native village we should visit, to whipsaw lumber for a coffin and dig a grave, and we engaged to give the body Christian burial. Uneasy at the softening muscles and sinews of this long inaction, I took snowshoes and a couple of kobucks one day and made an ascent of the hill behind Bettles, known as Lookout Mountain, because from its top the smoke of the eagerly expected first steamboat of the summer may be seen many miles down the river, being moved to that particular excursion by dispute among the weather-bound freighters as to the hill's height. The change of temperature as we climbed the hill was striking. On the first shoulder we were already out of the dense atmosphere of the valley and above the smoke gloom of the houses. And as we rose the air grew milder and milder, until at the top we emerged into the first sunshine of many weeks and were in an altogether different climate. Balmy and grateful it was to us just come up from the strong cold. The aneroid showed the altitude about 700 feet above Bettles, and I regretted very much I had not brought the thermometer as well, for its reading would have been most interesting. The view from the top was brilliantly clear and far-reaching. The broad plain across the river was checkered black and white with alternating spruce thickets and lakes. Beyond it and the mountains that bounded it lay the valley of the South Fork, which we had crossed 50 or 60 miles farther up on our journey hither. Right in front of us, the middle fork made its big bend from southwest to south, and to the left, that is to the north, the valley of the John River opened up its course through the sharp white peaks of the Endicott Mountains. It was in this direction that my eyes lingered longest. I knew that 60 or 70 miles up this river we could cross the low Anatuic Pass into the Anatuic River, which flows into the Colville, and that descending the Colville we could reach the shores of the Northern Ocean. It was a journey I had wished to make, and have wished ever since. There are many bands of Eskimo on that coast, never visited save by those who make merchandise of them in one way or another. Please God, some day I should get there. Meanwhile, our present hopes lay west, though indeed these grew daily fainter. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 3, Part 1. Bettles to the Pacific. The Alatna, Kobuk Portage, Kobuk Village, Kotzebue Sound. All our preparations were long since made. Our Indian guide had been sent back to Fort Yukon from Coldfoot, and here we engaged a young Eskimo with his dog team and sled to go across the Kotzebue Sound with us. There was also a young Dane who wished to go from the Kayukuk diggings to the diggings at Candle Creek on the Seaward Peninsula, and him we were willing to feed in return for his assistance on the trail. The supplies had been carefully calculated for the journey, the toboggans were already loaded, and we waited but a break in the cold weather to start. Our course from Bettles would lead us 65 miles farther down the Koyukuk to the mouth of the Alatna. The visit to the native village and the burial of the poor fellow frozen to death would take us 10 miles farther down than that, and we would return to the Alatna mouth. Then the way would lie for 50 miles or so up that stream and then over a portage across to the Kobuk River, which we should descend to its mouth in Kotzebue Sound. The whole distance being about 500 miles through a very little traveled country. We learned indeed that it had been traveled but once this winter, and that on the first snow. It was thought at Bettles that we might possibly procure some supplies at a newly established mission of the Society of Friends about halfway down the Kobuk River. But there was no certainty about it, and we must carry with us enough man-food to take us to salt water. Our supply of dogfish we might safely count upon replenishing from the natives on the Kobuk. Another thing that caused some thought was the supply of small money. There was no silver and no currency except large bills on the Koyukuk, and we should need money in small sums to buy fish with. So the agent weighed out a number of little packets of gold dust carefully sealed up in stout writing paper like medicine powders, some worth $1, some worth $2, the value written on the face, and we found them readily accepted by the natives and very convenient. 2 years later, I heard of some of those packets, unbroken, still current on the Kobuk. At last, on the 26th of January, we got away. The thermometer stood only a few degrees above -50 degrees when we left, but the barometer had been falling slowly for a couple of days, and I was convinced the cold spell was over. With our 3 teams and 4 men, we made quite a little expedition. But dogs and men were alike soft, and for the first 2 days the travel was laborious and slow. Then came milder weather and better going. We passed the 2 ruined huts of Peavey, the roofs crushed by the superincumbent snow. In the summer of 1898, a part of the stream of gold seekers, headed for the Klondike by way of St. Michael, was deflected to the Koyokuk River by reports of recent discoveries there. A great many little steamboat outfits made their way up this river late in the season until their excessive draft in the falling water brought them to a stand. Where they stopped, they wintered, building cabins and starting towns. In 1 or 2 cases, the towns were electrically lit from the steamboat's dynamo. The next summer, they all left, all save those who were wrecked by the ice, and the towns were abandoned. But they had got upon the map through some enterprising representative of the land office, and they figure on some recent maps still. Peavey, Seaforth, Jimtown, Arctic City, Beaver City, Bergman are all just names and nothing else, though at Bergman the commercial company had a plant for a while. We passed the mouth of the Atlatna, where were 2 or 3 Indian cabins, and went on the remaining 10 miles to Moses's village, where the body of the man frozen to death had been brought. Moses's village, named from the chief, was the largest native village on the Koyokuk River, and we were glad, despite our haste, that we had gone there. The repeated requests from all the Indians we met for a mission and school on the Koyokuk River and the neglected condition of the people had moved me the previous year to take up the matter. This was my first visit, however, so far down the river. We found the coffin unmade and the grave undug, and set men vigorously to work at both. The frozen body had been found fallen forward on hands and feet, and since to straighten it would be impossible without several days thawing in a cabin, the coffin had to be the size and shape of a packing case. Of course, the ground for the grave had to be thawed down, and so are all graves dug in Alaska, and that is a slow business. A fire is kindled on the ground, and when it has burned out, as much ground as it has thawed is dug, and then another fire is kindled. We had our own gruesome task. The body should be examined to make legally sure that death came from natural causes. With difficulty, the clothes were stripped from the poor marble corpse. My companion made the examination, and as a notary public, I swore him to a report for the nearest United States Commissioner. This would furnish legal proof of death were it ever required. Otherwise, since there is no provision for the traveling expenses of coroners and the nearest one was 140 or 150 miles away, there would have been no inquest and no such proof. The man had delayed his return to Bettles too long. When his food was exhausted and he had to go, there came on that terrible cold spell. A little memorandum book in his pocket told the pitiful story. Day by day he lingered hoping for a change, and day by day there was entry of the awful cold. He had no thermometer, but he knew the temperature was -50 degrees or lower by the crackling noise that his breath made, the old timer's test. At last the grub was all gone, and he must go or starve. The final entry read, "All aboard tomorrow, hope to God I get there." The Indians estimated that he had been walking 2 days and had sawashed it at night somewhere beside a fire in the open without bedding. Holes were burned in his breeches in 2 places where doubtless he had got too near the fire. He had nothing whatever to eat with him save a piece of bacon gnawed to the rind. There were only 2 matches in his pocket, and they were mixed up with trash of birch bark and tobacco, so that it is likely he did not know he had them. He had lit all the fires he could light and eaten all the food he had to eat. Still, he was plugging along towards the native village 9 miles away. Then he lost the trail, probably in the dark, for it was faint and much drifted, and had taken off his snowshoes to feel with his moccasin feet for the hardened snow that would indicate it. That was almost the end. He had gone across the river and back again, feeling for the trail, and then, with the deadly numbness already upon his brain, he had wandered in a circle. The date of his starting in the memorandum book and the distance traveled made it almost certain that, at some moment between the time when those 3 moons floated in the sky and the time when that cross glared on the horizon, he had fallen in the snow, never to rise again. 58 below zero and a wind blowing. One supposes that the actual death by freezing is painless, as it is certainly slow and gradual. The only instance of sudden gelation I ever heard of is in Longfellow's Wreck of the Hesperus, where the skipper, having answered one question, upon being asked another, answered never a word, for a frozen corpse was he. But if the actual death be painless, the long conscious fight against it must be an agony. For a man of any experience must realize the peril he is in. The tingling in fingers and toes, and then in knees and elbows, is a warning he recognizes only too well. He knows that, unless he can restore warmth by restoring the circulation, he is as good as frozen already. He increases his pace and beats his arms against his breast. But if his vitality be too much reduced by hunger and fatigue and cold to make more than a slight response to the stimulation, if the distance to warmth and shelter be too great for a spurt to carry him there, he is soon in worse case than before. Then the appalling prospect of perishing by the cold must rise nakedly before him. The enemy is in the breach, swarming over the ramparts, advancing to the heart of the fortress, not to be again repelled. He becomes aware that his hands and feet are already frozen, and presently there may be a momentary terrible recognition that his wits begin to wander. Frantically he stumbles on, thrashing his body with his arms, forcing his gait to the uttermost, a prey to the terror that hangs over him, until his growing horror and despair are mercifully swallowed up in the solemn turbidity that overwhelms him. All of us who have traveled in cold weather know how uneasy and apprehensive a man becomes when the fingers grow obstinately cold and he realizes that he is not succeeding in getting them warm again. It is the beginning of death by freezing. We buried the body on a bench of the bluff across the river from the native village, the natives all standing around reverently while the words of committal were said, and set up a cross marked with lead pencil. R.I.P. Eric Erickson, found frozen, January 1906. 2 or 3 years later, a friend sent me a small bronze tablet with the same legend, and that was affixed to the cross. There are many such lonely graves in Alaska, for scarce a winter passes that does not claim its victims in every section of the country. That same winter, we heard of 2 men frozen on the seaward peninsula, 2 on the Yukon, 1 on the Tanana, and 1 on the Valdez Trail. This day I recorded a temperature of 10 degrees, the first plus temperature in 39 days, and that previous rise above zero was the first in 20 days. That night we gathered all the natives, and after a long speech with poor interpretation, I ventured to promise them a mission the next year. Some of them had been across to the Yukon years before and had visited the mission at Tanana. Some had been baptized there. Some had never seen a clergyman or missionary of any sort before and had never heard the gospel preached. We were touched by one old blind woman who told of a visit to a mission on the Yukon, and how she learned to sing a hymn there. Her son interpreted. She say every night she sing that hymn for speak to God. She was encouraged to sing it, and it turned out to be the alphabet set to a tune. After much pleading and some hesitation, I baptized 17 children, comforting myself with the assurance of the coming mission, which would undertake their Christian training and instruction. Back next day at the mouth of the Alatna, I was again impressed with the eligibility of that spot as a mission site. It was but 10 miles above the present native village, and with church and school established, the whole population would sooner or later move to it. This gives opportunity for regulating the building of cabins and the advantage of a new, clean start. Moreover, the Alatna River is the highway between the Kobuk and the Koyokuk, and the Eskimo coming over in increasing numbers would be served by a mission at this place as well as the Indians. I foresaw two villages, perhaps, on the opposite sides of the river, one clustered about the church and the school, the other a little lower down, where these ancient hereditary enemies might live side by side in peace and harmony under the firm yet gentle influence of the church. So I staked a mission site and set up notices claiming ground for that purpose, almost opposite the mouth of the Alatna, which, in the native tongue, is Alakakit or Alachakit. There was some trail up the Alatna, and we made fair headway on its surface, stopping 2 nights at Kobuk huts. We are out of the Indian country now, and shall see no more Indians until we are back on the Yukon. The mode of life, the habits, the character of the races are very different. The first Eskimo habitation we visited proclaiming it. These inland Eskimo, though some of the younger ones have never seen salt water, our guide, Roxy for one, are still essentially a saltwater people. Their huts, even in the midst of trees, are half underground affairs, for they have not learned log building. The windows are of seal gut, and seal oil is a staple article of their diet. Their clothing is also marine, their parkies of the hair seal and their mukluks of the giant seal. Communications are always kept up with the coast, and the sea products required are brought across. The time for the movement of the Kobuks back and forth was not quite yet, though we hoped we should meet some parties and get the benefit of their trail. Just before we left the Alatna River, we stopped at Roxy's Fish Cache and got some green fish, hewing them out of the frozen mass with the axe. The young man had fished here the previous summer, had cached the fish caught too late to dry in the sun, and they had remained where he left them for 4 or 5 months. Most of them had begun to decay before they froze, but that did not impair their value as dog food, though it rendered the cooking of them a disagreeable proceeding to white nostrils. This caching of food is a common thing amongst both natives and whites, and it is rarely that a cache is violated except under great stress of hunger, when violation is recognized as legitimate. Dowdy, in his Arabia Deserta, mentions the same custom amongst the Arabs, Sven Hedin amongst the Tartars. Sparsely peopled waste countries have much the same customs all over the world. Even the outer garb in the oriental deserts has much resemblance to our parki. Both burnous and parki are primarily windbreaks, and it makes little difference whether the wind be charged with snow or sand. At midday on the 3rd of February, we left the Alatna River and took our way across country for the Kobuk. We had now no trail at all save what had been made a couple of months before by the only other party that had crossed the portage this winter, and it was buried under 15 or 16 inches of snow. There was quite a grade to be climbed to reach the plateau over which our course lay, and the men, with rope over the shoulder, had to help the dogs hauling at the sled. Indeed, over a good deal of this portage, from time to time, the men had to do dog work, for the country is rolling, one ridge succeeding another, and the loose deep snow made heavy and slow going. One man must go ahead breaking trail, and that was generally my task, though when the route grew doubtful and the indications too faint for white man's eyes, Roxy took my place and I took his gee-pole and slipped his rope around my chest. Breaking trail would not be so laborious if one could wear the large snowshoes that are used for hunting. But the hunting shoe, though it carries the man without fatigue, does not help the dogs. The small shoe, known as the trail shoe, packs the snow beneath it, and by the time the trail breaker has gone forward, then back again, and then forward once more, the snow is usually packed hard enough to give the dogs some footing. Footing the dog must have, or he cannot pull. A dog wallowing in snow to his belly cannot exert much traction on the vehicle behind him. The notion of snowshoeing as a sport always seems strange to us on the trail, for to us it is a laborious necessity and no sport at all. The trail breaker thus goes over most of the ground thrice, and when he is anxious at the same time to get a fairly accurate estimate by the pedometer of the distance traveled, he must constantly remember to upend the instrument in his pocket when he retraces his steps, and to restore it to its recording position when he attacks unbroken snow again. Also, he must take himself unawares, so to speak, from time to time, and check the length of his stride with the tape measure, and alter the step index as the varying surfaces passed over require. Conscientiously used, with due regard to its limitations, the pedometer will give a fair approximation of the length of a journey. But a man can no more tell how far he has gone by merely hanging a pedometer in his pocket than he can tell the height above sea level of an inland mountain by merely carrying an aneroid barometer to the top. It was on this Alatnacobuc portage that we saw the most magnificent sunrise any of us could remember. It had been cloudy for some days, with threat of snow which did not fall. We were camped in a little hollow between two ridges, and I had been busy packing up the stuff in the tent preparatory to the start, when I stepped out with a load of bedding in my arms right into the midst of the spectacle. It was simple, as the greatest things are always simple, but so gorgeous and splendid that it was startling. The whole southeastern sky was filled with great luminous bands of alternate purple and crimson. At the horizon, the bands were deeper in tone, and as they rose, they grew lighter, but they maintained an unmixed purity of contrasting color throughout. I gazed at it until the tent was struck and the dogs hitched, and it was time to start. And then I had to turn my back upon it, for our course lay due west, and I was breaking trail. But on the crest of the rising ground ahead there burst upon my delighted eyes a still more astonishing prospect. We were come to the first near view of the Kobuk Mountains, and the reflected light of that gorgeous sunrise was caught by the flanks of a group of wild and lofty snow peaks, and they stood up incandescent, with a vivid color that seemed to come through them as well as from them. To the right and left, mountains out of the direct path of that light gave a soft dead mauve, but these favored peaks, bathed from base to summit in clear crimson effulgence, glowed like molten metal. It was not the reflected light of the sun, but of the flaming sky, for even as I looked, a swift change came over them. They passed through the tones of red to lightest pink, not fading but brightening, and before my companions reached me, the sun's rays sprang upon the mountains from the horizon, and they were golden. It seems almost foolish to the writer, and may well seem tedious to the reader, to attempt in words the description of such scenes. Yet so deep is the impression they produce, and so large the place they take in the memory, that to omit them would be to strike out much of the charm and zest of these Arctic journeys. Again and again in the years that have passed, the recollection of that pomp of color on the way to the Kobuk has come suddenly upon me, and always with a bounding of the spirit. I can shut my eyes now and see that incomparable sunrise. I can see again that vision of mountains filling half the sky with their unimaginable ardency, and I think that this world never presented nobler sight. Surely, for its pageantry of burning, living color, for purity and depth and intensity of tint, the far north with its setting of snow surpasses all other regions of the earth. That same day, we met a couple of Kobuk youths on their way to the Koyokuk, and they gave us the greatest gift it was in the power of man to give us, a trail. There is no finer illustration of the mutual service of man to man than the meeting of parties going opposite ways across the unbroken snows. Each is at once conferring and receiving the greatest of favors, without loss to himself is heaping benefit on the other, is, it may be, has often been, saving the other, and being himself saved. No more hunting and peering for blazes. No more casting about hither and thither when open stretches are crossed. No more 3 times back and forth to beat the snow down. 20 miles a day instead of 10 or 12. The boys' trail meant all that to us, and our trail meant almost as much to them. So we were rejoiced to see them, sturdy youths of 16 or 17, making the journey all by themselves. My heart goes out to these adventurous Kobucks, amiable, light-hearted, industrious, keen hunters, following the mountain sheep far up where the Indian will not go, adepts in all the wilderness arts, heirs of the uncharted Arctic wastes, and occupying their heritage. If I were not a white man, I would far rather be one of these nomadic inland Eskimo than any other native I know of. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 3, Part 2. That same day we crossed two headwater forks of the Kokochetna, as the Kobucks call it, or the Hogatzitna, as the Koyokuks call it, or the Hog River, as the white men call it, a tributary of the Koyokuk that comes in about 150 miles below the Alatna. As we came down a steep descent to the Little East Fork, it showed so picturesque and attractive, with clumps of fine open timber on an island, that it remains in my mind one of the many places from the Grand Canyon of the Colorado almost to the Grand Canyon of the Noatak where I should like to have a lodge in the vast wilderness. We had but crossed the West Fork when we knew that we were close to the watershed between the Kobuk and the Koyokuk, between the streams that fall into Kotzebue Sound and those that fall by the Koyokuk and the Yukon rivers into Bering Sea. And because it seemed a capital geographic feature, it was disappointing that it was so inconspicuous. Indeed, we were not sure which of two ridges was the actual divide. Beyond those ridges there was no question, for the ground sloped down to Lake Noyatak, a body of water some 3.5 miles in length and of varying breadth that drains into the Kobuk. Here in a cabin we found 3 more young Kobucks, and spent the night, getting our first view of the Kobuk River next day, not from an eminence as I had hoped, but only as we came down a bank through thick timber and opened suddenly upon it. By the pedometer I had made the portage 46 miles. The upper Kobuk is a picturesque river, the timber being especially large and handsome for interior Alaska. We reached it just above the mouth of the Reed River, tributary from the north. The weather was warm, too warm for good traveling, the thermometer standing at 15 degrees, 20 degrees, and one day even 30 degrees above zero all day long, so that we were all bareheaded and in our shirt sleeves. From time to time, as the course of the river varied, we had distant views of the Rocky Mountains of the Endicott Range, or, as it might be written, the Endicott Range of the Rocky Mountains, for such in fact it is, the western and final extension of the great American Cordillera. On the other side of those mountains was the Noatak River, flowing roughly parallel with the Kobuk, and discharging into the same arm of the sea. The division of the labor of camping amongst 4 gave us all some leisure at night, and I found time to read through again The Cloister and the Hearth and Westward Ho with much pleasure, quite agreeing with Sir Walter Besant's judgment that the former is one of the best historical novels ever written. There are few more attractive roisterers in literature to me than Dennis of Burgundy, with his Courage, camarade, la diablesse mot. This matter of winter reading is a difficult one because it is impossible to carry many books. My plan is to take 2 or 3 India paper volumes of classics that have been read before and renew my acquaintance with them. But reading by the light of one candle, though it sufficed our forefathers, is hard on our degenerate eyes. The days were much lengthened now, and the worst of the winter was done. There would still be cold and storm, but hardly again of the same intensity and duration. When the traveler gets well into February, he feels that the back of the winter is broken, for nothing can take from him the advantage of the ever-lengthening days, the ever-climbing sun. On the afternoon of the 3rd day on the Kobuk, we reached a cabin occupied by 2 white men, the first we had seen since we left Bettles, and we were the first white men they had seen all the winter. They were waiting for the spring, having a prospecting trip in view, simply spending the winter eating up their grub. There was nothing whatever to read in the cabin, and they had been there since the freeze-up. They welcomed us, and we stayed overnight with them, and that night there was a total eclipse of the moon, of which we had a fine view. We had an almanac which gave the time of totality at Sitka, and we knew the approximate longitude of our position, so we were able to set our watches by it. The next 2 days are noted in my diary as two of the pleasantest days of the whole journey. Two of the pleasantest days I ever spent anywhere, I think. A clear, cloudless sky, brilliant sunshine, white mountain peaks all about us, gave picture after picture, and the warm, balmy air made traveling a delight. There are few greater pleasures than that of penetrating into a new country, with continually changing views of beauty, under kindly conditions of weather and trail. In the yellow rays of the early sun, the spruce on the river bank looked like a screen of carved bronze, while the slender stems of birches in front of the spruce looked like an inlaying of old ivory upon the bronze, the whole set upon its pedestal of marble-like snow. The second day we took portage of 9 or 10 miles across a barren flat and struck the river again just below a remarkable stretch of bank a mile or so in length, with never a tree or a bush or so much as the smallest shrub growing on it. Thick timber above suddenly ceased, thick timber below suddenly began again, and this bank reached back through open barren flat to a low pass in the mountains. It was a bank of solid ice, so we were told later, and I remembered to have heard of ice bluffs on the Kobuk, and wished that the portage had struck the river above this spot instead of below it, that there might have been opportunity to examine it. A little farther down the river, and we were at the new mission of the Society of Friends, where a cordial reception awaited us, and, luxury of luxuries, a warm bath. Again and again the washtub was emptied and fresh water was heated until we all had wallowed to our heart's content. The rude log buildings of the mission had been begun the previous fall, and were not yet complete, but they were advanced enough for occupation, and the work of the mission went actively on. It was in charge of rather an extraordinary man. He gave us a sketch of his life, which was full of interest and matter for thought. For many years he was a police officer and jailer in the West. Then he sailed on a whaler, and thus became acquainted with the Eskimo. He was converted from a life of drunkenness and debauchery, though one fancied his character was not really ever so bad as he painted it, at a penial mission in a Californian town. He went in out of mere idle curiosity, just recovered from a spree, and was so wrought upon that when he came out he was a different creature, a new man. The old life with its appetite for vicious indulgence sloughed off and left behind him, and he now possessed with a burning desire to do some active service for God, as aforetime he had done for the devil. After 3 or 4 months of some sort of training in an institution maintained by the California Society of Friends, a body more like the Salvation Army, one judges, than the old Quakers, he volunteered for service at a branch which the old established mission of the Society, at the mouth of the Kobuk, desired to plant 200 miles or so up the river, and had come out and had plunged at once into his task. So here he was, some 6 or 7 months installed, teacher, preacher, trader in a small way, and indefatigable worker in general. Pedagogical training or knowledge of methods he had none at all, but the root of the matter was in him, and surely never was such an insatiable schoolteacher. Morning, noon, and night he was teaching. While he was cooking, he was hearing lessons. While he was washing the dishes and cleaning the house, he was correcting exercises in simple addition. In the schoolroom, he was full of genial enthusiasm that seemed to impart instruction by sheer dynamic force. Boot, the lesson book said. There was no boot in the schoolroom, all were shod in mucklucks. He dives into his dwelling house attachment and comes back holding up a boot. Boot, he says, and boot they all repeat. Presently the word tooth was introduced in the lesson. Withdrawing a loose artificial tooth of the pivot variety from his upper jaw, he holds it aloft, and tooth, he cries out, and toot, they all cry, and he claps it back into his head again. We were present on Sunday at the services. There was hearty singing of Pentecostal hymns with catchy refrains. But we were compelled to notice again what we had noticed amongst the little bands of these people on the Koyokuk when we set them to singing, that the English was unintelligible, and since it conveyed no meaning to us, could have had little for them. This is the inevitable result of ignoring the native tongue and adopting the easy expedient of teaching the singing of hymns and the recitation of formulas like the commandments in English. For a generation or two at least, the English learned, save by children at a boarding school, where nothing but English is spoken, is fragmentary and of doubtful import in all except the commonest matters of speech. And at such boarding schools there is danger of the real misfortune and drawback of natives growing up to live their lives amongst natives ignorant of the native tongue. There is no quick and easy way of stamping out a language, thank God. There is no quick and easy way of imparting instruction in a foreign language. By and by, all the Alaskan natives will be more or less bilingual, but the intimate speech and the most clearly understood speech will still be the mother tongue. The singing done, there was preaching through an interpreter, and then each individual present gave testimony, which consisted for the most part in the recitation of a text of Scripture. Then there were individual prayers by one and another of the congregation, and then some more singing. The only hymn I could find in the book that I knew was the fine old hymn, How Firm a Foundation, and that was sung heartily to the Adeste Fidelis. They are naturally a musical race, picking up airs with great facility, and they thoroughly enjoy singing. After the service, the missionary confided some of his troubles to me. He had lately learned through his interpreter that the burden of most of the individual prayers was that the supplicator might catch plenty skins, and be more successful in hunting than his fellows. And though he had done his best to impress upon them the superior importance of making request for spiritual benefit, he was afraid they had made no change. Our people outside, he said, don't understand these folk, and I am not sure that I thoroughly understand them myself. They're all converted, he said. They all claim to have experienced a change of heart, but some of them I know are not living like converted people, and sometimes I have my doubts about most of them. My sympathy went out to him in his loneliness and his earnestness and his disappointments. I pointed out that the emotional response to emotional preaching was comparatively easy to get from any primitive people, but that to change their whole lives, to uproot old customs of sensual indulgence, to engraft new ideas of virtue and chastity, was a long, slow process anywhere in the world. It was chiefly in the matter of sexual morality that his doubts and difficulties lay, and I was able to assure him that his experience was but the common experience of all those who had labored for the uplifting of savage people. Indeed, how should it be otherwise? Until quite lately, there was almost promiscuous use of women. A man receiving a traveler in his dwelling overnight proffered his wife as a part of his hospitality. The temporary interchange of wives was common. Young men and young women gratified themselves without rebuke. Children were valuable however come by, and there was no special distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. As one reflects on these conditions and then looks back upon conditions amongst white people, it would seem that all the civilized races have done is to set up a double standard of sexual morality as against the single standard of the savage. It can hardly be claimed that the average white man is continent, or even much more continent than the average Eskimo, but he has forced continence upon the greater part of his women, reserving a dishonored remnant for his own irresponsible use. And there are signs that some of those who nowadays inveigh against the white man's double standard are in reality desirous of substituting, not the single standard of the Christian model, but the single standard of the savage. In the mining camps, the prostitute has a sort of halfway recognized social position, and in polite parlance is referred to as a sporting lady. Surely the most horrible, incongruous phrase ever coined. She often marries a miner who will tell you that she is as good as he is, and she is received afterwards by all but a few as a respectable married woman. There had been some trouble of this sort at the mission. The great northern gold seekers wave of 97 and 98 threw a numerous band of prospectors up the Kobuk as well as up the Koyokuk. The wave had receded and left on the Kobuk but one little pool behind it, a handful of men who found something better than pay on the Shungnak, a few miles away, and there was much criticism of the missionaries' methods amongst them. Word of the arrival of strangers had brought some of them to Long Beach, and on Sunday night I had opportunity of addressing them, with a view to enlisting their sympathy if possible. What if mistakes were made? What if some of the methods employed were open to question? Here was a man who beyond doubt was earnestly laboring in the best way he knew for the improvement of these natives. Such an effort demanded the cooperation of every right-feeling man. After all, however grand the physical scenery, the meteorological phenomena may be, the people of any country are the most interesting thing in it, and we found these Eskimo extraordinarily interesting. Dirty they certainly are. It is almost impossible for dwellers in the Arctic regions to be clean in the winter, and the winter lasts so long that the habit of winter becomes the habit of the year. White and native alike accept a lower standard of personal cleanliness than is tolerated outside. I remember asking Bishop Rowe, before I came to Alaska, "What do you do about bathing when you travel in the winter?" To which he replied laconically, "Do without." It is even so. Travelers on the Alaskan trails, as well as natives, belong to the great unwashed. In the very cold weather, the procuring of water in any quantity is a very difficult thing, even for house dwellers. Every drop of it has to be carried from a water hole cut far out on the ice, up a steep grade, and then quite a little distance back to the dwelling, for we do not build directly upon these eroding banks. The water hole is continually freezing up and has to be continually hewed free of ice. And as the streams dwindle with the progress of winter, new holes must be cut farther and farther out. On the trail, where snow must usually be melted for water, it is obvious that bathing is out of the question. Even the water for hands and face is sparingly doled by the cook, and two people will sometimes use the same water rather than resort to the painful though efficient expedient of washing with snow. If this be so despite aluminum pots and a full kit of camp vessels, it is much more so with the native, whose supply of pots and pans is very limited. I have seen a white man melt snow in a frying pan, wash hands and face in it, throw it out, fry bacons and beans in it, then melt more snow and wash his cup and plate in it. There is, however, this to be said anent the disuse of the bath in this country, that in cold weather most men perspire very little indeed, and the perspiration that is exuded passes through to the outer garments and is immediately deposited upon them as frost. And there is this further to be said about dirt in general, that one blessed property of the cold is to kill all odors. One grows tolerant of dirt in this country. There is no denying it, and it is well that it is so. Otherwise, one would be in a chronic state of disgust with oneself and everyone else. So the dirt of the native, unless specially prominent and offensive, is accepted as a matter of course and ignored. This obstacle overcome, the Eskimo are an attractive and most interesting race, and compare to advantage with the Indians in almost every particular. They are a very industrious people. Go into an Eskimo's hut at almost any time when they are not sleeping, and you will find every individual occupied at some task. Here is a man working in wood or bone with the ingenious tools they have evolved. Here are women working in skin or fur, and some of them are admirable needlewomen. Here, perhaps, is another woman chewing mucklucks, and many a white man who has kept his feet dry in overflow water is grateful to the teeth that do not disdain this most effective way of securing an intimate union between soul and upper. Even the children are busy. Here is a boy whittling out bow and arrow. And they do great execution amongst rabbits and ptarmigan with these weapons that entail no cost of powder and shot. Here is a girl beating out threads from sinew with a couple of flat stones. Some of us Troubled with unconscientious tailors, wished that a law could be passed requiring all buttons to be sewn on with sinew. They never come off. They are a very light-hearted people, easily amused, bubbling over with laughter and merriment, romping and skylarking with one another at every intermission of labor. One of my white traveling companions on this journey was in the habit of using a little piece of rabbit skin to protect his nose in cold or windy weather. The care of the nose is sometimes very troublesome indeed. It freezes more readily than any other portion of the body, and a little piece of rabbit skin, moistened and applied to the nose, will stay there and keep it warm and comfortable all day. But it does not exactly enhance one's personal attractions. We had stopped for camp and were all together for the first time in 4 or 5 hours, when Roxy noticed this rabbit skin nose protector, upon which the breath had condensed all the afternoon until two long icicles depended from it, one on each side, reaching down below the mouth. And he fell straightway into a fit of laughter that grew uncontrollable. He rolled on the snow and roared. A little annoyed at this exhibition, I spoke sharply. "What's the matter with you, Roxy? What on earth are you cutting up like that for?" Checking himself for a moment, he pointed to my companion and said, "Alisimi walrus," and went off into another paroxysm of laughter, rolling about and roaring. At intervals all the evening he would break out again, and when we sat down to eat, it overcame him once more, and he rushed outside where he could give vent to his mirth with less offense. The boy was straightforward and conscientious. We were camped over Sunday once, and Roxy had noticed many marten tracks in the neighborhood. He had brought a few traps along with him to set out as we went and pick up on his return, and he wanted to know if I thought he might set some that day, although it was the day of rest. Careful not to interfere in any way with the religious instruction any native has received from any source, I told him that was a matter for him to decide himself, that each man was responsible for his own conduct. The boy thought a while, and he did not set his traps. Now, that young man had never received any instruction at a mission. All his teaching had been from other Eskimo. This same question of working on Sunday was the cause of some difficulty between the missionary at Long Beach and the miners at Shungnak. The sluicing or cleaning up season is short, and mining operators generally consider that they cannot afford to lose an hour of it. The kobucks employed by these miners quit their work on Sunday, and that brought the operations to a standstill. There was something to be said on the miners' side, but I rejoiced that the Eskimo boys showed such steadfastness to their teaching. If you cannot use them 6 days in the week, if it has to be 7 or none, then do as the miners on the Yukon side do. Consider the country uninhabited, and make your arrangements as though there were no kobucks. That was my advice, and this may be read in connection with Mr. Stephenson's caustic comments on the same rigidity of observance. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 3 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 3, Part 3. We left Long Beach with a grateful feeling for the hospitality with which we had been received, and with a substantial respect for the earnest missionary effort that was being put forth there. We were able to replenish our grub supply and also to exchange our 2 toboggans for 1 large sled, for we were out of the toboggan country again, and they had already become a nuisance, slipping and sliding about on the trail. Our host was up early with a good breakfast for us, and speeded the parting guest, which on the trail is certainly an essential part of true hospitality, with all the honors. The natives lined up on the bank, and the younger ones running along with us for a few hundred yards. Soon after we left the mission, we went up a series of terraces to a desolate, barren, wind-swept flat, the portage across which cut off a great bend of the river and saved us many miles of travel. To our right rose the Jade Mountains, whence the supply of this stone, which used to be of importance for arrowheads and other implements, was obtained and carried far and wide. A light crust on the snow broke through at every step, though the snow was not deep enough and the ground too uneven to make snowshoes useful. So we all had more or less sore feet that night when we regained the river and made our camp near the mouth of the Ambler, another tributary from the north. The next day was an exceedingly long, tedious day. The Kobuk River, which in its upper reaches is a very picturesque stream, began now to be as monotonous as the lower Yukon. It had grown to considerable size, and the bends to be great curves of many miles at a stretch, one of which, a decided bend to the north of the general westerly direction of the river, we were 3 full hours in passing down. It was while traversing this bend that we witnessed a singular mirage that lent to the day all the enlivenment it had. Before us, for 10 or 12 miles, stretched the broad white expanse of the riverbed, shimmering in the mellow sunlight, and far beyond, remote but clear, rose the sharp white peaks of the mountains that divide the almost parallel valleys of the Kobuk and the Noatak. As we traveled, these distant peaks began to take the most fantastic shapes. They flattened into a level tableland, and then they shot up into pinnacles and spires. Then they shrank together in the middle and spread out on top till they looked like great domed mushrooms. Then the broad convex tops separated themselves entirely from their stalk-like bases and hung detached in the sky with daylight underneath. And then these mushroom tops stretched out laterally and threw up peaks of their own until there were distinct duplicate ranges, one on the earth and one in the sky. It was fascinating to watch these whimsical vagaries of nature that went on for hours. A change in one's own position, from erect to stooping, caused the most convulsive contortions, and when once I lay down on the trail that I might view the scene through the lowest stratum of the agitated air, every peak shot up suddenly far into the sky like the outspreading of one's fingers, to subside as suddenly as I rose to my feet again. The psalmist's query came naturally to the mind, "Why hop ye so, ye hills?" And our Kobuk boy, Roxy, whose enjoyment of fine landscapes and strange sights was always a pleasure to witness, answered the unspoken question. "God make mountains dance because spring come," he said prettily enough. Then we crossed another portage and cut off 10 miles of river by it. And when we reached the river again, I wanted to stop, for it grew towards evening, and here was good camping ground. But we had lately met some traveling Kobuks, and they had told Roxy of a cabin just little way farther on, and I yielded to the rest of the company, who would push on to it and thus avoid the necessity of making camp. That native "just little way" is worse than the Scotch "mile and a bit talk." Indeed, the natives have poor notion of distance in general, and miles have as vague meaning to them as kilometers have to the average Anglo-Saxon. On and on we pushed, mile after mile, and still no cabin. In the gathering dusk we would continually think we saw it. Half-fallen trees or sloping branches simulated snow-covered gables. At last it grew quite dark, and when there was general agreement that we must seek the cabin no longer but camp, there was no place to camp in. Either the bank was inaccessible or there was lack of dry timber. We went on thus, seeking rest and finding none, until 7:30, and then made camp by candlelight, in a poor place at that, having trudged 35 miles that day. A night-made camp is always an uncomfortable camp, and an uncomfortable camp means a miserable night, which tomorrow must pay for. We did not get to bed till nearly midnight, and it was 9:45 when we started out next morning, and we made only 15 miles that day. The Kobuk Valley continued to open out wider and wider, and the mountains right and left to recede. The Jade Mountains were now dim and distant behind us, and new ranges were coming into view. The people on this lower river are very few. It was just about 100 miles from Long Beach when we reached the next native village, a miserable collection of pole dwellings, half underground, with perhaps a score of inhabitants. Certainly the conditions of life deteriorated as we descended this river. The country seems to afford nothing but fish. We were amongst the ichthyophagi, pure and simple. Roxy, bred and born on the upper Kobuk and never so far down before, is very scornful about it. "Me no likey this country," he says. "No caribou, no ptarmigan, no rabbits, no timber, no nothin'." The weather had grown raw and cold again, with a constant disagreeable wind that took all the fun out of traveling. We passed a place where a white man was pessimistically picking away at a vein of coal in the river bluff. "Yes, we been here all winter," he said, "working on the blamed ledge. I always knowed it was goin' to pinch out, and now it's begun to pinch. My partner's gone to Candle for more grub, but I told him it weren't no use. It's pinchin' out right now. I knowed it afore we started work, but the blamed fool wouldn't listen to me. It'll pinch out, I told him a dozen times. You mark my word, it'll pinch out, I told him, and now it's begun to pinch, and I hope he'll be satisfied." We were reminded of the many coal mines from time to time located on the Yukon, in all or nearly all of which the vein has pinched out. The deposit on the coast may be all the fancy of the magazine writer paints, and may hold the incalculable wealth that is attributed to them, but the coal on the interior rivers seems in scant measure and of inferior quality. The same night we reached the native village at the mouth of the Squirrel River, another northern tributary. The Kobuk receives most of its waters from the north, and we spent the night and the next day, which was Sunday, in one of the half underground huts of the place, in company with 12 other people. Here we found Roxy's brother, dubbed Napoleon by some white man. They had not seen one another for years, yet all the greeting was a mutual grunt. The Kobuks are not demonstrative in their affections, but it would not be right to conclude the affection lacking. I have seen an old Eskimo woman taking part in a dance the night after her husband was buried, yet it would have been unjust to have concluded that she was callous and indifferent. It is very easy to misunderstand a strange people, and very hard to understand them thoroughly. The roof of the tent was dome-shaped, and it was lit by a seal gut skylight. In the morning, while I was conducting divine service and attempting most lamely by the mouth of a poor interpreter to convey some instruction, a dog fight outside adjourned to the roof, and presently both combatants came tumbling through the gut window into the midst of the congregation. They were unceremoniously picked up and flung out of the door. A few stitches with a needle full of sinew repaired the window, and the proceedings were resumed. These gut windows have their convenience as well as their inconvenience. When the hut gets too warm and close, even for Eskimo, the seal gut is folded back and the outer air rushes in, to the great refreshment of the occupants. When the hut is cool enough, the gut is replaced. A skylight is far and away the best method of illuminating any single-story structure, and this membrane is remarkably translucent, while the snow that falls or frost that forms upon such a skylight is quickly removed by beating the hand upon the drum-like surface. All glass windows must be double glazed, or else in the very cold weather they are quickly covered with a thick deposit of frost from the condensation of the moisture inside the room, and then they admit much less light than gut does. One of its unpleasant features is the way the membrane snaps back and forth with a report like a pistol whenever the door is opened and shut, but on the whole it is a very good substitute for glass indeed. These river Eskimo vary greatly in physical appearance. While many of them are somewhat undersized and all have small feet and hands, some are well-developed specimens of manhood. Riley Jim, the chief of this tribe, would be counted a tall, stalwart man anywhere. And while many have coarse, squat features, here and there is one who is decidedly attractive in appearance. A sweet smile, which is often upon the face, and small regular white teeth greatly help to redeem any countenance. A youth of about 18 at the Squirrel River would properly be called handsome, one thinks, though amongst native people one grows a little afraid of forgetting standards of comparison, and his wife, for he was already a husband, was a decidedly pretty girl. A word ought to be said which applies to all the Eskimo we met. Although many people live in one hut and there is no possible privacy, yet we saw no immodesty of any sort. They sleep entirely nude. Probably our own great-grandparents did the same, at least the people of Defoe and Smollett did, for nightshirts and pajamas are very modern things. There is much to be said from an hygienic point of view in favor of that custom as against turning in all standing as the Indian generally does, or sleeping in the day underwear as most white men do. But although every one of a dozen people in cabin after cabin that we stayed at on the Kobuk River above and below this place, of both sexes and all ages, would thus strip completely and go to bed, there was never any exposure of the body at all. It may be, of course, that our presence imposed a greater care in this respect, but it did not so impress us. It seemed the normal thing. Another noticeable feature of the lives of all these people was their devoutness in the matter of thanks before and after meat. Some of them would not so much as give and receive a drink of cold water without a long response of grace. As we went on down the river, the country grew bleaker and drearier, and the few scattered inhabitants were living more and more the life of the seacoast. The dwellings resembled igloos more than cabins, completely covered with snow and approached by underground passages, with heavy flaps of untanned sealskin to close them. When we passed a fork of the river, we knew that we were entering the delta of the Kobuk, and that another day would take us to the mission on Kotzebue Sound. It was a long, hard day, in which we made 40 miles, but an interesting one. With a start at 6, we were at the mouth by 9:30. The spruce, which had for some time been dwarfing and dwindling, gave place to willows. The willows shrank to shrubs, the shrubs changed to coarse grass, thrusting yellow tassels through the snow. The river bank sank and flattened out and ceased, and we were on Hotham Inlet with the long coastline of the peninsula that forms it stretching away north and south in the distance. Roxy's bewilderment was amusing. He stopped and gazed about him and said, "Kobuk River all Peachuck." Peachuck means played out. "What's the matter? No more Kobuk River?" I think his mind had never really entertained the notion of the river ending, though of course he must often have heard of its mouth in the salt water. He was out of his country, his bearings all gone, a feeling of helpless insecurity taking the place of his usual confidence, and I think he said no more all that day. We had to traverse the ice of Hotham Inlet northward to its mouth, double the end of the peninsula, and then travel south along the coast to the mission at Kai Kai Taruk, the peninsula being too rugged to cross. Three considerable rivers drain into Hotham Inlet, roughly parallel in their east and west courses, the Noatak, the Kobuk, and the Selawik, so that its waters must be commonly more fresh than salt, for its bounds are narrow and the extensive delta of its eastern shore would argue its depth slight. Ahead of us, as we traveled north, making a beeline for the end of the peninsula, all the afternoon, loomed the rocky promontory of Crozenstern, one of Kotzebue's capes, and far beyond, stretching up the dim coastline, lay the way to Point Hope. It was with a sinking of the heart that I gazed upon it, for I knew already, though I had not announced a decision, that the road to Point Hope could not be my road that year. All day long the thermometer stood between -40° and -30°, and the constant light sea breeze kept scarfs wrapped closely about mouths and noses, which always means disagreeable travel. When the company stopped at noon to eat a little frozen lunch, I was too chilly to cease my movement and pressed on. The day of that blessed comfort of the trail, the thermos flask, was not yet. By 2:30 we had reached Pipe Spit, which still further contracts the narrow entrance of the inlet, and turning west for a mile or two, rounded the point and then turned south for 10 miles along the coast. Just about dark we reached the mission and stood gazing out over the rough ice of Kotzebue Sound to the Arctic Ocean, having made the 40 miles in 10.5 hours. We had come about 1,000 miles from Fairbanks, all of it on foot and most of it on snowshoes. So here was my first sight of the Arctic Ocean. All day long I had anticipated it, and it stirred me. A dim, gray expanse stretching vast and vague in the dusk of the evening. The old navigators whose stories I had read as a boy passed before me in their wonderful, bold sailing vessels, going in and out uncharted waters that steamships would not venture today. Kotzebue, Beechey, Collinson, McClure, pushing resolutely northward. Less happy had been my first sight of the Pacific Ocean 5 years before. I had the ill luck to come upon it by way of that western Coney Island, Santa Monica, and from the merry-go-rounds and cheap eating places, Balboa and Magellan and Frankie Drake fled away incontinent and would not be conjured back. Though indeed the original discoverers would have had yet further occasion to gaze at one another with a wild surmise if they had seen shrieking companies shooting the chutes. But here was vastness, here was desolation, here was silence. Jagged ice masses in the foreground and boundless expanse beyond, solemn and mysterious. The Arctic Ocean was even as I had pictured it. The missionary in charge at Kai had been informed by letter of our projected journey during the previous summer and had long expected us. We were received with kindness and hospitality, and after supper began at once our acquaintance with his work, for there was a service that night which it was thought we should attend. I spoke for a few minutes through an excellent interpreter and then spent a couple of hours nodding over the stove, overcome with sleep, while there was much singing and testimony. The Californian Society of Friends, established here a number of years with branches at other points on Kotzebue Sound, has done an excellent work amongst the Eskimo. If they had accomplished nothing else, it would stand to the everlasting credit of the Society's missionaries that they have succeeded in imbuing the natives under their charge with a total aversion to all intoxicating liquor. We had come down from the remotest points to which the influence of these people has extended. We had met their natives 500 miles away from their base of instruction, and everywhere we found the same thing. It was said by the white men on the Koyokuk that a Kobuk could not be induced to take a drink of whiskey. It seemed to us a pity that the force of this most wholesome doctrine should be weakened by the unsuccessful attempt to include tobacco in the same rigorous prohibition. In several cabins where we stayed, there was no sign of smoking until members of our party produced pipes, whereupon other pipes were furtively produced and the tobacco that was offered was eagerly accepted. From any rational point of view, the putting of whiskey and tobacco in the same category is surely a folly. There can be few more harmless indulgences to the native than his pipe, and no one knows the solace of the pipe until he has smoked it around the campfire in the Arctic regions after a hard day's journey. The decision to turn my back on Point Hope was, I think, the most painful decision I ever made in my life. With all my heart, I wanted to go on. It was only 160 or 170 miles away. The journey had been made in 3 or 4 days, but we were now to come to a country where travel is impossible in bad weather, and where bad weather prevails, and that journey might quite as likely take 2 weeks. I worked over the calendar in my diary, figuring how many days of travel still remained, allowing reasonable margins, and I could not see that I had much more than time to get back to Fairbanks before the breakup, which for sufficient reason I regarded as my first duty. The day of rest at Kai was Washington's birthday, the 22nd of February. 8 weeks would bring us to the 19th April, by which time the trails would be already breaking up. Counting out Sundays, that left 48 days of traveling with something like 1,200 miles yet to make without going to Point Hope, an average of about 25 miles a day. I knew that we had made no such average in the distance already covered, and though I knew also that traveling improved generally as the season advanced, I did not know how very much better going there is on the wind-hardened snows of the coast when traveling is possible at all. Again and again I have regretted that I did not take the chance and push on. But at the time I decided as I thought I ought to decide, and one has no real compunctions when that is the case. So a first-hand knowledge of our most interesting work among the Eskimo was not for me on that occasion, and there has arisen no opportunity since. Mr. Knapp, who had planned to spend the rest of the winter at Point Hope, would get a guide and a team here and turn north after some days' rest, while I would turn south. Roxy was impatient to return to Bettles. "Me no likey this country," was all that could be got out of him. So I paid him his money and made him a present of a 22 repeating rifle with which he had killed so many ptarmigan on the journey, outfitted him with clothes, grub, and ammunition, and let him go, saying goodbye with regret, for he was a good boy to us all the way. It was late on the night of our single day of rest when I got to bed, for there had been squaring up of accounts and much writing, and when I went to bed I did not sleep. Again and again I reviewed the decision I had come to and fought against it, though such is fare from my common habit. Even as I write, years after, the bitter rebellious reluctance with which I turned south comes back to me. I wished the hospital at Fairbanks at the bottom of the deep blue sea. I protested I would go on and complete my journey, even though it involved thawing out at Tanana and getting to Fairbanks on a steamboat in the summer. I had a free hand, a kindly and complacent bishop, and none would call me strictly to account. Then I realized that it was merely pride of purpose, self-willed resolution of accomplishing what had been essayed. In a word, personal gratification for which I was fighting, and with that realization came surrender and sleep. End of Chapter 3, Part 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 4, Part 1. The Seaward Peninsula, Candle Creek, Council, and Nome. One day's rest was not a great deal after the distance we had come, and that day fully occupied with business. But since Point Hope was abandoned, some sort of schedule must be made for the Seaward Peninsula, and where Sunday shall be spent is always an important factor in arranging these itineraries. There was just time to reach Candle for the next Sunday, and it was decided to attempt it. Hans would accompany me as far as Candle, where he hoped to find work. It meant 2 days of 45 miles each, for it is 90 miles from Kai-Kai-Turok to Candle, but they told us it could be done. So the reluctant adieus made, letters dispatched, some mailed here at Kai-Kai-Turok, some to be carried back to Bettles and mailed there. These letters getting outside long before the former, we started at 7 in the morning instead of 6, as we had planned, on the journey down the shore of Kotzebue Sound. That hour's delay turned out to be a calamity for us. The trail was smooth along the beach until Cape Blossom was reached, and I had the first riding of the winter, Hans and I alternately running and jumping on the sled. There was a portage across the cape, and 3 or 4 miles below it was the wreck of the river steamer Riley, which used to make a voyage up the Kobuk with supplies for the miners at the Shung Nak. The thermometer was at -38° when we started, and the same light but keen breeze was blowing that had annoyed us on the other side of the peninsula. What a barren, desolate region it is! Low rocks sinking away to the dead level of the snowfield on the one hand, nothing but the ice field on the other. We were bound for an igloo 45 miles from the mission, the only shelter between Kai-Kai-Turok on the peninsula and Kiwalik on the mainland, and we had been warned that the igloo would be easy to miss if it grew dark, as it would be almost indistinguishable from the snowdrifts on the shore. Some directions from a multitude of counselors, remembered in one sense by Hans and in another by me, added to our uncertainty as to just where the igloo lay. The wind increased in force as the evening advanced, and the last time I looked at the thermometer, it still registered -38°. The sun set over the sound with another of those curious distortions which had before proved ominous to us. It was flattened and swollen out like a pot-bellied Chinese lantern, with a neck to it and an irregular veining over its surface that completed the resemblance. The wind increased until the air was full of flying snow and it grew dark, and still there was no sign of the igloo. Only slowly and with much difficulty could the trail be followed, and that meant we were soon not moving fast enough to keep warm in the fierce wind. At last we lost the trail altogether, and sometimes we found ourselves out on the rough ice of the Sound, and sometimes wallowing in a fresh snowdrift on the shore. I became possessed with the fear that we had passed the igloo. I was positive that we were told at the mission that we should reach it before the high bluffs were passed, and we had passed them a long way and had now but a shallow shelf to mark the coastline. It is strange how long that delusion about passing his destination will pursue the Alaskan traveler. Presently, the dogs dropped off a steep bank in the dark, and only by good fortune were we able to keep the heavy sled from falling upon them, for they were dead tired and lay where they dropped. With freezing fingers, I unhitched the dogs while Hans held the sled, and we lowered it safely down. But it was plain that it was dangerous to proceed. We could not find the trail again and were growing alarmingly cold. We were up against it, as they say here, up against it good and strong. We had a tent, but no means of putting it up, a stove, but nothing to burn in it, a grub box full of food, but no way to cook it. So the first night of coast travel was to show us the full rigor and inhospitality of the coast and to make us long for the interior again. Wood can almost always be found there within a few miles, if it be not immediately at hand, and no one properly appreciates the hospitality of a clump of spruce trees until he has spent a night of storm laying out on this barren coast. We turned the dogs loose and threw them a fish apiece, unlashed the sled, and got out our bedding. I had been sleeping in robes, Hans in a shedding caribou hide sleeping bag that was my pet aversion. When he crawled out in the morning, he was so covered with hair that he looked like a caribou, and the miserable hairs were always getting into the food. We fished them out of the coffee, pulled them out of the butter, and picked them out of the bread. But now in that sleeping bag he had an enormous advantage. We lay side by side on the snow in the lee of the sled, and tucked myself up with blanket and robe as I would, it was impossible to keep the swirling snow from coming in. I called the dogs to me and made them lie on my feet and up against my side, and so long as they lay still, I could get a little warmth. But whenever they rose and left me, I grew numb again. But Hans in his sleeping bag was snoring. The bag is the only bedding on the coast. Added to the physical discomfort of that sleepless, shivery night was some mental uneasiness. There was no telling to what height the storm might rise, nor how long it might continue. Sometimes travelers overtaken in this way on the coast have to lie in their sleeping bags for 3 days and nights before they can resume their journey. The only interest the night held was the thought that came to me that as nearly as I could tell, we camped exactly on the Arctic Circle. The long night dragged its slow length to the dawn at last, and the wind moderated a little at the same time. So with the first streak in the east, I awoke Hans, we gathered our poor dogs together, rolled up the snow-encrusted bedding, and resumed our journey. 2 miles farther on was the igloo. Our calls awoke someone, and we were bidden to enter. Descending a ladder and crawling through a dark passage, we came into the grateful warmth and shelter. The chamber was crowded with sleeping Eskimo and reeked with seal oil and fish. But Hans said it looked good and smelled good to him, and so it did to me also. One has to lie out on that coast in a storm to appreciate the value of mere shelter. We went at once to cooking, for we had eaten nothing but a doughnut or two in 24 hours, and surely never meal was more relished than the reindeer steaks and the coffee we took amongst those still sleeping Eskimo. I should have liked to spend the day and the next night there, for they were friendly and kindly, but the wind had moderated somewhat, and there was still a chance to reach Candle for Sunday. With the offer of a sack of flour at Kiwalik, we induced a couple of Eskimo to accompany us, for I knew we had to cross the mouth of a bay over the ice to reach the mainland, and I wanted to take no more chances. Our company, again raised to 4, started out about 9, and until the Chorus Peninsula was reached, the trail still skirted the shore. It is strange that Kotzebue, who named this peninsula of a peninsula for the artist who accompanied his expedition in 1816, should have left the main peninsula itself unnamed, and that the British expedition which named Cape Blossom 10 years later should have failed to supply the omission. It still bears no name on the map. We portaged across the Chorus Peninsula, and at the end of the portage took a straight course across the mouth of Escholtz Bay, Escholtz being Kotzebue's surgeon, for Kewalik on the mainland, passing Chemiseau Island, named for Kotzebue's poet friend. There is something very interesting to me in this voyage of Kotzebue's, and I have long wished to come across a full narrative of it. But the bitter wind that swept across that ice sheet with the thermometer at -30 degrees brought one's thoughts back to one's own condition. My hands I could not keep warm with the gear that had sufficed for 50 degrees and 60 degrees below in the interior, and I was very glad to procure from one of our native companions a pair of caribou mitts with the hair inside, an almost invulnerable gauntlet against cold. If that wind had been in our faces instead of on our sides, I am sure we could not have traveled at all. At last we won across the ice and brought up at a comfortable roadhouse at Kowalik, about 10 miles from Candle. Here we lay overnight, taking the opportunity of thawing out and drying the frost-crusted bedding, leaving the short run into town for the morning. The diggings on Candle Creek yield to the Koyokuk diggings only as the most northerly gold mining in the world. Although the general methods are the same in all Alaskan camps, local circumstances introduce many differences. In all Alaskan camps, the ground is frozen and must be thawed down. The timber of the interior renders wood the natural fuel for the production of the steam that thaws the ground, but the scarcity of wood on the Seaward Peninsula substitutes coal. There is coal on the peninsula itself, but of very inferior quality, mixed with ice. One may see chunks of coal with veins of ice running through them thrown upon the fire. The wood of the interior is a great factor in its commercial and domestic economy, and its absence on the Seaward Peninsula makes great change not only in the natural aspect of the country, but in the whole aspect of its industrial and domestic life also. Wood chopping for the stove and the mill, wood sawing, wood hauling, employ no small percentage of all the white men in the interior, occupations which do not exist at all on the peninsula. But its encompassment by the sea, its peninsularity, is the dominating difference between the Seaward Peninsula and the interior, and does indeed make a different country of it altogether. All prices are very much lower on the peninsula because ships can bring merchandise directly from the outside. Thus, amongst those who have money to spend, there is a more lavish scale of living than in the interior towns, and luxuries may be enjoyed here that are out of the question there. Perhaps conversely, it is true that life on the peninsula is somewhat harder for the poorer class. Whether a railway from salt water to the mid-Yukon would redress this great difference in the cost of everything may be doubted. Railways do not usually operate at less than water rates. There will probably always be an advantage in the cost of living and mining in favor of the Seaward Peninsula camps. There had been no public religious service of any sort in Candle, with its several hundreds of population, in 3 years, so there was special satisfaction in having reached the place for Sunday, when many miners were in town from the creeks, and an overflowing congregation was readily assembled. And there was great pleasure in 3 days' rest at the hospitable home of a friend while the temperature remained below -40 degrees, exacerbated by a wind that rendered traveling dangerous. Moreover, by waiting I had company on the way, and now that I was without native attendant or white companion, and disposed, if possible, to make the journey right across the peninsula to Council and then to Nome without engaging fresh assistance, I was doubly glad of the opportunity of traveling with two men bound for the same places and acquainted with the route. Traveling, like so many other things, is very different on the Seaward Peninsula. The constant winds beat down and harden the snow until it has a crust that will carry a man anywhere. There are only two means by which snow becomes crusted. One is this packing and solidifying by the wind, and the other is thawing and freezing again. There is much less wind in the interior than on the coast, and usually much less snowfall, and the greater part of the surface of the country is protected by trees. The climate, being continental instead of marine, is not subject to such great fluctuations of temperature. A thaw sufficiently pronounced or sufficiently prolonged to put a stout crust on the snow when freezing is resumed is a very rare thing in the interior and a common thing on the coast. So a striking difference in travel at once manifests itself. In the interior, all the snow is soft except on a beaten trail itself, while in the Seaward Peninsula, all the snow is alike hard. The musher is not confined to trails. He can go where he pleases, and his vehicle is under no necessity of conforming in width to a general usage of the country. It may be as wide as he pleases. Hence the hitching of dogs 2 and 3 abreast. Hence the sleds of 22, 24, or 26 inches in width. My tandem rig aroused the curiosity of those who saw it. Hence many other differences also. Hitherto we had not dreamed of watering the dogs since snow fell. Now I find their mouths bloody from their ineffectual attempts to dig up the hard snow with their teeth, and had to water them night and morning. It is not the custom of the Seaward Peninsula to cook for the dogs, and dog mushers there argue the needlessness of that trouble. But the true reason is other and obvious. It is difficult for the traveler to get enough wood to cook for himself, let alone the dogs. On the Seaward Peninsula, skis are extensively used when there is soft snow. The prevalence of brush almost everywhere in the interior renders them of little use, and they are, therefore, little used, snowshoes being universal. So, as in nearly all such matters everywhere, local peculiarities, local differences, local customs usually arise from local conditions, and the wise man will commonly conform so soon as he discovers them. There is almost always a sufficient reason for them. The journey from Candle to Council was a surprisingly swift one. We covered the 130 miles in 3 days, far and away the best traveling of the winter so far, but the usual time, I found. The hard snow gives smooth passage, though the interior of the peninsula is rugged and mountainous. Two prominent elevations, the Ass's Ears, standing up as landmarks during the first day of the journey. The route crossed ridge after ridge with steep grades, and the handling of the heavy sled alone was too much for me. Again and again it was overturned, and it was all that I could do, and more than I ought to have done, to set it up again. The wind continued to blow with violence, and shelter from it there was none. One hillside struggle I shall always remember. The trail sloped with the hill, and the wind was blowing directly down it. I could keep no footing on the marble snow and had fallen heavily again and again in my frantic efforts to hold sled and dogs and all from sweeping down into a dark ravine that loomed below, when I bethought me of the creepers in the hind sack, used on the rivers in passing over glare ice. With these irons strapped to my feet, I was able to stand upright, but it was only by a hair's breadth once and again that I got my load safely across. When I was wallowing in a hot bath at Council 2 days later, I found that my hip and thigh were black and blue where I had fallen, though at the time, in my anxiety to save the dogs and the sled, I had not noticed that I had bruised myself. So, judging great things by little, one understands how a soldier may be sorely wounded without knowing it in the heat and exultation of battle. Then for a while there would be such travel as one sees in the children's picture books, where the man sits in the sled and cracks his whip and is whisked along as gaily as you please. Such travel as I had never had before, but there was no pleasure in it. The wind saw to that. On the second day we crossed Death Valley, so called because 2 men were once found frozen in it. A bleak, barren expanse, 5 or 6 miles across, with a great gale blowing right down it, charged not only with particles of hard snow, but with spicules of ice and grains of sand. Our course was south, and the gale blew from the northwest, and the right side of one's body and the right arm were continually numb from the incessant beating of the wind. The parky hood had to be drawn closely all the time, and the eyes were sore from trying to peer ahead through the fur edging of the hood. One grows to hate that wind with something of a personal animosity, so brutal, so malicious does it seem. An incautious turn of the head, and the scarf that protected mouth and nose was snatched from me and borne far away in an instant, beyond thought of recovery. It seems to lie in wait, and one fancies a fresh shrill of glee in its note at every new discomfiture it can inflict. There is nothing far-fetched in the native superstition that puts a malignant spirit in the wind. It is the most natural feeling in the world. I said so that night in camp, and one of my companions mentioned something about rude Boreas, and I laughed. The gentle myths of Greece do not fit this country. The Indian name means the wind beast and is appropriate. A savage, forbidding country, this whole interior of the Seaward Peninsula, uninhabited and unfit for habitation. A country of naked rock and bare hillside and desolate barren valley, without amenities of any kind and cursed with a perpetual icy blast. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 4, Part 2. The valley crossed and its ridge surmounted, a still more heartbreaking experience was in store. We descended the frozen bed of a creek from which the wind had swept every trace of snow so that the ice was polished as smooth as glass. The dogs could get no footing and were continually down on their bellies, moving their legs instinctively but helplessly, like the flippers of a turtle, while the wind carried dogs and sled where it pleased. The grade was considerable, and in bends the creek spread out wide. Nothing but the creepers enabled a man to stand at all, and creepers and brake together could not hold the sled from careening sideways across the ice, dragging the dogs with it, until the runners struck some pebble or twig frozen in the ice, and the sled would be violently overturned. Twice, with freezing fingers, I unlashed the sled lying on its side, and took out nearly all the load before I could succeed in getting it upright again, losing some of the lighter articles each time. The third time was the worst of all. The brake had been little more than a pivot on which sled and dogs were swung to leeward, but now the teeth had become so blunt that, though I stood upon it with all my weight, it would not hold at all, nor check the sideways motion under the impulse of the wind. Right across the creek we went, dragging the dogs behind, jerking them hither and thither over the glassy surface. I saw the rocks towards which we were driving, but was powerless to avert the disaster, and hung on in some hope, I suppose, of being able to minimize it, till, with a crash that broke two of the uprights and threw me so hard that I skinned my elbow and hurt my head, we were once more overturned. Never since I reached manhood, I think, did I feel so much like sitting down and crying. It seemed hopeless to think about getting down that creek until the wind stopped, and one doubts if the wind ever does stop in that country. But there was no good sitting there like a shipwrecked mariner, nursing sores and misfortunes. Presently one would begin to feel sorry for oneself, that last resort of incompetence. And the bitter wind is a great stimulus. It will not permit inaction. So I was up again, fumbling at the sled lashings as best I could with torpid fingers, when one of my companions, uneasy at my delay, very kindly made his way back, and with his assistance I was able to get the sled upright again without unloading and hold it somewhat better on its course, until another bend or two brought us to the partial shelter of bluffs and, a little farther, to the cabin where we were to spend the night. I understood now why my companions had a sort of hinged knife edge fastened to one runner of their sled. By the pressure of a foot, the knife edge engaged the ice and held the sled on its course. This is another Seaward Peninsula device. I have it in my diary that a Swede named Peterson was very kind to us at the cabin, cooking for us and giving us cooked dog feed. Blessed Swede named Peterson. There are hundreds of them in Alaska, and I shall never forget that particular one's kindness, the only man I met in the Seaward Peninsula who still persisted in cooking dog feed whenever he could. He had cooked up a mess of rice and fish enough to last his 3 or 4 dogs several days while he sojourned at this cabin, and he gave it all to us and would take nothing for it. His language was what truthful James calls frequent and painful and free. I ignored it for a while, loath to take exception to anything a man said who had been so kind. But at last I could stand it no longer. It took all the savor out of his hospitality. and I said, "I hope you won't mind my saying it, for I'd hate to give offense to a man who has been so good to strangers as you have. But I wish you'd cut out that cursing. It hurts my ears." He sat silent a moment, looking straight at me, and I was not sure how he had taken it. Then he said, "Maybe you been kinder to me saying that than I been to you. That's the first time I ever been called down for cursin'. I don't mean nothin' by it. It's just foolishness, and I go and try to cut it out." The dogs had done but ill on the dry fish, accustomed as they were to cooked food, and they ate ravenously of their supper. Only the previous night, Lingo had betrayed his trust for the first and last time. Coming out of the cabin just before turning in to take a last look round, I saw Lingo on top of the sled eating something, and I found that he had dug a slab of bacon out of the unlashed load and had eaten most of it. I knew he was hungry, missing the filling, satisfying mess he was used to, and I did not thrash him. I simply said, "Oh, Lingo," and the dog got off the sled and slunk away, the very picture of conscious, shamefaced guilt. That was the only time he did such a thing in all the 6 years I drove him. Council was past its prime at the time of this visit, but just as we entered the town, at the end of the third day's run, it seemed in danger of going through all the stages of decadence with a rush of total destruction out of hand, for a fire had broken out in a laundry, and with the high wind still blowing, it looked as though every building was doomed. Of two chemical engines possessed by the town, one refused to work, but the vigor and promptness of the people in forming two lines down to the river and passing buckets with the utmost rapidity coped with the outbreak just in time to prevent its spreading beyond all control. Tired as we were, we all pitched in and passed buckets until parkies and mitts and mucklucks were encrusted with ice from water that was spilled. Efficient protection is a matter of great difficulty and expense in Alaskan towns, and there is not one of them that has escaped being swept by fire. The buildings are almost necessarily all of wood, the cost of brick and stone construction being prohibitive. No one can guarantee 10 years of life to a placer mining town, and there would be no warrant for the expenditure of the sums required for fireproof building, even were the capital available. But the rapidity with which they are rebuilt, where rebuilding is justified, is even more remarkable than the rapidity with which they are destroyed. A Saturday and Sunday were very welcome at council, and the courtesy of the Presbyterian minister, who gave up his church and his congregations to me, Eskimo in the morning and white at night, was much appreciated. In warmer weather, the thermometer no lower than -5 degrees at the start, but with the same gale blowing that had blown ever since we left Candle, though it had shifted towards the northeast, we got away on Monday morning, bound for Nome, 90 miles away, hoping to reach the halfway house that night. 5 or 6 hours run over good trails with no greater inconvenience than the acceleration of our pace by the wind on downgrades until the sled frequently overran the dogs with entanglements and spillings, brought us to the seacoast at Topcot, and a noble view opened up as we climbed the great bluff. There Norton Sound spread out before us, its ice largely cleared away and blown into Bering Sea by the strong wind that had prevailed for nearly a week, its waves sparkling and dashing into foam in the March sunshine. The distant cliffs and mountains of its other shore just visible in the clear air. It was an exhilarating sight, the first free water that I had seen since the summer, and it seemed rejoicing in its freedom, leaping up with glee to greet the mighty ally that had struck off its fetters. But from this point, troubles began to grow. We dropped down presently to the shore and passed along the glare surface of lagoon after lagoon, the wind doing what it liked with the sled, for it was impossible to handle it at all. Sometimes we went along broadside on, sometimes the sled first and the dogs trailing behind, moving their silly, helpless paws from side to side as they were dragged over the ice on their bellies. When we had passed these lagoons, the trail took the beach, running alongside and just to windward of a telephone line, with rough shore ice to the left and bare rocks to the right. Again and again, the already injured sled was smashed heavily against a telephone pole. I would see the impact coming and strive my utmost to avert it, but without a G-pole and swinging the sled only by the handlebars, it was more than I could do to hold the sled on its course against the beam wind that was forcing it towards the ice and the telephone poles. And a G-pole could not be used at the rate we had traveled ever since we left Candle. Mile after mile we went along in this way. I do not know how many poles I hit and how many I missed, but every pole on that stretch of coast was a fresh and separate anxiety and menace to me. I think I would have been perfectly willing to have abolished and wiped out the whole invention of the telephone so I could be rid of those hateful poles. What were telephone poles doing in the Arctic regions anyway? Telephone poles belonged with electric cars and interurban trolley lines, not with dog teams and sleds. Then it grew dark and the wind increased. I did not know it, but I was approaching that stretch of coast which is notorious as the windiest place in all Alaska, a place the topography of which makes it a natural funnel for the outlet of wind should any be blowing anywhere in the interior of the peninsula. My companions were far ahead, long since out of sight. I struggled along a little further, and just after a particularly bad collision and an overturning, I saw a light glimmering in the snow to my right. It was a little roadhouse, buried to the eaves and over the roof in snowdrift, with window tunnels and a door tunnel excavated in the snow. I was yet, I learned, 5 miles from Solomon's, my destination, but I hailed this haven as my refuge for the night and went no farther, more exhausted by the struggle of the last 2 or 3 hours than by many an all-day tramp on snowshoes. It was a miserable, dirty little shack, but it was tight. It meant shelter from that pitiless wind. That night the thermometer stood at 7 degrees, the first plus temperature in 22 days. By morning the gale had greatly diminished, and by the time I reached Solomon's and rejoined my companions it was calm, the first calm since we left the Middle Kobuk. We had some rough ice to cross to avoid a long detour of the coast, and then we were back on the shore again and it began to snow. The snow was soon done and the sun shone, but the new coating of dazzling white gave such a glare that it was necessary to put on the snow glasses for the first time of the winter, and that is always a sign winter draws to a close. On the approach to Nome we had our first encounter with reindeer, and at once my dog team became unmanageable. I had had some trouble that morning with a horse. A new dog I procured at Kaikaituruk had never seen a horse before, and made frantic efforts to get at him, leaping at his haunches as we passed by. But when they saw the reindeer, the whole team set off at a run, dragging the heavy sled as if it were nothing. The Eskimo driving the deer saw the approaching dogs and hastily drew his equipage off the trail farther inshore, standing between the deer and the dogs with a heavy whip. What the result would have been had the dogs reached the deer, it is hard to say. I had kept my stand on the step behind the sled and managed to check its wild career with the brake and to throw it over and stop the approach before the carnivora reached their immemorial prey. Herein lies one of the difficulties of the domestication of reindeer in Alaska, a country where so far dogs have been the only domestic animals. Again, as we entered the outskirts of Nome, the incident was repeated, and only the hasty driving of the reindeer into a barn prevented the dogs from seizing the deer that time. Jimmy was long disposed from his ineffectual leadership, and a little dog named Kowalik, the one I obtained at Kaikaituruk, was at the head of the team. Kowalik had never seen so many houses before. Hitherto, almost every cabin he had reached on his journeys had been a resting place, and he wanted to dive into every house we passed. At Candle and Council both, our stopping place had been near the entrance to the little town. But now we had to pass up one long street after another, and I had continually to drag him and the team he led, first from a yard on this side of the road, and then from one on the other. The dog was perfectly bewildered and out of his head by the number of people and the number of houses he saw. We were indeed a sorry, travel-worn, unkempt, uncivilized band, man and dogs, with an old, battered vehicle, and we felt our incongruity with the new environment as we entered the metropolis of this luxury and wealth of the North. Here we passed a jeweler's shop, the whole window aglow with a dull gleam of gold and ivory. The terrible nugget jewelry so much affected in these parts, and the walrus ivory, which is Alaska's other contribution of material for the ornamental arts. Here we passed a veritable department store, its ground floor plate glass window set as a drawing room, with gilded, brocaded chairs, marquetry table, and ormolu clock, and I know not what costliness of rug and curtain. It was all so strange that it seemed unreal after that long passage of the savage wilds, that long habitation of huts and igloos and tents. Hitherto, we had often been fortunate could we buy a little flour and bacon. Here the choice comestibles of the earth were for sale. I looked askance at my greasy parkie as I passed shops where English broadcloth and Scotch tweeds were displayed, at my torn, clumsy mucklucks when I saw patent leather pumps. But Nome knows how to welcome the wanderer from the wilderness and to make him altogether at home. There could be no more warmer hospitality than that with which I was received by the Reverend John White and his wife, than that which I had at many a home during my week's stay. Nothing in the world could have caused the building of a city where Nome is built, except the thing that caused it, the finding of gold on the beach itself and in the creeks immediately behind it. It has no harbor or roadstead, no shelter or protection of any kind. It is in as bleak and exposed a position as a man would find if he should set out to hunt the earth over for ineligible sites. But Nome is also a fine instance of the way men in the North conquer local conditions and wring comfort out of bleakness and desolation by the clever adaptation of means to ends. The art of living comfortably in the North had to be learned, and it has been learned pretty thoroughly. People live at Nome as well as they do outside. One may sit down to dinners as well cooked, as well furnished, as well served as any dinners anywhere. The good folk of Nome delight in spreading their dainty store before the unjaded appetite of the winter traveler, and it would be affectation to deny that there is keen relish of enjoyment in the long unwonted gleam of wax candle or electrolier upon perfect appointment of glass, silver, and napery in the unobtrusive but vigilant service of white-jacketed Chinaman or Jap. Nome has a great advantage over its only rival in the interior, Fairbanks, in the matter of freight rates. The same merchandise that is landed at the one place for $10 or $12 a ton within 10 or 12 days of its leaving Seattle costs 50 or 60 at the other, and takes a month or more to arrive. But this accessibility in the summer is exactly reversed in the winter. No practicable route has been discovered along the uninhabited shores of Bering Sea, and all the mail for Nome comes from Valdez to Fairbanks and then down the Yukon and round Norton Sound by dog team. In winter, Fairbanks is within 7 or 8 days of open salt water, Nome a full month. After navigation closes in October, the first mail does not commonly reach the seaward peninsula until January, so that, with all its comforts and luxuries, Nome is a very isolated place for 8 months in the year. We went out with the dog sled to the diggings a few miles behind the town, and a busy scene we found, enveloped in steam and smoke. Here an old beach line had been discovered and was yielding rich reward for the working. A long line of conical dumps marked its extension roughly parallel with the present shore, and the buckets that arose from the depths traveled along a cable, and at just the right moment upset their contents continually added to these heaps. All the winter pay dirt is thus excavated and stored. In the summer, when the streams run, the gold is sluiced out. But that phrase, when the streams run, covers a world of difficulty and expense to the miner. In some places in this seaward peninsula, ditches 30 or 40 miles long have been constructed to ensure the streams running when and where they are needed. There was quite a little to do in Nome. A new sled must be bought, and another dog, and above all, some arrangement made about a traveling companion. I was not willing to hire a native who would have to return here, and I was resolved never again to travel alone. So I put an advertisement in the newspaper, desiring communication with some man who was intending a journey to Fairbanks immediately, and was fortunate to meet a sober, reliable man who undertook to accompany and assist me for the payment of his traveling expenses. The week wore rapidly away, and I began to be eager to depart, mindful of the 800 odd miles yet to be covered. Spring seemed already here and summer treading upon her heels, for the town was all slush and mud from a decided soft snap, the thermometer standing well above freezing for days in succession. A visitor to this place is struck by the number of articles made from walrus ivory exposed for sale, chief amongst them being cribbage boards. A walk down the streets would argue the whole population given over to the incessant playing of cribbage. The explanation is found in the difficulty of changing the direction of Eskimo activity once that direction is established. These clever artificers were started making cribbage boards long ago, and it seems impossible to stop them. Every summer they come in from their winter hunting with fresh supplies carved during the leisure of the long nights. The beautiful walrus tusk becomes almost an ugly thing when it is thus hacked flat and bored full of holes. The best pieces of Eskimo carving are not these things, made by the dozen, but the domestic implements made for their own use, and some of this work is very clever and tasteful indeed, adorned with fine bold etchings of the chase of walrus, seal, and polar bear. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 1 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 5, Part 1. Nome to Fairbanks. Norton Sound. The Kaltag Portage. Nulato. Up the Yukon to Tanana. We left Nome on the 13th of March, the night before being taken up by a banquet which the Commercial Club was kind enough to give me. Indeed, the whole stay was marked by lavish kindness and hospitality, and I left with the feeling that Nome was one of the most generous and open-handed places I had ever visited. The soft weather continued and made sloppy travel. Our course lay around Norton Sound to Unalakleet and then over the portage to Kaltag on the Yukon, up the Yukon to the mouth of the Tanana, and then up that river to Fairbanks. The first day's run was the retracing of our steps to Solomon's, and that was done without difficulty, save for a new trouble with the dogs. It appeared that we no longer had any leader. All the winter through, my team had been behind another team, and that constant second place had turned our leaders into followers. We thought we had two leaders, but neither one was willing to proceed without someone or something ahead of him. On such good ice going as this, it was out of the question for one of us to run ahead of the team simply to please these leader perverts. And the whip had to be wielded heavily on Jimmy's back ere he could be induced to fill his proper office, and then he did it ill, with constant exasperating stoppings and lookings back. At Solomon's, I met a man who had spent some years with Perry in his Arctic explorations, and I sat up far into the night, drawing interesting narratives out of him. So far as Tupkuk, we were still retracing our steps, but once over the great bluff, which gave no view this time owing to the mist which accompanies this soft weather, we were on new ground, our course laying wholly along the beach. At Bluff was the most interesting, curious gold mining I have ever seen. The extraction of gold from the sand of Norton Sound, 200 yards or more out from the beach. There it lies under 10 or 12 feet of water with the ice on top. How shall it be reached? Why, by the exact converse of the usual Alaskan placer mining, by freezing down instead of thawing down. The ice is cut away from the beginning of a shaft, almost but not quite down to the water, leaving just a thin cake. The atmospheric cold, penetrating this cake, freezes the water below it, and presently the hole is chopped down a little farther, leaving always a thin cake above the water. A canvas chute is arranged over the shaft, with a head like a ship's ventilator that can be turned any way to catch the wind. Gradually the water is frozen down, and as it is frozen, more and more ice is removed until the bottom is reached, surrounded and protected by a cylindrical shaft of ice. Then the sand can be removed and the gold it contains washed out. They told us they were making good money and their ingenuity certainly deserved it. We stopped that night at the native village of Chinook, the people of which are looked after by a mission of the Swedish Evangelical Church on Golofnen Bay, which we should cross tomorrow. But the mission is off the trail, and we did not come to an acquaintance with the missionaries of this body until we reached Unalakleet. Next day, climbing and ascending considerable grades in warm, misty weather, we reached Golofnen Bay, pursued it some distance, and left it by a very steep, long hill that was close to 1,000 feet high, at the foot of which we were once more on the beach of the Sound, and at the roadhouse for the night. From that place the trail no longer hugged the coast, but struck out boldly across the ice for a distant headland, Moses's Point, where we lunched, and, that point reached, struck out again for Isaac's Point, most of the traveling during a long day, in which we made 48 miles, being 4 or 5 miles from land. The day was clear, and the shoreline on the other side of the Sound, which grew nearer as we proceeded, was subject to strange distortions of mirage. The roadhouse that night nestled picturesquely against a great bluff, and right across the ice lay Texas Point, for which we should make a bee-line tomorrow. Sometimes the traveler must go all round Norton Bay, but at this time the ice was in good condition, and our route cut across the mouth of the bay for 22 miles, straight for the other side. It was like crossing from Dover to Calais on the ice. The passage made, the Alaskan mainland was reached once more, the seaward peninsula left behind us, and our way lay across desolate, low-lying tundra strewn with driftwood and hollowed out here and there into little lagoons. Evidently the waves sweep clean across it in stormy weather when the Sound is open, a salt marsh. In the midst of it reared a sort of lookout tripod of driftwood 30 or 40 feet high, lashed and nailed together, with a precarious little platform on top and cleats nailed to one of the uprights for ascent. I essayed the view, but the rusty nails broke under my feet. We deemed it a hunting tower from which waterfowl might be spied in the spring. 16 miles of this melancholy waste brought us to the shore again, to a tiny Eskimo village and a tumble-down, half-buried shack of a roadhouse, where we should spend the night, a little schooner lying beached in front of it. If its exterior were uninviting, the scene as we entered was sinister. By the light of a single candle, though it was not yet dark outside, amidst unwashed dishes and general grime, sat an evil-eyed Portuguese or Spaniard, in a red toque, playing poker with 3 skin-clad Eskimo. So absorbed were they in the game that they had not heard us arrive nor seen us enter. With a brief, reluctant interval for the preparation of a poor supper, the card playing went on all the evening, far into the night. My companion discovered that the chips were worth $1 apiece and judged it to be considerable of a game. At last I arose from my bunk and said that we were tired and had come there to sleep, and with all ill grace the playing was shortly abandoned and the natives went off. The Arctic shores have their beachcombers as well as the South Sea Islands. The next day was Sunday, but I was anxious to spend my day of rest at Unalakleet and most indisposed to spend it here, so we got away with a very early start, long before daylight. 6 or 7 miles of tundra and lagoon travel, and the trail crossed abruptly a tongue of land and struck out over the saltwater ice for a cape 15 miles away. The going was splendid. It was not glare ice, but ice upon which snow had melted and frozen again. It was so smooth that one dog could have drawn the sled, yet not so smooth as to deny good footing. We kept well out to sea, passing close to the mountainous mass of Bessborough Island, plainly riven by some ancient convulsion from the sheer bluffs of the mainland. Our only trouble was in keeping the dogs well enough out, for, not being water spaniels or other marine species, they had a hankering after the land and a continual tendency to edge in to shore. So from headland to headland we made rapid, easy traverse, thoroughly enjoying the ride, munching chocolate and raisins, speculating about the seasons when it had been possible to cross direct from Nome to St. Michael on the ice, and exchanging stories we had heard of the disasters and hairbreadth escapes attending such overbold venture. Only this winter 3 men and a dog team were blown out into Bering Sea by a sudden storm, and lay for 4 days in their sleeping bags drifting up and down on an ice cake, until at last they were blown back to the shore ice and made their escape. And there is a fine story of a white man rescued in half-frozen state by his Eskimo wife and carried for miles on her back to safety. At last we turned a point and drew into the shore, and, not seeing the little town till we were almost upon it, arrived at Unalakleet early in the afternoon. We had made the 240 miles, as it is called, from Nome in 6 days. In the last 12 days of travel we had covered 500 miles, an average of nearly 42 miles per day, far and away the best traveling of the winter. The preceding 500 miles had taken 22 days. We were in time to attend the Eskimo services at the mission both afternoon and night, and I found them very much the same as at Kakaituruk, with the exception that the singing was much more advanced and was very good indeed. There was an anthem of the Danks type sung by a choir, the parts well maintained throughout, the attacks good, the voices under excellent control. That it pleased and surprised me to hear, and there was a long discourse most patiently and, as I judged, faithfully interpreted by a bright-looking Eskimo boy. It is well for those who speak much through an interpreter to listen occasionally to similar discourse. Only so may its unavoidable tediousness be appreciated. The school next day pleased me still more, and I was glad that I had a school day at the place. I heard good reading and spelling, saw good writing, and listened with real enjoyment to the fresh young voices raised again and again in song. There was, however, something so curiously exotic that for a moment it seemed irresistibly funny, in the old oaken bucket, from lips that have difficulty with the vowel sounds of English, from children that never saw a well and never will see one, and I was irreverent enough to make much the same feeling about "I love thy templed hills," etc., in that patriotic Plymouth Rock song, which is so little adapted for universal American use that, in a gib not without justice, it has been called "Smith's Country 'Tis of Thee." One wonders if they sing it in the Philippine schools. And so far as these regions are concerned, one wishes that some teacher with a spark of genius would take Goldsmith's hint and write a simple song for Eskimo children that should extol the treasures of their finny seas and their long nights of revelry and ease, the splendor of summer's perpetual sunshine and the weird radiance of the northern lights. But prosody is not taught in your normal school. The thing is a vain, artificial attempt to impose a whole body of ideas, notions, standards of comparison, metaphors, similes, and sentiments upon a race to which, in great measure, they must ever be foreign and unintelligible. Here were girls reading in a textbook of so-called physiology, and, as it happened, the lesson that day was on the evils of tight lacing. The reading of that book, I was informed, is imposed by special United States statute, and the teacher must make a separate report that so much of it has been duly gone through each month before the salary can be drawn. Yet none of those girls ever saw a corset or ever will. One is reminded of the dear old lady who used to visit the jails and distribute tracts on the evils of keeping bad company. But these incongruities aside, the school was a good school and well taught, the government appointing the teachers, as I learned, upon the nomination of the mission authorities. The only way that a government school can be successful at any mission station, for the two agencies must work together, as one's right hand works with one's left, to effect any satisfactory result. The hours spent in it were very enjoyable, and one wished one might have had opportunity for further acquaintance with some of the bright-faced, interesting children, both full-bloods and half-breeds. Unalakleet is a thriving Eskimo community, noted for its native schooner building and its successful seal hunters and fishermen. We were rejoiced to see signs of native prosperity and advance, and we left Unalakleet with high hope for its future. Here also was real rest and refreshment at a roadhouse. Roadhouses in Alaska are as various in quality as inns are outside. Our previous night's halt was at one of the worst. This was one of the best. The proprietor was a good cook and he did his best for us, with omelet and pastry and young, tender reindeer. It has been said that roadhouse keeping in Alaska is like soliciting life insurance outside, the last resort of incompetence. Certain it is that a thoroughly lazy and incompetent man may yet make a living keeping a roadhouse, for there is no rivalry save at the more important points, and travelers are commonly so glad to reach any shelter that they are not disposed to be censorious. Nonetheless, when they find a man who takes a pride in his business and an interest in the comfort of his guests, they are highly appreciative. We should have only an occasional roadhouse from now on, but expected to reach some inhabited cabin each night. Our good traveling was over, though we did not know it. We knew that the hard snows of the Seaward Peninsula and the bare ice of Norton Sound were behind us, but we kept telling ourselves that the travel of all the winter would surely have left a fine trail on the Yukon. We were now about 65 miles from St. Michael, by the coast, but taking the 90-mile portage from Unalakleet to Kaltag, we should reach the Yukon River more than 500 miles above St. Michael. So much does that portage cut off. This is the route the military telegraph line takes, and we should travel along close beside it much of the way until the Yukon was reached. The soft weather persisted, and we had even doubt about starting out in such a rapid thaw. A visit to the telegraph station informed us that the warm wave was spread all over interior Alaska and that there was general expectation of an early breakup. But if the snow on the portage were indeed rapidly going, that was all the more reason for getting across it before it had altogether gone. So we pulled out in the warm, muggy weather, and even as we pulled out, it began to rain. Up the little Unalakleet River, water over the ice everywhere, we went for a few miles and then took to the tundra. All the snow had gone except just the hard snow of the trail, a winding ribbon of white across the brown moss. The rain changed to sleet and back to rain again, and soon we were wet through, and had much trouble in keeping that penetrating, persistent drizzle from wetting our load through the canvas cover. Though not an unique experience, it is rare to be wet with rain on the winter trail. Rarer in the interior probably than on the coast. Once, since on the Kuskokwim, and once on the 40-mile, it has happened to me in 7 winters' travel. We pushed on for 30 miles, past several little native villages, until we came to Whaleback, a village part Eskimo and part Indian. These were the last Eskimo we should see, and I was sorry, for I had grown to like very heartily and to respect very sincerely this kindly, gentle, industrious, good-humored race. Surely they are a people any nation may be proud to have fringing its otherwise uninhabitable coasts, and should be eager to aid and conserve. There comes a feeling of impotent exasperation to me when I realize how many white men there are who speak of them continually with the utmost contempt and see them dwindle with entire complacency. The same thing is true in even more marked degree about the Indians of the interior. 9/10 of the land will never have other inhabitant, of that I am convinced, and the only question is, shall it be an inhabited wilderness or an uninhabited wilderness? Here, lodging with the natives, and, I make no doubt, living off them too, we found a queer, skulking white man, whom I had met in several different sections of interior Alaska, known as Snowshoe Joe or the Frozen Hobo. The Arctic regions one would esteem a poor place for the hobo, but this man manages to eke out an existence, if not to flourish therein. Work he will not under any circumstances, but subsist on the hospitality of the whites until he has entirely worn it out, and then removes to the natives, mushing from camp to camp and bumming his way as he goes. He was on his way to St. Michael, he told me with perfect gravity, to get work. Before dark we had reached our destination for the night at the Old Woman Mountain. the divide between the waters of the Yukon and the waters of Norton Sound, and were kindly received and well treated at the telegraph station, the only resort on this portage for weary travelers. Here is surely a lonely post. For reasons connected with the maintenance of the wires and the keeping open of communications, it is necessary to have telegraph stations every 40 or 50 miles, each with 2 or 3 men and a dog team, and shelter cabins about halfway between stations. A wind that blows a tree down in the narrow right-of-way cut through the forest, for we were come to forest again, or a heavy snowfall that loads branches until they fall across the wires, a post that comes up out of its hole as the thawing of spring heaves the ground around it, or the caving of the bank of a stream along which the line passes, any one of a dozen such happenings anywhere along its 1,000 miles of course may put the entire inland telegraph system out of operation, and the young men in whose section the interruption occurs, they have a means of determining that, must go out at once, find the seat of the trouble, and repair it. In all sorts of weather, unless the thermometer be below -40°, out they must go. It may be doubted if any other army in the world ever constructed and maintained a permanent telegraph line under such arduous conditions. It has been the Army's one contribution to Alaska, the one justification for the enormous expense of maintaining Army posts in the interior. Indeed, it is often said by those who feel keenly the neglect of the territory by the general government that this telegraph system is the one contribution of the United States to Alaska. It is certainly a great public convenience and has assisted very materially in such development as the country has made. The men of the Signal Corps deserve great credit for the faithful, dogged way in which they have carried out year after year their difficult and hazardous work, and often the weather-stressed traveler has been grateful for the hospitality which their cabins have afforded him. They have not been an unmixed blessing to the country. Soldiers do not usually represent the highest morale of the nation, and though the Signal Corps is in some respect a picked corps, yet the men are soldiers, with many of the soldier characteristics. Too often, a remote telegraph station has been a little center of drunkenness, gambling, and debauchery, with a little circumference of native men and women, and while some of the officers of the Corps have been willing and anxious to do all in their power to suppress this sort of thing in their scattered and difficult commands, others have been jealous only for the technical efficiency of their work. There are many allowances to be made for young men taken from the society of their kind and thrust out hundreds of miles in the wilderness to sit down for a year or two at one of these isolated spots. They may see no women save those amongst a straggling band of Indians for the whole time of their exile. They may see no white man save a mail carrier, and in many places not even a mail carrier, for weeks together. Time sometimes hangs very heavily on their hands, for trees are not always blowing down, nor wires snapping through the tension of the cold, and at some stations there will not be a dozen telegraph messages sent the whole winter through. If a young man be at all ambitious of self-improvement, here is splendid opportunity of leisure, but a great many are not at all so disposed. Character, except the most firmly founded, is apt to deteriorate under such circumstances, standards of conduct to be lowered. And what is here written of the young men of the Signal Corps may well apply in great measure to a large proportion of all the white men in the country. The 80-mile portage we had heard of at Nome became 90 miles at Unalakleet, and added another 5 to itself here, so that although we had traveled 42 miles that day, we were told that there were yet 53 ahead before we reached the Yukon. So we decided not to attempt it in one day and to rest the next night at a repair cabin 28 miles farther, making a somewhat late start in view of a short journey. It had been wiser to have started early. During our night at Old Woman Mountain, some 3 inches of snow fell, and we found as we descended the Yukon slope that all the moisture that had fallen upon us as rain the previous day had fallen on this side as snow. The trail was filled full and buried, and so soft and mushy was it that although snowshoes were badly needed, they were impossible. The snow clung to them and came off the ground with them in heavy clogging masses every time they were lifted. It clung to the sled, to the harness, to the dog's feet, to everything that touched it. It gathered in ever-increasing snowballs on the long hair of the dogs. Traveling in warm weather in loose new snow is most disagreeable work. We plugged along for 20 miles, and then in the dark, in an open country with little patches of scattering spruce, had great trouble in finding the trail at all. At last, we could find it no longer, and when there was no hope of reaching the cabin that night, we made a camp. We had now no tent or stove with us, so a Sawash camp in the open was the best we could do, and a wet, miserable camp it was. By inexcusable carelessness on my part, candles had been altogether forgotten in the replenishing of the supplies, and a little piece of an inch long which we found loose in the grub box was all that we possessed. Dogs and men alike exhausted with the long day's sweating struggle through the deep snow, sleep should have come soundly and soon. It did to the rest, but I lay awake the night through. The easy riding travel of the preceding week had been a poor preparation for today's incessant toil, and I was too tired to sleep. In the morning our bedding was covered with a couple of inches of new snow. My companion got up at daylight and made a journey of investigation ahead, following the trail better, but not finding the cabin. We had thought ourselves within a mile or two of it, but evidently were farther away. However, when we had eaten a hasty breakfast and hitched up and had gone along the trail that had been broken that morning to its end, 10 yards beyond the place where my companion had turned back, we came in sight of the cabin, and there we lay and rested and dried things out all day and spent the next night. During the day there came a team from Caltag, and once again we enjoyed the delight of receiving, and at the same time conferring, the richest gift and greatest possible benefit to the traveler, a trail. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 5, Part 2. The next evening, as it drew towards dark, after another day of soft, warm, disagreeable travel, we reached the end of the portage, and the broad white Yukon stretched before us once more. Our hearts leaped up, and I think the dogs' hearts leaped up also at the sight. I called to Nanook as we stopped on the bank, "Nanook, there's the good old Yukon again," and he lifted his voice in that intelligent, significant bark that surely meant that he saw and understood. We had left the Yukon on the 15th of December at Fort Yukon. We reached it again on the 23rd of March at Caltag, more than 600 miles lower down. We had 250 miles of travel on its surface before us, and then close to another 250 up the Tanana River to Fairbanks. But alas, for the fine Yukon Trail we had promised ourselves. As we looked out across the broad river, there was no narrow, dark line undulating over its surface, nor even a faint, continuous inequality to hint that trail had been, on snow less hideously serene. Its perfect smoothness and whiteness was unscarred and unsullied. The trail was wiped out and swallowed up by the late snows and winds. There is little interest in lingering over the long, laborious, monotonous grind up that river on snowshoes. When one has looked forward to pleasant, quick travel, the disappointment at slow, heavy plodding is the keener. The first little bit of trail we had was as we approached Nulato 2 days later on a Sunday morning, and it was made by the villagers from below going up to church at the Roman Catholic Mission. We arrived in time for service and enjoyed the natives' voices raised in Latin chants as well as in hymns wisely put into the vernacular. It is historically a little curious to find Roman Catholic natives singing praises in their own tongue, and Protestant missions like those on the Kobuk and Kotzebue Sound using a language not understanded of the people. The day was the feast of the Annunciation as well as Sunday, and there was some special decorating of the church and perhaps some elaboration of the music. Here for the first and only time I listened to a white man so fluent and vigorous in the native tongue that he gave one the impression of eloquence. Father Yetta of the Society of Jesus is the most distinguished scholar in Alaska. He is the chief authority on the native language and manners and customs, beliefs and traditions of the Middle Yukon, and has brought to the patient, enthusiastic labor of years the skill of the trained philologist. It is said by the Indians that he knows more of the Indian language than any one of them does, and this is not hard to believe when it is understood that he has systematically gleaned his knowledge from widely scattered segments of tribes, jotting down in his notebooks old forms of speech lingering amongst isolated communities, and legends and folklore stories still remembered by the aged but not much repeated nowadays. Always keen to add to his store or to verify or disprove some etymological conjecture that has occurred to his fertile mind. His work is recognized by the ethnological societies of Europe, and much of his collected material has been printed in their technical journals. A man of wide general culture, master of three or four modern as well as the classic languages, a mathematician, a writer of beautiful, clear English, although it is not his mother tongue, he carries it with the modesty, the broad minded tolerance, the easy urbanity that always adorn, though they by no means always accompany, the profession of the scholar. And one is better able to understand after some years' acquaintance with such a man, after falling under the authority of his learning and the charm of his courtesy, the wonderful power which the society he belongs to has wielded in the world. If such devotion to the instruction of the ignorant as was described at the mission on the Middle Kobuk be praiseworthy, by how much the more is one moved to admiration at the spectacle of this man, who might fill with credit any one of half a dozen professional chairs at the ordinary college, gladly consecrating his life to the teaching of an Indian school. Hearing an interest expressed in the massacre which took place at Nulato in 1851, Father Yeti offered to accompany us to the site of that occurrence, about a mile away. It stands out prominently in the history of a country that has been singularly free from bloodshed and outrage, and its date is the notable date of the Middle River, as the establishment of the post at Fort Yukon by the Hudson Bay Company in 1846 is the notable date of the Upper River. They are fixed points in Indian chronology by which it is possible to approximate other dates and to reach an estimate of the ages of old people. Much has been written about the Nulato massacre, and the accounts vary in many particulars. The Russian post here was first established by Malakoff in 1838. Burned during his absence by the Indians, it was re-established by Lieutenant Zagoskin of the Russian Navy in 1842. The extortions and cruelties of his successor, Dershoven, complicated by a standing feud between two native tribes, and probably having the rival powers of certain medicine men as the match to the mine, brought about the destruction of the place and the death of all its inhabitants, white and native, by a sudden, treacherous attack of the Koyokuk Indians. It happened that Lieutenant Barnard of the British Navy, detached from a warship lying at St. Michael to journey up the river and make inquiries of the Koyokuk natives as to wandering white men, survivors of Sir John Franklin's expedition, who might have been seen or heard of by them, was staying at the post at the time and perished in the general massacre. His grave, with a headboard bearing a Latin inscription, is neatly kept up by the Jesuit priests at Nulato. In the last few years, the river has been invading the bank upon which the old village stood, and as the earth caves in, relics of the slaughter and burning come to light. Old copper kettles and samovars, buttons and glass beads, all sorts of metal vessels and implements have been sorted out from charred wood and ashes, together with numerous skulls and quantities of bones. One of the most interesting of these relics was a brass button from an official coat, with the Russian crowned double-headed eagle on the face, and on the back, upon examination with a lens, the word Birmingham. Half the day, serving for our day of rest this week, we were up and ready to start early the next morning. But so violent a wind was blowing from the southeast that we decided to remain, and the clatter of the corrugated iron roof and the whirling whiteness outside the windows made us glad to be in shelter. As the day advanced, the wind increased to almost hurricane force, and the two-story house in which we lay began to rock in such a manner as to make the proprietor alarmed for his dwelling. There was an independent trading post at this village which seemed to present an object lesson in rapacity and greed. There was not an article of standard quality in the store. The clothing was the most rascally shoddy, the canned goods of the poorest brands, the whole stock, the cheapest stuff that could possibly be bought at bargain prices outside, yet the prices were higher even than those that prevail in Alaska for the best merchandise. Loud complaints are often made against the commercial corporation which does the great bulk of the business in interior Alaska. Yet if the writer had to choose whether he would be in the hands of that company or in the hands of an independent trader, he would unhesitatingly cast in his lot with the company. The independent trader makes money, sometimes makes large money, and makes it fairly easily. But the calling seems to appeal mainly, if not wholly, to men of low character and no conscience. There are few things that would redound more to the benefit of the Indian than a great improvement in the character of the men with whom he is compelled to do business. The wind had subsided by the next morning and had been of benefit rather than injury to us, for it had blown the accumulated new snow off the old trail so that it was possible to perceive and follow it. But what was our surprise to find, with the recollection of that rattling roof and swaying building fresh in our minds, that 10 miles away there had been no wind at all. The snow lay undisturbed on every twig and bough from which the gentlest breeze would have dislodged it. One never ceases to wonder at what, for want of a better word, must be called the localness of much of the weather in Alaska, though for that matter, in all probability, it is characteristic of weather in all countries. The habit of continual outdoor travel gives scope as well as edge to one's observation of such things which a life in one place denies. That windstorm had cut a clean swath across the Yukon Valley. Yet it seems strange that so violent a disturbance could take place without affecting and, to some extent, agitating the atmosphere for many miles adjacent. So, sometimes in snowstorm, sometimes in wind, always on snowshoes, and often hard put to it to find and follow the trail at all, we struggled on for 2 or 3 days more, sleeping one night at a woodchopper's hut, another in a telegraph cabin, crowded with foul-mouthed infantrymen sent out to repair the extensive damage of the recent storm, and none too pleased at the detail. We plodded our weary way up that interminable river. At last, we met the mailman, that ever welcome person on the Alaskan Trail, and his track greatly lightened our labor. By his permission, we broke into his padlocked cabin that night by the skillful application of an axe edge to a link of the chain, and were more comfortable than we had been for some time. Past the mouth of the Koyokuk, past Grimkop, past Loudon, past Melozikakit to Cochrane's and Mouse Point, we plugged along, making 22 miles one day and 30 another, and then dropping again to 18. The temperature dropped to zero, and a keen wind made it necessary to keep the nose continually covered. At this time of year, the covering of the nose involves a fresh annoyance, for it deflects the breath upward, and the moisture of it continually condenses on the snow glasses, which means continual wiping. A stick of some sort of waxy compound to be rubbed upon the glass, bought in New York as a preventative of the deposit of moisture, proved entirely useless. In this respect, the Eskimo snow goggle, which is simply a piece of wood hollowed out into a cup and illuminated by narrow slits, has advantage over any shape or kind of glass protection. A French metal device of the same order that is advertised in the dealers' catalogs was found to fail, perhaps owing to a wrong optical arrangement of the slits. It caused an eye strain that brought on headache. But if that principle could be scientifically worked out and such a device perfected, it would be a boon to the traveler over sunlit snow, for it would do away with glass altogether, with its two chief objections, its fragility and its opacity when covered with vapor. The indispensability of some eye protection when traveling in the late winter, and the serious consequences that follow its neglect, were once again demonstrated at Mouse Point. The roadhouse was crowded with busted stampeders coming out of the Noakakit country. There had been a report of a rich strike on a creek of the Nowitna late the previous fall, and a number of men from other camps, some as far as Nome, had gone in there with outfits for the winter. The stampede had been a failure. No gold was found. There was much indignant assertion that no gold ever had been found and that the reported strike was a fake. though to what end or profit such a fake stampede should be caused, unless by some neighboring trader, it is hard to understand. And here were the stampeders streaming out again, a ragged, unkempt, sorry-looking crowd in every variety of worn-out Arctic toggery, many of them suffering from acute snow blindness. It is surprising that even old-timers will go out in the hills for the whole winter without providing themselves with protection against the glare of the sun, which they know will inevitably assail their eyes before the spring. Yet so it is. And this lack of forethought is not confined to the matter of snow glasses. The first half dozen men we received in St. Matthew's Hospital at Fairbanks, suffering from severely frozen feet, were all old-timers grown careless. Father Ragaru, another Jesuit priest of another type, reached the roadhouse from the opposite direction about the same time we did, and I was interested in watching his treatment of the inflamed eyes. Upon a disk of lead he folded a little piece of cotton cloth in the shape of a tent, and, setting fire to it, allowed it to burn out completely. Then, with a wet camel's hair brush, he gathered up the slight yellow residuum of the combustion and painted it over the eyes, holding the lids open with thumb and finger and drawing the brush through and through. An incredulous spectator, noticing the sacred monogram neatly stamped upon the disk of lead, made some sneering remark to me about Romish superstition, but remembering the Jesuit's bark and recalling that I had in my writing case at that moment a letter I had brought all the way from the Kyokuk addressed to this very priest, begging for a further supply of a pile ointment that had proved efficacious, I held my peace. Whether it be an oxide or a carbonate, or some salt that is formed by the combustion, I am not chemist enough to know, but I saw man after man relieved by this application. Even the scoffer was convinced there was merit in the treatment, though stoutly protesting that them letters had nothing to do with it, which nobody took the trouble to argue with him. My own custom, we are all of us doctors of a sort in this country, is to instill a few drops of a 5% solution of cocaine, which gives immediate temporary relief, and then apply frequent washes of boric acid, bandaging up the eyes completely in bad cases by cloths kept wet with the solution. But I do not know that it brings better result than the lead treatment. Certainly it is a matter in which an ounce of any sort of prevention is better than a pound of any sort of cure. The affection is a serious one, but nothing more or less than acute ophthalmia. The pain is very severe, and repeated attacks are said to bring permanent weakness of the eyes. Smoked glasses or goggles, footnote, this was written before the writer learned the superior protection afforded by amber glass, end footnote, veils of green or blue or black, even a crescent eye shade cut out of a piece of birch bark or cardboard and blackened on its under side with charcoal, will prevent the hours and sometimes days of torture which this distemper entails. For a few miles we had the trail of the stampeders, but when that crossed the river we put on our snowshoes and settled to the steady grind once more. A day's mush brought us to the Birches, and another to Gold Mountain. Between the two places there was a portage, and the trail thereon, protected by the timber, was good. We longed for the time when all trails in Alaska shall be taken off the rivers and cut in the protecting forest. But we had gone but a mile along this good trail when our hearts sank, for we saw ahead of us a procession of army mules packing supplies from Fort Gibbon to the telegraph repair parties. We pulled out into the snow that the mules might pass, and the soldiers said no word, for they knew just how we felt, until the last soldier leading the last mule was going by, and he turned round and said, "And her name was Maud." It was in the height of Opper's popularity, his comic supplements the chief dependence of the roadhouses for wallpaper. The reference was so apposite that we burst into laughter, but there was nothing funny about the devastation that had been wrought. That good trail was all gone, the bottom pounded out of it, and nothing was left but a plowed lane punched full of sinkholes. We had no trouble following the trail on the river after this encounter, but it had been almost as easy going to have struck out for ourselves in the unbroken snow of the winter. It is hard to make outsiders understand how a man who loves all animals may come to hate horses and mules, particularly mules, in this country. Our traveling is above all a matter of surface. Distance counts and weather counts, but surface counts for more than either. See how fast we came across the Seaward Peninsula in the most distressing weather imaginable. A well-used dog trail becomes so hard and smooth that it offers scarce any resistance to the passage of the sled, and for walking or running over in moccasins or mucklucks is the most perfect surface imaginable. The more it is used, the better it becomes. But put a horse on that trail, and in one passage it is ruined. The iron-shod hooves break through the crust at every step and throw up the broken pieces as they are withdrawn. With mules, it is even worse. The holes they punch are deeper and sharper. Neither man nor dog can pass over it again in comfort. One slips and slides about at every step. The leg leaders and ankle sinews are strained. The soles of the feet, though hardened by 1,000 miles in moccasins, become sore and inflamed, and at night there is a new sort of weariness that only a horse-ruined trail gives. As a rule, the dog trail is of so little service to the horse or mule that it were as cheap to break out a new one in the snow, and it is this knowledge that exasperates the dog musher. So there is not much love lost between the horseman and the dogman in Alaska. At last, after a night at Old Station, we came in sight of Tanana, where is Fort Gibbon, the one the name of the town and the post office, the other the name of the military post and the telegraph office. The military authorities refused to call their post Fort Tanana, and the postal authorities refused to allow the town post office to be called Fort Gibbon. So there they lie, cheek by jowl, two separate places with a fence between them, a source of endless confusion. A letter addressed to Fort Gibbon is likely to go astray and a telegram addressed to Tanana to be refused. Stretching along a mile and a half of riverbank and beginning to come into view 10 miles before they are reached, the military and commercial structures gradually separate themselves. Here to the left are the ugly frame buildings, all painted yellow, barracks, canteen, officers' quarters, hospital, commissariat, and so on. Two clumsy water towers give height without dignity, a quality denied to military architecture in Alaska. To the right the town begins, and an irregular row of 1- and 2-story buildings, stores, warehouses, drinking shops straggle along the waterfront. Unlike most towns in interior Alaska, Tanana does not depend upon an adjacent mining camp. It owes its existence first to its geographical position as the central point of interior Alaska, at the confluence of the Tanana and Yukon rivers. Most of the freight and passenger traffic for Fairbanks and the upper river is transshipped at Tanana, and extensive stocks of merchandise are maintained there. The army post is the other important factor in the town's prosperity, and is especially accountable for the number of saloons. Not only the soldiers, but many civilian employees are supported by the post, and when it is understood that 3,000 cords of wood are burned annually in the military reservation, it will be seen that quite a number of men must find work as choppers and haulers for the wood contractors. Setting aside the maintenance of the telegraph service, which has already been referred to, it may be said without unfairness that the salient activities of the Army in the interior of Alaska are the consumption of whiskey and wood. There is no opportunity for military training. For more than 6 months in the year it is impossible to drill outdoors, and the officers complain of the retrogression of their men in all soldierly accomplishments during the 2 years' detail in Alaska. Whether the prosperity of the liquor dealer be in any real sense the prosperity of the country, and whether the rapid destruction of the forests be compensated for by the wages paid to its destroyers, may reasonably be doubted. 3 miles away is a considerable native village where the mission of Our Savior of the Episcopal Church is situated, with an attractive church building and a picturesque graveyard. The evil influence which the town and the army post have exerted upon the Indians finds its ultimate expression in the growth of the graveyard and the dwindling of the village. This point at the junction of the two rivers was an important place for the inhabitants of interior Alaska ages before the white man reached the country. Tribes from all the middle Yukon, from the lower Yukon, from the Tanana, from the upper Kuskokwim met here for trading and for general festivity. It is impossible nowadays to determine when first the white man's merchandise began to penetrate into this country, but it was long before the white man came himself. Such prized and portable articles as axes and knives passed from hand to hand and from tribe to tribe over many hundreds of miles. Captain Cook in 1778 found implements of white man's make in the hands of the natives of the great inlet that was named for him after his death, and they pointed to the far east as the direction whence they had come. He judged that they had been brought from the Hudson Bay factories clean across the continent. There are many Indians still living who remember when they saw the first white man, and some were well grown at the time. But diligent inquiry has failed to discover one who ever saw a stone axe used, though some old men have been found who declared that their fathers, when young, used that implement. Traces have been discovered of the importation of edged tools from four directions: from the mouth of the Yukon, from the Lynn Canal, by way of the headwaters of the Yukon, from the Prince William Sound, by way of the headwaters of the Tanana, as well as from the Hudson Bay posts in the Canadian Northwest, by way of the Porcupine River. When the Russians established themselves at Nulato in 1842 and the Hudson Bay Company put a post at Fort Yukon in 1846, Nuchelawoya, as Tanana was called, became the scene of commercial rivalry, and it is said that by the meeting of the agents and voyageurs of the two companies at this point, the identity of the Yukon and Kwikpak rivers was discovered. The stories that linger with the village ancients of the great numbers of Indians who used to inhabit the country are doubtless based upon recollections of the gathering at old Nochelawoya, when furs were brought here from far and wide, when there was no other place of merchandise in mid-Alaska. Now almost every Indian village has a trader and a store. That the race has diminished, and in most places is still diminishing, is beyond question, but that it was ever very largely numerous, the natural conditions of the country forbid us to believe. During the Reverend Jules Prevost's time at Tanana, and he was in residence in the year of this journey, from careful vital statistics kept during 2 periods of 5 years each, the race seemed barely to be holding its own. But since that time there has been a considerable decline, coincident with the increase of drunkenness and debauchery at the village when Mr. Prevost's firm hand and watchful eye were withdrawn. The situation tends to grow worse, and while one does not give up hope, for that would mean to give up serious effort, the outlook for the Indians at this place seems unfavorable. 200 soldiers, 6 or 8 liquor shops, the number varies from year to year, 3 miles off a native village of perhaps 150 souls, and dotting those intervening miles, cabins chiefly occupied by bootleggers and go-betweens, that is the Tanana situation in a nutshell. The men desire the native girls, and the liquor is largely a lure to get them. Tuberculosis and venereal disease are rife, and the two make a terribly fatal combination amongst Indians. It was good to enjoy Mr. and Mrs. Prevost's hospitality, and it was good to speak through such an admirable interpreter as Paul. Something more than intelligence and knowledge of the languages are required to make a good interpreter. There must be sympathy and the ability to take fire. With such an interpreter, leaping at the speaker's thoughts, carrying himself entirely into his changing moods, rising to vehemence with him, and again dropping to gentleness, forgetting himself in his identification with his principal, there is real pleasure in speaking to the natives who hang upon his vicarious lips. On the other hand, one of the most intelligent mission interpreters in the country is also a phlegmatic in disposition, so lifeless and monotonous in his speech, and particularly so impassive of countenance, that he reminds one of Napoleon's saying about Talleyrand, that if someone kicked him behind while he was speaking to you, his face would give no sign of it at all. It is not necessary to write much detail of the 200-mile journey to Fairbanks up the Tanana River. The trail was then wholly on the river, but now it has been taken wholly off, as every Alaskan musher hopes someday will be done with all trails. The region about the mouth of the river and for some miles up is one of the windiest in the country, and there is always troublesome crossing of bare sandbars and of ice over which sand has been blown. The journey hastens to its close. Men and dogs alike realize it and push unwillingly over longer stages than they had before attempted. 2 days from Tanana, we were luxuriating in the natural hot springs near Baker Creek, wallowing in the crude wooden vat, when Daddy Carsoner had shoveled enough snow in to make entering the water possible, and emerging ruddy as boiled lobsters. It was a beautiful and interesting spot then, with noble groves of birch and the finest grove of cottonwood trees in Alaska, all cut down now, all ruined in a plunging and bounding and quite unsuccessful attempt to make a health resort of the place for the smart set of Fairbanks. It is a scurvy trick of fortune when she gives large wealth to a man with no feeling for trees. We spent Sunday there and roamed over the curious domain, snow-free amidst all the surrounding snow, rank in vegetation amidst the yet lingering winter death, and then we wallowed again. Tolovana, Nenana, and then one long run of 54 miles, the longest and the last run of the winter, and Chenal and Fairbanks. Just before we reached Chenal, as we passed the fish camp where the dogs had been boarded the previous summer, Nanook stopped the whole team, looked up at the bank, and gave utterance to his pronounced 5 barks on the descending scale. None of the other dogs seemed to notice or recognize the place, but Nanook said as plainly as if he had uttered speech, "Well, well, there's where I spent last summer." We reached Fairbanks on the 11th of April, in time for Good Friday and Easter, after an absence of 4 months and a half, with the accumulated mail of all that period awaiting me. The distance covered was about 2,200 miles, 3/4 of it on foot, more than half of it on snowshoes. At Chenal I had called up the hospital at Fairbanks on the telephone, and the exchange operator had immediately recognized my voice and bidden me welcome. But when I reached Fairbanks, a light beard that I had suffered to grow during the winter made me unrecognizable by those who knew me best. So effectually does a beard disguise a man, and so surely may his voice identify him. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 1 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 6, Part 1. The First Ice, an Autumn Adventure on the Koyokuk. It is not attempted in this narrative to give separate account of all the journeys with which it deals. That would involve much repetition and tedious detail. Our long journey has been described from start to finish, taking the reader far north of the Yukon, then almost to the extreme west of Alaska, and then round by the Yukon to mid-Alaska again. It is proposed now to give sketches of such parts of other journeys as do not cover the same ground, and they will lie, with one exception, south of the Yukon. While visiting many of the same points every winter, it has been within the author's good fortune and contrivance to include each year some new stretch of country, sometimes searching out and visiting a new tribe of natives, and blazing the way for the establishment of permanent missionary work amongst them. To these initial journeys belongs a zest that no subsequent travels in the same region ever have. There is a keen interest in what every new turn of a trail shall bring, every new bend of a river. There is eagerness rising with one's rising steps to excitement for the view from a new mountain pass. Above all, there is deep satisfaction coupled with a sense of solemn responsibility in being the first to reach some remote band of Indians and preach to them the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. There are few men nowadays on the North American continent to whom that privilege remains. A period of nearly 3 years elapses between the beginning of the journey that has already been described and the short sketch of a journey that follows. Many things had happened in those 3 years. It had been the happy duty of the writer to return to the Koyokuk late in the winter of 1906-7, empowered to build the promised mission for the hitherto neglected natives of that region. Pitching tent at a spot opposite the mouth of the Alatna, with the aid of a skilled carpenter and a couple of axemen brought from the mining district above, and the labor of the Indians, the little log church and the mission house were put up and prepared for the 2 ladies, a trained nurse, and a teacher, who should arrive on the first steamboat. The steamboat that brought them in carried him out on its return trip, and the next year was spent in the States making known the needs of the work in Alaska and securing funds for its advancement. On my return, I brought with me a young physician, Dr. Grafton Burke, as a medical missionary, and a half-breed Alaskan youth, Arthur, who had been at school in California as attendant and interpreter. A 32-foot gasoline launch designed for the Yukon and its tributaries was also brought and was launched at the head of Yukon navigation at White House. The voyages of the Pelican on almost all the navigable waters of interior Alaska do not belong to a narrative concerned solely with winter travel, but her maiden voyage ended in an unexpected and rather extraordinary journey over the ice which is perhaps worth describing. After the voyage down the Yukon and up and down the Tanana, it was proposed to take the boat up the Koyokuk to the new mission at the Allakaket, where dogs and gear had been left, and put her in winter quarters there. The delays that associate themselves not unnaturally with 3 novices and a 4-cylinder gasoline engine had brought the date for ascending the Koyokuk a little too late for safety, though still well within the ordinary season of open water. The possibility of an early winter closing the navigation of that stream before the Pelican reached her destination had been entertained and provided against, though it seemed remote. 3 dogs, needed anyway to replace superannuated members of the team, had been bargained for at Tanana and accommodations for them arranged, and a supply of dogfish stowed on the after deck of the launch. But when we went to pay the arranged price and receive the dogs, the vendor's wife and children set up such a remonstrance and plaintive to-do that he went back on his bargain and we did not get the dogs. There was no time to hunt others. To linger was to invite the very mishap we sought to guard against, so we pulled out dogless, reached the mouth of the Koyokuk on the 17th of September, and, having taken on board the supply of gasoline cached there, turned our bow up the river the next morning. For 5 days we pushed up the waters of the great lonely river, and by that time we were some 25 miles above Hogatsa-Kaket, 325 miles from the mouth and 125 miles from the mission, at the camp of a prospector who had recently pulled up from the Yukon. We woke on board the launch the next morning to find ice formed all around us and ice running in the river. The thermometer had gone to 0 in the night. A very brief attempt to make our way against the running ice showed the danger of doing so, for the thin cakes had knife edges and cut the planking of the boat so that she began to leak. Then there came to me with some bitterness that I had earnestly desired a thin steel-armored plating at the waterline, but allowed myself to be persuaded out of it by her builders. So again my forethought had been of no avail, though of course lightness of draft was the first consideration. We put back to the camp and proceeded to flatten out and cut up all the empty cans and tinware we could find and nail it along the waterline of the boat, but the prospector persuaded us to wait a day or 2. He had never seen a river close with the first little run of ice. He looked for a soft spell and open water yet. It was foolish to risk the boat against the ice, so we waited, and night after night the thermometer fell a little lower and a little lower, until presently a sheet of ice stretched across the whole river in the bend where we lay. We were frozen in. The remote possibility we had feared and sought to guard against had happened. Navigation had ceased on the Koyokuk at the earliest date anybody remembered, the 23rd of September. 3 days more had surely taken us to the mission where they had long expected us. Now we should have to make our way on foot, without dogs, on the dangerous first ice, as it is called, taking all sorts of chances, pulling a Yukon sled with tent and stove, grub and bedding by the back of the face. But first there was the launch to pull out and make snug for the winter and safe against the spring breakup. A convenient little creek mouth with easy grade offered, which was one of the reasons I had not pushed on the few more miles we could have made. Here were eligible winter quarters. Farther on we might have trouble in putting the boat in safety. Here also was a kindly and capable man willing to assist us. It was our great good fortune to find this man at this spot. A steamboat he had signaled as she entered the mouth of the Koyokuk had passed him by unheeded, and he had been left to make his way 600 miles up to the diggings with his winter's outfit on a poling boat. He had accomplished more than half the task, and warned by the approach of winter, had stopped at this place a few days before we reached it, and had begun the building of a little cabin, meaning to prospect the creek, which had taken his eye as having a promising look. The cabin we helped him finish was the 21st cabin he had built in Alaska, he informed us. There is something very impressive about the quiet, self-reliant, unrecorded hardihood of the class of which this man was an excellent type. We asked him why he had no partner, and he said he had had several partners, but they all snored, and he would not live with a man that snored. He had prospected in mind in many districts of Alaska during nearly 20 years. Once he had sold a claim for a few $100s that had yielded many thousands to the purchaser, and that was as near wealth as he had ever come. But he had always made a living, always had enough money at the close of the summer to buy his winter's outfit and try his luck somewhere else. Singly or in pairs, men of this type have wandered all over this vast country, preceding the government surveys, preceding the professional explorer, settling down for a winter on some creek that caught their fancy, building a cabin, thawing down a few holes to bedrock, sometimes taking out a little gold, more often finding nothing, going in the summer to some old established camp to work for wages, or finding employment as deckhand on a steamboat. With an axe and an auger they have dotted their rough habitations all over the country. With a pick and a shovel and a gold pan they have tested the gravels of innumerable creeks. They know the drainage slopes and the practicable mountain passes, the haunts of the moose, and the time and direction of the caribou's wanderings. The boats they have built have pushed their noses to the heads of all navigable streams. The sleds they have made have furrowed the remotest snows. In the arts of wilderness they are the equal of the native inhabitant, in endurance and enterprise far his superior. The more one learns by experience and observation what life of this sort means, and realizes the demands it makes upon a man's resourcefulness, upon his physique, upon his good spirits, upon his fortitude, the more one's admiration grows for the silent, strong men who have gone out all over this land and pitted themselves successfully against its savage wildness. Often in stress for the necessaries of life there are yet no men as a class more free-handed and generous. Trained to do everything for themselves, there are none more willing to help others. It is no small task to pull a 4-ton boat out of the water with only such wilderness tackle as we could devise. We made ways of soft timbers, squaring and smoothing them. We cut down many trees for rollers, we dug and graded the beach. Then, having altogether unloaded her and built a high cache of poles and a platform for her stuff, and having chopped the ice from all around her, we rigged a Spanish windlass and wound that boat out of the water with the half-inch cable she carried, and up on the ways and well into the mouth of the little creek. Then we leveled her up and thoroughly braced her and put her canvas cover all over her, and she lay there until spring and took no harm at all. Arthur had meantime been making a sled of birch, intending to pull it himself, while the doctor and I pulled a Yukon sled borrowed from our friend the prospector. By the 6th of October all our dispositions were made for departure, and the ice seemed strong enough to warrant trusting ourselves to it. But we waited another 2 days, the thermometer still reaching a minimum each night somewhere around zero. When we said goodbye to our friend Martin Nelson, sometimes one wonders if anywhere else in the world can be found men as kind and helpful to strangers, and we started on our journey. It soon appeared that Arthur's sled was more hindrance than help. There was no material to iron the runners save strips of tin can, and these could not be beaten so smooth that they did not drag and cut on the ice. So the load was transferred to our sled and the little sled abandoned, and we took turns at the harness. This was the order of the journey. One man went ahead with an axe to test the ice. One man put the rope trace about his shoulders, one man pushed at the handlebars which had been affixed to the sled. It was fortunate that amidst the equipment on the launch were 2 pairs of ice creepers. Without them, any sort of pulling and pushing on the glare ice would have been impossible. We soon found that the bend in which we had frozen was no sort of index of the general condition of the river. Much of it was still wide open, and every elbow between bends was piled high with rough ice from pressure jams. There was shore ice, however, even in the open bends, along which we were able to creep, and though the ice jams gave considerable trouble, yet we did very well the first day, and camped at dark with 18 or 19 miles to our credit, in the presence of a great red smoky sunset and a glorious alpine glow on a distant snow mountain. The next day was full of risks and difficulties. We were to learn more about the varieties and vagaries of ice on that journey than many winters' travel on older ice would teach. At times, for a few hundred yards, the sled would glide with little effort over smooth, polished ice. Then would come a long sandbar, the side of which we had to hug close. And the ice upon it was what is called shell ice, through several layers of which we broke at every step. As the river fell, each night had left a thin sheet of ice underneath the preceding night's ice, and the foot crashed through the layers, and the sled runners cut through them down to the gravel and sand at the bottom. Then would come another smooth stretch on which we made good time. But as we advanced up the river, the current was swifter and swifter, and the ice conditions grew steadily worse. Here was a steep cut bank with just about 18 or 20 inches of ice adhering to it and the black, rushing water beyond. We must either get our load along that shelf or unload the sled and pack everything over the face of a rocky bluff. Arthur passed over it first, testing gently with the axe, and found it none too strong. But the alternative was so toilsome that we resolved to take the chance. The doctor put the trace over his shoulders, Arthur took the handlebars, while I climbed to a ledge of the rocks and, with a rope made of a pair of camel's hair's puttees, unwound for the purpose and fastened to the sled, took all the weight I could and eased the sled over the worst place where the ice sloped to the water. If the ice had broken, I might have held the sled from sinking until one of the others came to me, or I might not. The boys would probably have gone in too. It was a most risky spot and the sort of chance no one would think of taking under ordinary circumstances. As it was, the ice broke under Arthur's feet, and only by throwing his weight on the sled did he save himself a ducking. But we got the load safely across. A good run of perhaps a mile, and then we had to go back at least half a mile, for the ice played out altogether on our side of the river as we reached the Batsa-Caquette, and there was open water in the middle. To reach the shore ice that was continuous on the other side, we had to double the open water. With such varying fortune the day passed, and we camped on the level ice of a little creek tributary to the right bank, having made perhaps another 19 miles. When I awoke in the morning, my heart sank at the tiny creeping pattern of fine snow on the silk tent. Snow was one thing I greatly dreaded, for there was not a pair of snowshoes amongst us. A little snow would not do much harm, but if once snow began to fall, we might have a foot or two before it ceased, and then we should be in bad case. It stopped before noon, but the half-inch that fell made the sled drag much heavier. The actual force to be exerted was not the most laborious feature of pulling that sled. It was the jerk, jerk, jerk on the shoulders. A dog's 4 legs give him much smoother traction than a man's 2 legs give, just as a 4-cylinder engine will turn a propeller with much less vibration than a 2-cylinder engine. Every step forward gave an impulse that spent itself before the next impulse was given, and the result was that the shoulders grew sore. We came that morning to the longest and roughest ice jam we had so far encountered. It was as though 1,000 bulls had been turned loose in a mammoth plate glass warehouse. Jagged slabs of ice upended everywhere in the most riotous confusion, and it was impossible to pick any way amongst them, so a man had to go ahead and hew a path. It was while thus engaged that the doctor fell and injured his knee so severely on a sharp ice point that it hobbled him in pain the rest of the trip. This was a very serious matter to us, for though he insisted on still taking his trick at the traces, his effectiveness as a motive power was much diminished, and we had no sooner thus hewed and smashed our way through that jam than we had to hew and smash it across to the other side again in our search for passage. Then we came to a place where, in order to cut off a long sweeping curve of the river with open water and bad shore ice, We went through a dry slough and had to drag those iron runners over gravel and stones, where sometimes it was all the three of us could do to move the sled a few feet at a time. Yet all along the banks were willows, and if we had only known then what we know now, we would have cut down and split some saplings and bound them over the iron, and so have saved three-fourths of that labor. So the day's run was short, though the most exhausting yet, and we were all thoroughly tired out when we pitched the tent. I have note of a great supper of bear meat and beans, the meat the spoil of our friend the prospector's gun. It is one of the compensations of human nature that the satisfaction of appetite increases in pleasure in proportion to the bodily labor that is done. With food abundant and at choice, I do not like bear meat and will not eat beans. Yet my diary bears special note of the delicious meal they furnished on this occasion. Put any philosopher in the traces, or set him ahead of the dog team on snowshoes, breaking trail all day, and towards evening it is odds that his mind is not occupied with deep speculations about the infinite and the absolute, but rather with the question of what he will have for supper. Particularly should the grub be a little short, should fresh meat give out, or, above all, should sugar be shy, it is astonishing how one's mind runs on eating and what elaborate imaginary repasts one partakes of. Yet of all food that a man ever eats, there is none that is so relished and gives such clear gustatory pleasure as the plain, rough fare of the camp, provided it be well cooked. Greatly as we were in need of sleep, we got little, for the doctor's knee pained him all night, and poor Arthur developed a raging toothache that did not yield until carbolic acid had been thrice applied. Soon after we started the next day, the river narrowed and swept round a series of mountain bluffs, and we began to have the gloomiest expectations of trouble. It seemed certain that ice would fail us for passage, and we would have to pack our sled and its load by slow relays over the mountain. But to our delight, we passed between the bluffs on good, firm, smooth ice, and it was not until we emerged on the flat beyond that our difficulty began. So it is again and again on the trail. Almost always it is the unexpected that happens. Almost always it is something quite different from what our apprehensions have dwelt upon that arises to hinder and distress us. A tongue of level land that struck far out into the water, a cut mud bank with a current so swift that no ice at all had formed along it, interposed an obstacle that it took hours to circumvent. We had to leave the sled and cut a trail through the brush for half a mile along this peninsula in order to reach a stretch of the river where the ice was resumed, and the little snow that had fallen being quite insufficient to give the sled good passage, we had an exceedingly arduous job in getting it across. A mile or two of good going brought us in view of the smoke of a human habitation. What a blessed sight often and often this waving column of blue smoke in the distance is. Sometimes it means life itself to the Alaskan musher, and it always means warmth, shelter, food, companionship, assistance, all that one human being can bring to another. The bright and the balmy effulgence of morn never breaks on the traveler faint and astray, with half the rejoicing that comes with the first sight of mere smoke. "I believe I see smoke," cried Arthur, with the quick vision of the native. "Where? Where?" we eagerly inquired, and the doctor left the handlebars and limped forward to the boy ahead with the axe. "Away yonder on that bank," pointed Arthur. "I see it! I see it!" the doctor shouted. "We're coming to a house! We're coming to people!" The trip was a severe apprenticeship to Alaskan life for a man straight from the New York hospitals, although before the accident to his knee I had declared that if only they could be trained to live on dry fish, I thought a team of young doctors would haul a sled very well. He was delighted at coming upon the first inhabited house we had seen since we helped Nelson to build his little cabin, and that was only the second inhabited house in 300 miles. But perhaps because we grew less cautious in our excitement, almost immediately after we had spied the smoke of the cabin, we got into one of the worst messes of the whole trip. Arthur had pushed ahead, and we had followed with a spurt, and almost at the same time, all three of us became aware that we were on dangerous ice. Arthur cried, "The ice is breaking! Go back!" just as we began to feel it swaying under our feet. I shouted to the doctor, "Go on to the bank, quick!" and pushed with all my might, and we managed to make a few yards more towards shallow water, over ice that bent and cracked at every step, before it gave way and let down the sled and the men into 2 feet of water. Arthur had run safely over the breaking ice and had gained the bank, and as I write, in my mind's eye I can see the doctor, who had been duly instructed in the elementary lessons of the trail, standing in the water and calling to Arthur, "Make a fire, quick, make a fire, I'm all wet." But it was not necessary to make a fire, for the thermometer was no lower than 10 degrees or 15 degrees above zero, and the chief trouble was not the wetting of our legs, but the wetting of the contents of the sled. Along the bank was stronger ice, and we managed, though not without much difficulty, to get the sled upon it and to make our way to the Indian cabin. As soon as old Atler, I have never been quite sure of what white man's name that is a corruption, knew who we were, his hospitality, which had been ready enough at first sight, became most cordial and expansive. While we pulled off our wet clothing, his wife hung it up to dry, and had the kettle on and some tea making, and he and Arthur got out our wet bedding and festooned it about the cabin. Most fortunately, the things that would have suffered most from water did not get wet. So there we lay all the afternoon, having made no more than 6 miles, and there we lay all the next day, which was Sunday. There was a sort of awful interest that centered upon one member of this family, a boy of 7 or 8 years. The previous spring he had killed his uncle by the accidental discharge of a .22 rifle, shooting him through the heart. The gun had been brought in loaded and cocked and had been set in a corner of the cabin, and the child, playing with it, had pulled the trigger. The carelessness of Indians with firearms is the frequent cause of terrible accidents like this. The child was still too young to realize what he had done, but one fancies that later it will throw a gloom on his life. To my great relief and satisfaction, I was able to arrange here for a young Indian man to accompany us with his one dog. He was a native of those parts and knew every bend and turn of the river. We were, indeed, in great need of help. The doctor's knee grew worse rather than better, and Arthur was suffering the return of an old rheumatism in his leg. I was the only sound member of the party, and my shoulders were galled by the rope and my feet tender and sore from continual wearing of the crampons. We were now not quite halfway. Some 60 miles lay behind us and 65 before, and we had been traveling 4 days. End of chapter 6, part 1. Chapter 6, part 2 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 6, Part 2. Divine service being done on Sunday morning, the whole of it well interpreted by Arthur to the great satisfaction of the Indians, he and One-Eyed William, our recruit, started out to survey tomorrow's route. In this reconnaissance, William broke through some slush ice at the greatest depth of the river in seeking a safe place to cross, and had Arthur not been with him, would almost certainly have drowned, for the current was very swift, and the man, like most Indians, unable to swim a stroke. Though indeed, swimming is of little avail for escape out of such predicament, and is a poor dependence in these icy waters, winter or summer. More beans boiled and a batch of biscuits baked against our departure, and evening prayer said and interpreted, we were ready for bed again. Our visit was a great delight to old Atler. An inflamed eye was much relieved by the doctor's ministrations, and the natural piety which he shares with most Indians was gratified at the opportunity of worship and instruction. A good old man, according to his lights, I take Atler to be, well known for benevolence of disposition and particularly priding himself on being a friend of the white man. He told us of one unworthy representative of that race he had helped a year ago. The man had come out of the Hogatzitna, Hog River, country entirely out of food, himself and a couple of dogs nigh to starvation, and Atler had taken care of him for several days while he recuperated and had given him grub and dogfish enough to get him to Bettles, 130 miles away, where he could purchase supplies. The old Indian had robbed his own family's little winter stock of white man's grub that this stranger might be provided, and had never heard a word from him since, though he had promised to make return when he reached Bettles. Unfortunately, Alaska's white population is sprinkled with men like this, men without heart and without conscience, and it is precisely such rascals who are loudest in their contemptuous talk of the Indians. It is such men who chop down the woodwork of cabins rather than be troubled to take the axe into the forest a few rods away, who depart in the morning without making kindling and shavings, careless how other travelers may fare, so themselves be warm without labor, who make easy money in the summertime by dropping down the Yukon with a boatload of rot-gut whiskey, leaving drunkenness and riot at every village they pass, who beget children of the native women and regard them no more than a dog does his pups, indifferent that their own flesh and blood go cold and hungry. They are the curse and disgrace of Alaska, and they often go long time insolent and unwhipped because our poor lame law is not nimble enough to overtake them. To whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever? One's indignation is sometimes disposed to thunder savagely with St. Jude, and indeed there needs a future punishment to redress the balance in this country. At break of day our reinforced company was off, Arthur and One-Eyed William going ahead to sound the ice and pick the way, the dog Fido, such a name for a Siwash dog, and myself in the traces, the doctor at the handlebars. The rest had benefited the doctor's knee, but walking was still painful, and he needed the support of the handlebars all day. What a great difference that one strong, willing little dog made! His steady pulling kept the sled in motion and relieved one's shoulders of the galling jerk of the rope at every step. The going was not too bad, as they say here, all day, though it carried one rather severe disappointment. William had told us of a portage he thought we could take that would cut off 8 or 9 miles of the river. But when we reached it, the snow upon it proved insufficient to afford a passage, for it was a rough niggerhead flat, and we had to swing around the outer edges of the great curves the river makes, where alone was ice, with trouble and danger at every crossing. The decision as to whether we should halt or go forward, as to whether the ice was safe or unsafe, as to whether we should cross the river or stay where we were, every decision that concerned the secure advance of the party I put wholly upon William, and would not permit myself or any other to question his judgment or to argue it with him. There was no sense in half measures. This young man knew the river as none of us did, knew ice as none of us did, and we must put ourselves entirely in his hands. The debate that had become usual at every doubtful course arose at the portage just referred to, but it was at once suppressed by the announcement that hereafter no one could have the floor but William, and that when he had spoken the matter was settled. Day by day, I think we all came to a keener realization of how very dangerous a journey we were making. It lay heavily on my mind that I had brought these two young men, whether by mishap or mismanagement, into real peril of their lives. Again and again I blamed myself for the delays that had deferred our start up the Koyokuk. Again and again I wished that we had waited longer before leaving the Pelican's winter quarters. I had even contemplated a week's stay at Atler's, to give the river a chance to get into better shape, but unless there came a very much sharper spell than we had had so far, a week would not make much difference, and our grub began to run short, and Atler was none too well supplied. So it seemed best to push on. The next day was full of toil and difficulty. There was no good ice to make fine time over that day. Starting in the gray dawn, for mile after mile we had to haul the sled over crumbly shell ice that broke through to gravel. And when the shell ice was done, we came to a new bend where a rapid current washed a steep mud bank. There was just a little shelf of ice, but the brush overhung it so that the passage of the sled was not possible. William and Arthur started with the axes to clear away the brush, but it seemed to me foolish to do that unless the ledge held out and led somewhere, for the turn of the bank threw it out of sight. So they went forward cautiously along that ledge to the end, and an end they found sure enough, so that had we followed the axemen with the sled, we should have had to creep all the way back again. There was nothing for it but to cut another land trail on a bench that we could reach where the sled was stopped, but that could not be reached at all farther on. A long and slow and laborious job it was. That took most of the morning to cut that trail and then get the load over it to ice again. By noon we were opposite the Red Mountain, one of the well-known Koyokuk landmarks, and on the site of an old Indian fishing camp. William and Arthur had made a great fire when we came up, and we heated some beans and made some tea and ate lunch. A mile farther on was the cabin of a white man, and we paid him a brief visit and got a little tea from him, for ours was nearly gone. It did me good to hear him sing the praises of Deaconess Carter, the trained nurse at the mission. She had taken him in, crippled with rheumatism, and had cured him. Already the new mission was proving a boon to whites as well as natives. We made no more than 4 or 5 miles farther when, coming to spruce with no more in sight for a long distance, we pitched the tent, all very tired. That night the thermometer went to 5 degrees below zero, the coldest weather of the season so far. As a consequence, the next day we had a new and very disagreeable trouble. The cold weather, by increasing the amount of running ice in the still open stretches, had brought about a jam that had raised the level of the water and caused an overflow of the ice, a very common phenomenon of a closing river. We picked our way wet-foot much of the day, and towards evening came to a complete impasse in the middle of the river, with open water in front and on one hand, and new thin ice on the other. So we had to turn round and go back again a long way, the mid-river being the only traversable place until, when it seemed that we should have to go round another bend to reach a crossing, Arthur proposed that he and William, who wore mucklucks, should carry the doctor and me, who wore moccasins, across the overflow, and then rush the sled across, and this we did, wetting its contents somewhat, however. We camped immediately, for we had landed on impassable gravel. That night the thermometer went to 20 degrees below zero, and we took good hope that the cold, which began to approach the real cold of winter, would put an end to overflow. But on the contrary, it only aggravated the trouble. For the first mile or two there was nothing for it but to go through it, and at 20 degrees below it was a miserable business to be wading in moccasins even for an hour. We had rearranged our loads so that it stood up somewhat higher, but we could not avoid wetting the things on the bottom of the sled, and the ice formed about it very inconveniently. Moreover, the little dog, who had a great dislike to wetting his feet, began to give us a good deal of trouble, and at one time nothing but the admirable presence of mind and prompt action of William saved us from losing our whole load. We had reached a strip of new, dry ice formed the night before, with black rushing water on the left, towards which the slippery surface sloped. Presently, as we advanced, we began to encounter a little overflow water, coming from the bank on the right, seeping up between the ice and the bank. And that dog, to avoid wetting his feet in the overflow, deliberately turned towards the open water and set the sled sliding in the same direction. Without the crampons, which we had not used for the past few days, it was impossible to hold the sled against the dog's traction, and in another moment we should have lost everything, for the dog paid no heed to our voices, when William, with a blow of his axe, cut the rope by which the dog pulled, and grasping the sled and throwing himself full length on the ice, managed to stop it on the very brink of the water. It was a close shave, but once more we were safe, and the doctor, in the exuberance of his gratitude, said that night, "If William wants a glass eye, I'll send to New York to get him one." But when William learned that the glass eye was a mere matter of looks and would in no wise improve his vision, he lost interest in it. Looks do not count for much amongst the Koyokuk Indians. That night was a very long way off yet, however. We had other risks to run, other labors. Here were 2 islands in the river, and the current, running like a mill race and burdened with ice cakes, swept around the shore of one of them, leaving the passage between them quite dry. There was no shore ice at all where the channel was, and it was so ugly looking a reach that had there been any there, I am sure we should have not ventured it. There was nothing for it but to drag the sled half a mile over the gravel, and we did it, the most heartbreaking labor of the whole trip. It took us exactly an hour to make that half mile. William did not know the trick of the split willows either, so we all four of us sweated for our ignorance. Shortly after, our guide pointed out the spot where poor Erickson's frozen body was found 2 years and 8 months before. Near the Cornucachet, or the mouth of Old Man Creek, where the Koyokuk receives a considerable tributary, we approached the most dangerous traveling we had had yet. The river here is swift and deep, and there are several islands set in it. Most of its surface was frozen, but the ice was very thin. William stopped the procession before we reached the bad stretch and went hastily over a part of it. Under his single weight, we could see the ice sheet undulating. It had been our rule that ice was not safe unless it took 3 blows of the axe to bring water. But this ice gave water at a blow. When William returned, he made quite an harangue, which Arthur interpreted. He thought we could make it past the mouth of the creek, and if we could, we should find good going to Moses's village. But we must go just as fast as we could travel. We must not let the sled stop an instant. The ice would bend and crack, but he thought if we went quickly, we could get across. So for nearly a quarter of a mile, we rushed that sled over rubber ice that swayed and cracked and yielded under our feet and under the sled until we reached the bank of one of the islands. And then again, we launched her and ran with her to the shore. Once one of my feet broke through, and immediately the water welled up all around, with the steamboat channel underneath, but without pause we increased our speed and made the strong shore ice safely at last. No man will ever doubt the plasticity, the viscosity of ice, as it used to be styled in the old glacier controversies, who has passed over the rubber ice that forms under certain circumstances and at certain seasons on these rivers. We would never, I am sure, have attempted that ice had not William been with us. We would have struck a blow with the axe and declared it unsafe. Of course, it was unsafe. The whole journey was unsafe. But I am convinced that this thin, continuous sheet of ice, cushioned actually upon the surface of the water out of which it was growing, was really safer than much of the thicker but brittle, unsupported ice we had unhesitantly come over. Chemists tell us that certain substances in the act of formation, which they call nascent substances, are extraordinarily active and potent. And it may be that ice in the same state has a special tenacity of texture which belongs to that state alone. I wish that I could have measured the thickness of that ice. Where my foot went through, I know it was very thin, but its thickness I will not venture to guess. There was the distinct feeling that the water was bearing the ice up, and when it was punctured, the water welled up with pressure behind it. Beyond the Cornucachet, much more snow had fallen, and a few miles brought us to Moses's village, called grandiosely Arctic City, since a trader had established a store and a roadhouse there. At this spot, a new overland mail trail from Tanana strikes the Koyokuk, and although 10 or 12 miles remained, we felt that our journey was done. My sled dogs were there, and as I had not seen them for more than a year, that was a joyful reunion. Nanook's bark of welcome, which no one but I ever got with quite the same inflection, was as grateful to me as all the licking and slobbering of the others, for Nanook is a very independent beast, reserved in his demonstrations and not wearing his heart on his sleeve, so to speak. They were all glad to see me, old Lingo and Nig, and even Jimmy the Fake. Billy was dead. For 15 or 16 months they had been boarded here, and since fish had been very scarce the preceding summer, their food had been chiefly bacon and rice and tallow, and there was a bill of close to $400 against us. Dogs are very expensive things in this expensive country. When used the winter through on the trail and boarded the summer through at a fish camp, we estimate that it costs $100 per head per annum to feed a dog, so that the maintenance of a team of 5 dogs, which is the minimum practicable team, will cost $500 per annum for food alone. When we had eaten a good supper and were reclining on spring cots in the bunkhouse, there was not one of us but confidently expected to be at the mission in the next forenoon. For a week past, the natives had been going to and fro in 3 or 4 hours. The river was completely closed above here, and there was much more snow than we found below. So we hitched our own dogs to our own sled the next morning, when the doctor had visited a sick person or two, and started out on the last stretch of the journey. All went well until we had turned the long bend at the head of which the old, abandoned post of Bergman is situated, just on the Arctic Circle. But a mile or two beyond, we were wallowing in saturated snow that stretched all across the river right up to the banks on either side. An overflow was in progress, the water running along the surface of the ice and soaking up the snow so that there was 6 inches of slush all over it. We struggled along a while, though from the first it seemed hopeless, and then we gave it up and went back to the roadhouse. There would be no passing that stretch of river with the sled until the cold had dealt with the overflow. It is almost always the unexpected that happens. The next morning I put on a pair of snowshoes. Dr. Burke's knee forbade him their use, and taking William with me, mushed up through the slush and the snow to the mission, leaving the others to come on with the team so soon as they found it practicable. A mile before we reached the mission was the new village built by the Eskimo, Kobuk Town they call it, and right in front of the village the Malamute Riffle, a noted difficulty of navigation, was still running wide open, though all the rest of the river was long closed. Near the riffle the Kobuks had a fish trap, and some who were busy getting out fish saw and recognized me, and the whole population came swarming out for greetings. It was good to see these kindly, simple people again, to shake their hands and hear their "I glad I see you," which is the general native greeting where there is any English at all. Everyone must shake hands. Even the babies on their mothers' backs stretch out their little fingers eagerly, and if they be too small for that, their mother will take the little hand and hold it out. At the bend, we take a portage, and a quarter of a mile brings us to the Allakaket, to the familiar modest buildings of the mission, with its new Koyokuk village gradually clustering round it. The whole scene was growing into almost the exact realization of my dream when first I camped on this spot 2 years and 9 months before. There was a distinct thrill of pleasure at the sight of the church. Built entirely of logs with the bark on, there was nothing visible anywhere about it but spruce bark, save for the gleam of the gilded cross that surmounted the little belfry. The roof, its regular construction finished, was covered with small spruce poles with the bark on, nailed together at the apex, and where it projected well beyond the gables its underside was covered with bark, as well as the cornice all round that finished it off. Even the window frames and the door panels were covered with bark. It was of the same tone because of the selfsame substance of the forest still growing around it, and it gave at the first glance the satisfied impression of fitness. It gave the feeling that it belonged where it was placed. It is ill praising one's own work, but I had been keen to see how it would strike me fresh from the outside after a year's absence, and I was very glad indeed that it pleased me again. I had no more entered upon the warm welcome that waited at St. John's in the wilderness, and was still wondering at the homelike coziness which the mission house had assumed under the deft hands of the two ladies who occupied it, when there came an Indian with word of a white man he had found starving in the wilderness 15 miles away. Another native with a dog team and a supply of immediate food was hastily dispatched to bring the man in, and that night the poor emaciated fellow, looking like a man of 65 or 70, though he was really no more than 40, crawled out of the sled and tottered into the house. He had started out from Tanana 2 months before with two pack horses to make his way across to the Kyokuk diggings, had lost his way, and wandered aimlessly in that vast wilderness. One horse had been drowned, the other he had killed for meat. He had made a raft to come down the Cornutna, Old Man Creek, to the Koyokuk, knowing that there was a trading post near its mouth, and had been frozen in and forced to abandon it. Since that time he had been living on a few spoonfuls of meal a day, with frozen berries, and once or twice a ptarmigan, and when Ned found him, was at the last extremity and had given up, intending to die where he was. That man's hunger was tremendous, but Miss Carter, having knowledge and experience of such cases, was apprehensive that if any large quantity of food were taken at a time, there would be serious danger to him. So for a day or two he ate frequently but sparingly. A little later, as he grew stronger, to such extremes did his hunger pinch him that he would watch till there was no one looking and would go into the kitchen and steal food that was preparing, even taking it out of the frying pan on the stove. He would be hungry immediately after having a full meal. In 10 days he was sufficiently recovered to resume his journey to the diggings, and when I saw him at Coldfoot 2 months later, I did not recognize him. So greatly had he changed from that poor shrunken creature that crept into the mission. We all think that we have been hungry time and again. If ever we have gone a few days on short rations, we are quite sure of it. This man had sounded the height and depth and stretched the length and breadth of it, and none of the rest of us really know what hunger means. I tried to get him to talk about it, but he said he wanted to forget it. He said he was ashamed to think of some of the things he had done and of some of the terrible thoughts that had come to him, and I pressed him no more. I have always felt that, even in its last hideousness of cannibalism, only God Himself can judge starvation. Here began my first experience of the difficulties of conducting a mission at the same place for two different races of natives speaking totally different languages. Although the Indian language spoken here is the same as at Tanana, and much of the liturgy, etc., had been put into that tongue by Mr. Prevost and was therefore available, yet it was found impracticable to have two sets of services whenever the church was used, for both races would always attend anyway. Since the mastery of the two tongues was out of the question, and there were no translations at all into the Eskimo, it became a question of teaching the Eskimo to take part in an Indian service or dropping both vernaculars altogether and conducting the service in English. After much doubt and experiment, the latter was resolved upon, and the whole service of prayer and praise is in English. When the lessons are read and the address delivered, it is necessary to use two interpreters. The minister delivers his sentence in English, then the Koyokuk interpreter puts it in Indian, and when he is done, the Eskimo interpreter puts it into that tongue. It is a very tedious business. This double interpretation, and a 20-minute sermon takes fully an hour to deliver, but there is no help for it. The singing is hearty and enthusiastic, though the repertory is wisely very limited. And here, north of the Arctic Circle, is a vested choir of 8 or 10 Kobuk and Koyokuk boys who lead the singing and lead it very well. Already the influence of the mission and the school are very marked. Given the native off by himself like this, in the hands of those in whom he has learned to place entire confidence, remote from debasing agencies, and his improvement is evident and his survival assured. In 2 days, the doctor and Arthur and the team came up, and so was brought to a happy conclusion a perilous journey over the first ice. One is often glad to have had experiences that one would by no means repeat, and this is a case in point. We had learned a good deal about ice. We had taken liberties with ice that none of us had ever thought before could be taken with impunity. We had learned to trust ice and at the same time to distrust it, and in some measure to discriminate about it. The last ice is bad, but the first ice is much worse. And all three of us were agreed that we wanted no more traveling over it and no more pulling of a sled by the back of the face. Then followed a very happy, busy time of several weeks while the river ice was consolidating and the land trails establishing. Happy with its manifold evidences of the rapid advance the natives were making under Miss Carter's able and beneficent sway. Busy with the instruction of people eager to learn. It was busy and happy for Dr. Burke also. Busy with the many ailments he relieved, happy with the beginnings of an attachment which 2 years later culminated in his marriage to Miss Carter's colleague at this mission. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 1 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 7, Part 1. The Koyokuk to the Yukon and to Tanana. Christmas holidays at St. John's in the wilderness. Leaving Fort Yukon on the 26th of November, 1909, and going again over almost the same route we followed during the first journey described in this volume, we reached the new mission at the Allakaket on the Kyokuk River on the 14th of December, after a period of almost continual cold. The climate of the interior of Alaska varies as much as any climate. The previous year, continuing the journey described in The First Ice, I had passed over this same route in the opposite direction, going the same dates, with the thermometer well above zero the whole time. This trip, the mean of the minimum reading at night, the noon reading, and the reading at start and finish of each day's journey was negative 38 and 1/4 degrees. Many days in that 3 weeks we traveled all day at 45 degrees and 50 degrees below zero, and we spent one night in camp at 49 degrees below. It was the beginning of a severe winter, with much snow north of the Yukon and long periods of great cold. The 2 weeks or so spent at the mission of St. John's in the wilderness was enjoyed as only a rest is enjoyed after making such a journey, as only Christmas is enjoyed at such a native mission. It is the time of the whole year for the people. They come in from near and far, intent upon the festival in both of its aspects, religious and social, and they enter so heartily into all that is provided for them that one does not know which to admire most, their simple, earnest piety or the wholehearted enthusiasm of their sports and pastimes. Right out of church, they go to the frozen river, old men and maidens, young men and matrons, mothers with babies on their backs and their skirts tucked up, and they quickly line up and are kicking the football stuffed with moose hair and covered with moose hide in the native game that their forebears played ages before rugby was invented. When the church bell rings, back they all troop again, to take their places and listen patiently and reverently to the long double interpreted service, the babies still on their mothers' backs, sometimes asleep, sometimes waking up and crying, comforted by slinging them round and applying their lips to the fountain of nourishment and solace. On the nights when there is no church service, there is feasting and dancing. The native dance is a very simple affair, entirely without any objectionable feature, and one cannot see any reason in the world for attempting to suppress it. A man and a woman get out in the middle of the floor and dance opposite one another without touching at all. The moccasined toes of an expert man in this dance move with surprising rapidity. The woman, with eyes downcast, the picture of demureness, sways slightly from side to side and moves on her toes in rhythm to the man's movement. Presently another man jumps up and the first man yields his place. Then another woman comes forward and the first woman yields her place, and so the dance goes on. For a variety, of late years there is an occasional white man's dance, of the quadrille or the waltz kind, but the natives much prefer their own dancing. Here at the Allakaket, the presence of the Eskimo adds picturesqueness and strangeness, and the Eskimo dance, which consists of a series of jerky attitudinizings with every muscle tense to a curious monotonous chant and the beating of a drum, is a never-failing source of amusement to the Indians. An old man's funeral in the morning, away up on the high bluff overlooking the mission, a birth in the evening, a dance the same night. So goes the drama of life in this little, isolated native world. So soon as these people make up their minds that one of their number is sick unto death, they make the coffin. For when trees must be felled and lumber whipsawed from them, it is well to be forehanded. There is one old woman living up there yet whose coffin has been made 3 times. When it becomes evident that an unfavorable prognosis was mistaken, the coffin is torn apart and made into shelves or some other article of household utility. It seems very cold-blooded, but it is easy to misjudge these people. The emotion of grief is real with them, I believe, but transient. They are matter of fact and entirely devoid of pretense, and when once a funeral has taken place and the service is all over, they dismiss the gloomy event from their minds as soon as possible. The night of old Misuk's death, however, there were fires lighted on all the trails and before most of the Eskimo cabins, the object of which was probably to frighten the spirit away from the dwellings of the living. We shall get the better of these superstitions by and by, but superstitions die hard, not only amongst Eskimo. Moreover, practices like this linger as traditional practices long after their superstitious content is dissipated, and men of feeling do not wantonly lay hands on ancient traditional custom. I think that if I were an Eskimo and knew that from immemorial antiquity fires had been lighted on the trails and outside the doors upon the death of my ancestors, I should be tempted to kindle them myself upon an occasion, however firmly I held the communion of saints and the safe repose of the blessed. And I am quite sure that if I were a Tlingit, I should set up a totem pole despite all the missionaries in the world. When one comes to think about it dispassionately, there is really nothing in Christianity averse to the kindling of corpse fires or the blazoning of native heraldry. When all the little superstitions and peculiar picturesque customs are abolished out of the world, it will be a much less interesting world than it is today. If there were any evidence or reason to believe that morality and religion will be furthered by the browbeating or cajoling of the little peoples into a close similitude of the white race in dress and manners and customs, all other considerations would, of course, be swallowed up in a glad welcome of such advance. But almost the exact opposite is true. The young Indian or Eskimo, who by much mixing with white men has been wised up, as the expressive phrase goes here, is commonly one of the least useful, the least attractive, the least moral of his kind. We have many such on the Yukon, young men who work on the steamboats in the summer and do odd jobs and hang around the shores in winter, and will not condescend to fish any more or to hunt or trap unless driven by the pinch of hunger. Show me an Indian who affects the white man in garb, in speech, in general habits, and external characteristics, and it will be easy to show an Indian whose death will be little loss to his community or his race, while the native woman who aspires to dress herself like a white woman has very commonly the purpose of attracting the attention of the white men. I think the young Indian man I recall as the best dressed, most debonair, and most completely civilized was living in idleness upon the bounty of the white trader whom everyone knew to be his wife's paramour, and was impudently careless of the general knowledge. Of all the photographs that illustrate missionary publications, and I have contributed enough villainous half-tones to warrant me in a criticism, the ones I dislike most are of the before and after type. Here is a group of savages clad in skins or furs or feathers or palm fiber, or some patient skillful weave of native wool or grass, in each case clad congruously with their environment and out of the products it affords. Set against it is the same or a similar group clad out of the slop shop, clad in hickory shirts and blue jean trousers, clad so that, if faces could be changed as easily as clothing, they would pass for any commonplace group of whites anywhere. And as if such change were in itself the symbol and guarantee of a change from all that is brutal and idolatrous to all that is gentle and Christian, there follows the triumphant before and after inscription. All the fitness has gone, all the individuality, all the clever adaptation of indigenous material, all the artistic and human interest. And a self-conscious smirk of superiority radiates over made by the million factory garments instead. Whenever I see such contrasting photographs, there comes over me a shamed, perverse recollection of a pair of engravings by Hogarth, usually suppressed, which a London bookseller once pulled out of a portfolio in the back room of his shop and showed me. They bore the same title. I profess myself a friend of the native tongue because it is the native tongue, the easy, familiar, natural vehicle of expression; of the native dress because it is almost always comfortable and comely; of the native customs, whenever they are not unhealthy or demoralizing, because they are the distinctive heritage of a people; and again, of tongue, dress, and customs alike, if you will, simply because they are dissimilar. For it has always seemed a trumpery notion that uniformity in these things has any connection with the upbuilding of a people, has any ethical relation at all, and I have always wondered that so trumpery a notion should have so wide an influence. Moreover, is it not a little curious that, whereas the trend of biological evolution on its upward course, as Spencer's assures us, is towards differentiation and dissimilarity, the trend of sociological evolution should be so marked towards this bald and barren uniformity? But these are deep matters. I have never been able to join in the reproach of superciliousness, so often applied to the lines of that noblest of missionary hymns in which Bishop Heber asks, "Can we, whose souls are lighted with wisdom from on high, can we, to men benighted, the lamp of life deny?" If that be superciliousness, it is an essential superciliousness of Christianity itself. For the question lies at the very core of our religion and will not cease to be asked so long as the world contains those who believe with all their hearts and those who do not believe because they have not heard. I never listen to that hymn without emotion. It can still shake me like a cry of trumpets going by. But the question that seems to stir the souls of some missionaries and most school teachers, can we deny to these unfortunate heathen our millinery, our old oaken bucket, our Mr. and Mrs., leaves me quite cold. Here was the weekly afternoon routine at this mission. Only the mornings were devoted to books and classes. On Monday, the children brought their soiled clothes of the week to the schoolroom and washed them. On Tuesday, they were dried and ironed. On Wednesday, they were mended. On Thursday, a juvenile society did some sort of work for another mission. On Friday, every child in the village had a hot bath. Now, let a routine of that sort be kept up, week after week, month after month, year after year, during the whole school life of a child, and it is bound to leave its mark. And there is no other way in which the same mark may be made. At the Allakaket is fine example of what, I think, is the best rule in the world for the inferior races. The absolute rule of a devoted, intelligent, capable gentlewoman. We are but now writing the indentures of their apprenticeship to self-government in the elective village councils we have set up. It is good for them to serve it under this loving and unquestioned despotism. During all that Christmas season, the temperature was subject to such violent fluctuations that a chart of them would look like the picture showing the comparative heights of mountains that used to be presented under the world in hemispheres in the school geographies. A minimum of 52 degrees below zero and a maximum of 10 degrees below was followed by a minimum of 53 degrees below and a maximum of 18 degrees below, and that by a minimum of 56 degrees below and a maximum of 14 degrees below. While on Christmas Day itself, we registered a minimum of 58 degrees below zero and a maximum of 1 degree above, a range of 59 degrees in less than 12 hours. At a time of the year when the sun has scarcely any effect upon the temperature, such tremendous changes point to corresponding atmospheric disturbances, and each rise was caused by the eruption of clouds upon a clear sky and was followed by a fall of snow. It is a beautifully simple process. Driven into these regions by some compelling current of the upper atmosphere comes a mass of warm air laden with moisture, a cloud. As it comes in contact with the cold air of the region, it parts with its heat, and the temperature of the lower air rises. Having parted with its heat, it can no longer contain its moisture, and having parted with its moisture, it ceases to exist. The cold of the earth and of its immediate air envelope has seized upon that cloud and devoured it, and the cold resumes its sway. So have I opened the door of a crowded cabin, when an Indian dance or other gathering was in progress, at 50 degrees or 60 degrees below zero, and the cold dry air meeting the hot moist air has caused an immediate fall of snow on the threshold. After the abrupt rise in temperature on Christmas Day, the snow began to fall heavily, with a barometer continually falling until it reached 27.98 inches, the lowest point recorded here, at an elevation of about 500 feet above the sea, in 2 years and a half, and before the snow ceased, 3 feet had fallen. Our winter itinerary called us to leave the Allakaket immediately after New Year's Day, and our route lay overland through a totally uninhabited country for nearly 150 miles, to Tanana on the Yukon. We knew that it would not greatly interfere with our plans to lie another week at the Allakakeet, and that would bring our departure after the monthly journey of the mail carrier and would thus compel him to break trail for us through all that snow. That is the way the mail carriers in Alaska are usually treated. But Arthur and I took some pride in keeping as closely as possible to the announced dates of visitation and in doing such share of trail breaking as fell to us. So on Monday, the 3rd of January, 1910, we bade farewell to Deaconess Carter and her colleague and to the native charges they rule and care for so admirably, and set out on our journey with an additional boy from the mission to help us through the heavy snow of the Koyokuk Valley. For 10 or 12 miles the way lay down the river, and the going was slow and toilsome from the first, although there had been some passage from Moses's village to the mission, and there was, therefore, some trail. Our start had been late. It is next to impossible to get an early start from a mission. There is always some native who must have audience at the last moment, and after the long repose we were so soft that the heavy trail had wearied us, and we decided to call it a day when in 5.5 hours we came to the roadhouse, the last occupied habitation between the Allakaket and Tanana. Soon after we reached the village, there came trooping down from the mission a number of the inhabitants gone up for Christmas, who, after weeping upon our necks, so to speak, at our departure, had left us to break out that drifted trail for their convenient return. So will Indians treat a white man almost always, but I had thought myself an exception and was vexed to find that so they had treated me. The next morning we entered an uninhabited wilderness with 3 feet of new snow on the trail and no passage over it since it had fallen. Our first trouble was finding the trail at all. The previous fall, the Alaska Road Commission had appropriated a sum of money to stake this trail from Tanana to the Koyokuk River, for it passes over windswept, treeless wastes, where many men had lost their way. Starting out from Tanana, the men employed had done their work well until within 10 miles of the Koyokuk River. There it was found that the labor and cost already expended had exhausted the appropriation, whereupon the proceedings were immediately stopped. Not another stake was driven, and the whole party returned to Tanana and mushed 250 miles up the Yukon to spend another little appropriation upon another trail. This is the unbusinesslike system in which the money available for such work in Alaska has been handled. The first trail breaker goes ahead with a long stick, which he thrusts continually down through the snow. The slightly harder surface over which sleds and dogs have passed reveals itself by offering more resistance to the penetration of the stick, and that is the only way the trail can be found. Even with 3 feet of new snow upon it, it is well worth while finding, or otherwise there is no bottom at all, and way must be made through all the snow of the winter. But all Alaskan trails are serpentine, and it is very difficult to put the new trail right on top of the old one. Back and forth the second trail breaker goes between his leader and the sled, and at intervals the first man comes back and forth also. And with it all is no path packed solid enough for the dogs to draw the heavy sled without great difficulty. We should have had a toboggan, but toboggans are little used on the Koyokuk, and we had only our sled. In 5 hours we made 5 miles and were worn out. We decided to pitch our tent and go ahead and break trail for the morrow's journey. On the lakes interspersed amongst the brush, we had to break an entirely new trail, for we could find no trace of the old one. If 5 miles in 5 hours be poor going, what is 4 miles in 7.5 hours? That is all we made the next day, despite the snowshoeing of the previous evening. The heavy sled was continually getting off the trail, however wide we snowshoed it. The 2 of us ahead went over every step of the distance 4 or 5 times, and sometimes all of us had to go back and forth again and again before the sled could be brought along it at all. It was from 5 degrees to 10 degrees above zero all day, and at intervals snow fell heavily. We got at last to the middle of a little lake and were confronted by open water, the result of some warm spring, one supposes. Here we must stop until a laborious journey was made to the bank, Trees were cut and carried, and the open place bridged so that the sled might be passed over it. Then again, our painful progress was resumed until, as it grew dark, we reached the bank of the Cornutna, or Old Man Creek, and here we pitched tent again, and I went forward upon the bed of the stream to break out a part of tomorrow's path. That night, 2 more inches of snow fell. For 4 miles the trail lies along the surface of this creek, and then it takes up a steep gully and over a divide. That 4 miles was all we made the next day, back and forth, wearily tramping it to and fro, dogs and men alike exhausted with the toil. The hatefulness of dog mushing usually appears under such circumstances. The whip is constantly plied, the senseless objurgations rise shriller and fuller. Once the sled is started, it must by any means be kept going, that as great a distance as possible may be covered before it stops again. The poor brutes, sinking almost to their bellies despite the snowshoeing, have no purchase for the exercise of their strength and continually flounder and wallow. Our whip was lost, and I was glad of it, for even as considerate a boy as Arthur is apt to lose patience and temper when, having started the sled with much labor by gee-pole and rope about his chest, it goes but a few feet and comes to a halt again, or slips from the track and turns over in the deep snow. But it is at such times, too, that one appreciates at his full value such a noble puller as our wheel dog Nanook. He spares himself not at all. The one absorbing occupation of every nerve and muscle of his body is pulling. His trace is always taut, or, if he lose footing for a moment and the trace slacken, he is up and at it again that the sled lose not its momentum if he can help it. When the lead line is pulled back that the sled may be started by the jerk of the dog's sudden traction, Nanook lunges forward at the command, "Mush!" and strains at the collar, mouth open and panting, tongue dropping moisture, as keen and eager to keep that sled moving as is the driver himself. All day he labors and struggles, snatching a mouthful of snow now and then to cool his overheated body, and he drops in his tracks when the final halt is made, utterly weary, yet always with the brave heart in him to give his bark, his 5-note characteristic bark of gladness, that the day's work is done at last. It is senseless brutality to whip such a dog, and most of our dogs were of that mettle, though Nanook was the strongest and most faithful of the bunch. One's heart goes out to them with gratitude and love. Old Lingo, Nig, Snowball, Wolf, and Doc, as one realizes what loyal, cheerful service they give. Arthur was so unwell with a violent cold and cough that had been growing worse for a couple of days that I decided on two things: to leave him in the tent while I snowshoed ahead the next day, and to send back the boy I had brought from the mission to secure a fresh supply of food. For the back trail was, of course, comparatively easy. Arthur's condition threatened pneumonia to my notion, and I believe he was saved from an attack of that disease, which is so often fatal in this country, by long rubbing all over the neck and the chest with a remedy that was new then, a menthol balm. I have used it again and again since, and I am now never without it. A second application made in the morning, I started out, snowshoeing up the long hill and then down into the flat, and so to the mail carrier's little hut that is reached under good conditions of trail the first day from Moses's village, and then back again to the tent. That day a tendon in my right leg behind the knee became increasingly troublesome, and in climbing the hill on the return was acutely painful. I recognized it as mal de raquette, well known in the Northwest, where the snow is commonly much deeper than in Alaska, and I found relief in the application of the same analgesic menthol balm that I was rejoiced to find had wrought a great improvement in Arthur's condition. Meanwhile, the warm weather of the past 3 or 4 days was over, and another period of violent fluctuations of temperature, similar to that around Christmastide, was upon us. We went to bed with the thermometer at 10 degrees below zero, and were wakened by the cold at 2 in the morning to find it at 40 degrees below, so we had to keep a fire going the rest of the night. For as soon as the fire in the stove goes out, a tent becomes just as cold as outdoors. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 7, Part 2. We moved forward the next morning, but the trail we had broken was too narrow and had to be widened, which meant one snowshoe in the deep snow all the time, a very fatiguing process that brought into painful play again the tendon strained with 5 days' heavy snowshoeing. The temperature was around 40 degrees below all day, and our progress was so slow that it was not easy to keep warm, and the dogs whined at the innumerable stops. Yesterday it had been 10 degrees below, the day before 10 degrees above, and now today 40 degrees below. It is hard to dress for such changeable weather, especially hard to dress the feet. My own wear, all the winter through, is a pair of smoke-tanned moose-hide breeches, tanned on the Yukon but tailored outside. They are a perfect windbreak, yet allow ventilation, and they are very warm. But those who perspire much on exertion cannot wear them. The amount of covering upon the feet must be varied, in some measure at least, as the temperature changes. The Eskimo fur boot, with fur on the inside of the sole and on the outside of the upper, is my favorite footwear, with more or less of sock inside it as the weather requires. But such sudden changes as we were experiencing always find one or leave one with too much or too little footwear. By 1:30 we had struggled to the top of the hill, and it was very evident that the cabin was out of the question that day. So, since to pass down into the flat was to pass out of eligible camping timber, we pitched tent on the brow of the hill. The cold business of making camp was done. All dispositions for the night complete, supper for men and dogs was cooked and ours eating, when we heard a noise in the distance that set our dogs barking, and presently came the boy I had sent back, accompanied by an Indian and a fresh team loaded with such a bountiful supply of food, much of it cooked, that one felt it was worth while to get into distress to receive such generous and prompt succor. The ladies at the mission had sat up and cooked all night, and had dispatched the fastest team in the village the next morning to bring their provisions to us and to help us along. They had thought us at Tanana when we were not yet at the end of the first day's stage from Moses's village. It would have been impossible for us to reach Tanana on the dog food and man food we started with. It was so cold and we were so crowded that I arose at 3 and made a fire and sat over it the rest of the night. And after breakfast, although it was Sunday, morning prayer being said, I started ahead again to break out the trail deeper and wider, leaving the teams with the distributed loads to follow. The thermometer stood at 38 degrees below zero when I left camp, but as I began the descent, it was evident that it grew colder, and at the bottom of the hill I was sure it was 20 degrees colder at least. Reaching the cabin, I kindled a fire and started back to meet the teams. About a mile from the cabin I saw them, for since the load was distributed in the 2 sleds, progress was much better. But by this time it had grown so cold that the dogs were almost entirely obscured from view by the clouds of steam that encompassed them. We hurried as best we might, and reached the cabin about 11, and as soon as we were arrived, I took out the thermometer and let it lie long enough to get the temperature of the air. It read 65 degrees below zero. There had been no atmospheric change at all. It was simply the most marked instance I ever knew of the influence of altitude upon temperature. We had descended perhaps 300 feet, and in that distance had found a difference of 27 degrees in temperature. The cabin was a wretched shack without door or window and full of holes, and in no part of it could one stand upright. We set ourselves to make things as comfortable as possible, however, rigging up the canvas sled cover for an outer door and a blanket for an inner door, and stopping up the worst of the holes with sacking. Then we went out and cut fresh spruce boughs to lie upon, and prospected around quite a while before we found dry wood nearly a quarter of a mile away. It was quite a business cutting that wood and packing the heavy sticks on one's shoulders, through the brush and up and down the banks of the little creek where it grew on snowshoes at 65 degrees below zero. Our Sabbath day journey done, the hut safely reached and furnished with fuel, we did not linger long after supper, but evening prayer said, went to bed as the most comfortable place in the still cold cabin, thankful not to be in a tent in such severe weather. The next day gave us fresh temperature fluctuations. At 9 a.m. it clouded and rose to 35 degrees below. By noon it had cleared again and the thermometer fell to 55 degrees below. And at 9 p.m. it stood once more at 65 degrees below. The milder weather of the morning sent all hands out breaking trail, save myself, for with all our stuff in a cabin without a door, it was not wise to leave it altogether. A dog might break a chain and work havoc, so I stayed behind in the little dark hovel, a candle burning all day, and read some 50 pages of Boswell's Life of Samuel Johnson over again. Some such little India paper classic it is my habit to carry each winter. Last year I reread Pepys's Diary, and the year before much of the Decline and Fall. Certain places are forever associated in my mind with the rereading of certain old books. The Chandelar River is to me as much the scene of Lorna Doone, which I read for the 6th or 7th time on my first journey along it, as Exmoor itself. And The Cloister and the Hearth, that noble historical romance, belongs in my literary geography to the Alatna Kobuk portage. So will Boswell always bring back to me this trip across country from the Koyokuk to the Yukon through the deep snow. The boys came back after dark, having broken some 9 miles of trail and having suffered a good deal from the cold. I had supper cooked, and when that was done and the dogs fed, we fell to reading the Gospels and Epistles for the Epiphany season, the boys reading aloud by turns. The all-day fire had warmed the little hut thoroughly, and despite the cold outside, we were snug and comfortable within. That night, the thermometer touched 70 degrees below zero, within 2 degrees of the greatest cold I have recorded in 7 years' winter travel. A greater cold, I believe, than any Arctic expedition has ever recorded, for it is in a continental climate like Siberia or interior Alaska, and not in the marine climate around the North Pole, that the thermometer falls lowest. Save for an hour or two getting wood, we all lay close next day, for the temperature at noon was no higher than 64 degrees below. It is impossible to break trail at such temperature, or to travel as slowly as we were traveling. In the strong cold, one must travel fast if one travel at all. Indeed, it is distinctly dangerous to be outdoors. As soon as one leaves the hut, the cold smites one in the face like a mailed fist. The expiration of the breath makes a crackling sound, due, one judges, to the sudden congealing of the moisture that is expelled. From every cranny of the cabin, a stream of smoke-like vapor pours into the air, giving the appearance that the house is on fire within. However warmly hands and feet may be clad, one cannot stand still for a minute without feeling the heat steadily oozing out and the cold creeping in. Notwithstanding the weather, that evening the mail came along, the white man who was the carrier, 2 tall, strong natives, and 9 dogs. Only since descending to the flat had they suffered from the cold, for they found as great a difference as we did in the temperature, and they were grateful to us for the trail we had broken. The hut was uncomfortably crowded that night with 7 people in it, but the thermometer stood at negative 56 degrees and was rising, and gave us hope that we might move along tomorrow. Augmented as our party was into 7 men, 3 sleds, and 19 or 20 dogs, trail breaking would not be so arduous and progress would be much accelerated. There was good hope, moreover, that the heavy snow was confined to the Koyokuk Valley, and that when we passed out of it we should find better going. The morning found a temperature of 45 degrees below, and we sallied forth, quite an expedition. 4, including myself, went ahead beating down the trail. One was at each gee-pole, our team last, getting advantage of everything preceding. So far as the trail had been broken, we made good time, covering the 9 miles in about 4 hours. Another hour of somewhat slower progress took us to the top of a hill, and here the mail carrier's two Indians had run ahead and built a great roaring fire and arranged a wide commodious couch of spruce boughs, and we cooked our lunch and took our ease for half an hour. The sky had clouded again, and the temperature had risen to 28 degrees below. It is strange how some scenes of the trail linger in the memory, while others are completely forgotten. This noon halt I always remember as one of the pleasantest of all my journeyings. There was not a breath of wind, and the smoke rose straight into the air instead of volleying and eddying into one's face as campfires so often do on whichever side of them one sits. We were all weary with our 5 hours' trudge, and the rest was grateful. Hungry, and the boiled ham they had sent from the mission was delicious. The warmth of the great fire and the coziness of the thick, deep spruce boughs gave solid comfort, and the pipe after the meal was a luxurious enjoyment. From that on, the going was heavier and our progress slower, but we kept at it till dark, and still far into the night, fortunate in having two Indians who knew every step of the way, until at last we reached the hut that marks the end of the second stage from the Koyokuk River, on the top of a birch hill. We had made 19.5 miles that day and had taken 11 hours to do it. If the noon rest be remembered as one of the pleasantest episodes of the trail, that night in the cabin on the hill I recall as one of the most miserable in my life. The hut was still smaller than the previous one, like it without door and window, and so low that one was bent double all the time. Walls and roof alike were covered with a thick coating of frost. The only wood discoverable in the dark was half-dry birch, which would not burn in the stove, but sent out volumes of smoke that blinded us. When the hut did begin to get a little warm, moisture from the roof dropped on everything. There we 7 men huddled together, chilly and damp, choked and weary, a wretched band. There was no room for the necessary cooking operations. We had to cook and eat in relays. And how we slept! In what way 7 men managed to pack themselves and stretch themselves in those narrow quarters, I cannot tell. However, we said our prayers and went to bed, snow falling heavily. The Indians were soon snoring, but sleep would not come to me, tired as I was, and I had not slept at all the previous night. So presently I took Trianol, X grams, and dozed off till morning. Then we resolved to divide forces rather than subject ourselves to the miserable inconvenience of overcrowding these tiny huts, and at this stage of the journey it was possible to do so without losing a whole day, for there was a cabin for the noon rest. It was arranged that the mailman should start first and make the full day's run, if possible, while we should call it a day at the halfway hut. So Bob and his Indians sallied forth while yet my boys were reading their lessons to me, and when they were done we hitched up and followed. And as soon as we were down the hill and started along the bald flat, it was evident that we were out of the deep snowfall, for the present at any rate, and we plucked up spirit, for we were now to cross the wide open, windswept uplands of the headwaters of the Melitizitna and Tozitna, tributaries of the Yukon, the Tozi and Molozi as the white men call them, where snow never lies deep or long. We were out of the Koyokuk watershed now, and in country drained by direct tributaries of the Yukon. The going was now incomparably the best we had had since we left the mission. The snow was light, and we had the mail carrier's trail. But although the temperature had risen to 21 degrees below, a keen wind put our parky hoods up and our scarves around our faces and made our 60 degrees below clothing none too warm. In 3 hours we had reached the Molozi cabin, although that had included the climbing of a long steep hill, and here we stayed for the rest of the day and night and shot some ptarmigan for supper, though we could easily have gone on and made the rest of the run. The next day I sent the auxiliary sled and team and driver back to the Allakaket, keeping the mission boy with me, however, to return with the mail carrier, who was already late and must go back as soon as he reached Tanana. I parted with the Indian regretfully, for he had been most helpful and always good-natured and cheerful, and had really begun to learn a little at our traveling night school. A high wind was blowing, with the thermometer at 12 degrees below, and the mailman's trail was already drifted over and quite indistinguishable in the dark, and we began to appreciate the recent staking of this trail by the Road Commission. But for these stakes, set double 100 yards apart so that they formed a lane, it would have been difficult, if not impossible, for us to travel on a day like this. For here was a stretch of 16 or 17 miles with never a tree and hardly the smallest bush. The wind blew stronger and stronger directly in our faces as we rose out of the Melazitna Basin, on the hill that is its watershed, and when the summit was reached and we turned and looked back, there was nothing visible but a white, wind-swept waste. But ahead, all the snow was most beautifully and delicately tinted from the reflection of the dawn on ragged, shredded clouds that streamed across the southeastern sky. Where the sky was free of cloud, it gave a wonderful clear green that was almost, but not quite, the color of malachite. It was exactly the color of the water the propeller of a steamship churns up where the Atlantic Ocean shallows to the rocky shore of the north coast of Ireland. The clouds themselves caught a deep, dull red from the sunrise, which the snow gave back in bluish pink. Such an exquisite color harmony did the scene compose that the wind, lulling for a moment on the crest of the hill, seemed charmed into peace by it. The feast of color brought a train of color memories, one hard upon the heels of another as we went down the hill. The cat bells, this golden with bracken, that purple with heather, and each doubled in the depths of Derwent water. An October morning in the hardwood forests of the mountains of Tennessee, when for half an hour every gorgeous tint of red and yellow was lavishly flaunted, and then the whole pride and splendor of it wiped out at once by a wind that sprang up. The encircling and towering reds and pinks of a gigantic amphitheater of rock in the Dolomites, a patch of flowers right against the snow in the high Rockies, so intensely blue that it seemed the whole vault of heaven could be tinctured with the pigment that one petal would distill. And, more inspiring than them all, there came the recollection of that wonderful sunrise and those blazing mountains of the Alatna Kobuk portage. Every land has its glories, and the sky is everywhere a blank canvas for the display of splendid color. But the tints of the Arctic sky are an infinite purity of individual tone that no other sky can show. As we descended the hill into the Tozitna Basin, the wind rose again, now charged with heavy, driving snow, while in the valley the underfoot snow grew deep, so that it was drawing to dusk when we reached the cabin on a fork of the Tozitna where Bob the mailman had spent the previous night, and there we stayed. The next day is worthy of record for the sharp contrast it affords. All the night it had snowed heavily, and it snowed all the morning and into the afternoon. Some 16 or 17 inches of snow had fallen since Bob and his party passed, and again we had no trail at all. Moreover, strange plaint in January in Alaska, the weather grew so warm that the snow continually balled up under the snowshoes and clung to the sled and the dogs. At noon, the thermometer stood at 17 degrees above zero, and it was but 4 days ago that we recorded 70 degrees below. It will be readily understood how such wide and sudden ranges of temperature add to the inconvenience and discomfort of mushing. Parkies, sweaters, shirts are shed one after the other. The fur cap becomes a nuisance, the mittens a burden, and still plowing through the snow he is bathed in sweat who had forgotten what sweating felt like. The poor dogs suffer the most, for they have nothing they can shed and they can perspire only through the mouth. Their tongues drop water almost in a stream. They labor for their breath, and their eyes have a look that comes only with soft weather and a heavy trail. So constantly do they grab mouthfuls of snow that the operation becomes quite a check on our progress. By 2 o'clock it was growing dusk, and we had but reached the bank of the other fork of the Tozitna, not more than 8 or 9 miles from the cabin where we spent the night, and yet 13 or 14 miles from the cabin we had hoped to reach. Beyond the banks of the stream was no more timber for a long distance, was such another stretch of open country as we had passed the previous day. So here was another disappointment, for camp must be made now lest there be no chance to make camp at all. But it was a good and comfortable camp amidst the large spruce of the watercourse. Such disappointments are part of life on the trail, and supper done, there was the more time for the boys. The open country was again windswept, and being windswept, the snow was somewhat hardened, and we fought our way against a gale, covering the 12 3/4 miles in 10 hours, Sunday though it was. At that last stage on the road to Tanana came out a young man from the mission with a dog team and an Indian, anxious at our long delay, and Harry Strangeman's name is written here with grateful recognition of this kindness and many others. We went joyfully into town on the morrow, the 17th of January, having taken 15 days to make a journey that is normally made in 5. Halfway on that last day's mush, we met the mailman returning to the Koyokuk. So much had he been delayed that there was danger of a fine and all sorts of trouble, and the mail had been sent out to meet him at the noon cabin, together with a supply of grub for the return trip. But the caterer, whoever he was, forgot candles, and the mailman would have had to make his way back to the Koyokuk without any means of artificial light in the shortest days of the year, had we not been able to supply him with half a dozen candles that remained to us. It was a disappointment to George, the boy I had brought from the mission, that he must turn round and go back also. He had never seen Tanana, which is quite a metropolis to him, and had looked forward to it keenly all the journey, but the boy braced up and took his disappointment manfully. A pitiful procession it was that passed us by and took our boy away. The poor, wearied dogs that had certainly earned the few days' rest they were so badly in need of left a trail of blood behind them that was sickening to see. Almost every one of them had sore, frozen feet. Many of them were lame, and when we came to descend the long hill they had just climbed, right at its brow, where the stiffest pull had been, was a claw from a dog's foot frozen into bloody snow. So far as there is anything heroic about the Alaskan Trail, the mail carriers are the real heroes. They must start out in all weathers, at all temperatures. They have a certain specified time in which to make their trips, and they must keep within that time, or there is trouble. The bordering country of the Canadian Yukon has a more humane government than ours. There, neither mail carrier nor anyone else, save in some life or death emergency, with license from the Northwest Mounted Police, may take out horse or dogs to start a journey when the temperature is lower than 45 degrees below zero. But I have seen a reluctant mail carrier chased out at 60 degrees below zero, on pain of losing his job on the American side. Moreover, between the seasons, when travel on the rivers is positively dangerous to life, the mail must still be dispatched and received, although so great is the known risk to the mail as well as to the carrier that no one will send any letter that he cares at all about reaching its destination until the trails are established or the steamboats run. But the virtually empty pouches must be transported from office to office through the running, or over the rotting ice, just the same, on pain of the high displeasure and penalty of a department without brains and without bowels. I have often wished since I came to Alaska that I could be Postmaster General for 1 week, and so I suppose has almost every other resident of the country. The week following my arrival at Tanana was a solid week of cold weather, the thermometer ranging around 50 degrees and 60 degrees below zero, and that means keeping pretty close to the house. Even the sentries at the army post are withdrawn, and the protection of the garrison is confided to a man who watches the grounds from a glass-walled cupola above the headquarters building. Yet a week of confinement and inaction grows tiresome after life in the open. Sunday is always a busy day here. The mission and native village are 3 miles away from the town, and service must be held at both. The mission at Tanana is not a happy place to visit for one who has the welfare of the natives at heart. Despite faithful and devoted effort to check it, the demoralization goes on apace and the outlook is dark. Single men in the barracks don't grow into plaster saints, we are told. Sometimes they seem to grow into drunken, lustful devils without compassion for childhood, not to mention any feeling of magnanimity towards a feebler race. And when a girl who has been rough-handled or who has been given drink until she is unable to resist the multiple outrage practiced upon her is told to pick out the malefactors from a company of soldiers, all clean-shaven, all dressed alike, all around the same age, she generally fails to identify altogether. So the offense goes unwhipped, and the officer is likely as not to address a reprimand to the complaining missionary for preferring charges you are unable to substantiate. Yet an officer who had himself written such a letter told me once that all Indians looked alike to him. Even should the girl identify one or more men, they have usually half a dozen comrades ready to swear an alibi. Add to the trouble given by the soldiers the constant operation of the slinking bootleggers of the town, a score or more of whom are known to make money by this liquor peddling, and some of whom do nothing else for a living, yet whom it is next to impossible to convict owing to the cumbrous machinery of the law and the attitude of juries, and it will be seen that the hands of those who are fighting for the native race are tied. What has been said about the military does not by any means apply to all, either officers or men. Some of the officers have been decent, God-fearing men, conscious of the evil and zealous to suppress it. Some of the men, indeed, in all probability, most of the men, quite free from such offense. Some commanding officers have kept such a well-disciplined post that offenses of all kinds have been greatly reduced. But the commanding officer is changed every year, and the whole force is changed every 2 years, so that there is no continuity of policy at the post, and an administration that has grown familiar with conditions and that stands so far as it can for clean living and sobriety and decency and the protection of the native people may be followed by one that is loftily ignorant of the situation, careless about offenses against morality, and impatient of any complaint. Off by himself, separate from the demoralizing influence of the low-down white, there is every hope and encouragement in the effort to elevate and educate the Indian. Set down cheek by jowl with the riffraff of towns and barracks, his fate seems sealed. Let those two mission stations, the Allakaket and Tanana, 150 miles or so apart by the winter trail, represent the two conditions. In 6 years' time there has been manifest advance at the one and decay at the other. The birth rate is greatly in excess of the death rate at the Allakaket, the death rate greatly in excess of the birth rate at Tanana. In the year in which this journey was made, there were 34 deaths and 14 births at Tanana, and while the difference was an unusually large one, yet in the 6 years referred to, there has not been 1 year in which the number of births exceeded the number of deaths. One does not have to be a prophet to foresee the inevitable result, if the process be not stopped. A tribute should be paid to the zeal, now of one, now of another, army surgeon at Fort Gibbon in tending the native sick, 3 miles away, when we have been unable to procure a physician of our own for the place. The missionary nurse, for 5 years last past, Miss Florence Langdon, has been greatly helped in her almost desperate efforts here by the willing cooperation of these medical officers of the Army. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 1 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 8, Part 1. Up the Yukon to Rampart and across country to the Tanana. Alaskan agriculture. The good dog Nanook. Miss Farthing's boys at Nanana. Shana and Fairbanks. Our course from Tanana did not lie directly up the Tanana River, but up the Yukon to Rampart and then across country to the hot springs on the Tanana River. The 75 miles up the Yukon was through the lower ramparts, one of the most picturesque portions of this great river. The stream is confined in one deep channel by lofty mountains on both banks, and the scenery at times is very bold and wild. But its topography makes it the natural wind course of the country. A downriver wind in winter, an upriver wind in summer, blows almost continually. It was no colder than 5 degrees below zero when we started on the trip, but the wind made the traveling unpleasant. The second day it had increased to a gale, and every mile we traveled it grew stronger. We traveled 3 hours, and the last hour we made scarcely a mile. So thickly charged with flying snow was the wind and so dead ahead that despite parkee hoods it blinded us, and the dogs could hardly be forced to keep their heads towards it. Their faces were so coated with crusted snow that they looked curiously like the face of Harlequin in the pantomime. It did become literally intolerable, and when Arthur said that he knew there was a cabin right across the river, we made our way thither and shortly found it, and lay there the rest of the day, the gale blowing incessantly. This was disappointing, because it meant that I could not reach Rampart for the Sunday I had appointed. Next day the wind had ceased and the thermometer went down to 30 degrees below zero. In places the ice was blown clear of snow, in other places it was heavily drifted. By midday we had reached the lonely telegraph station at the Rapids, and were very kindly received by the Signal Corps men in charge. They gave us to eat and to drink, and would take no money. There is little travel on this part of the river nowadays, and the telegraph men are glad to see anyone who may chance to pass by. We pushed on heavily again, and had to stop and cut a gee-pole presently, for it was hard to handle the sled without it. But the gee-pole always means laborious travel. The cold was welcome. It meant no wind, and we were glad to see the thermometer drop lower than 50 degrees below zero that night at the old mail cabin. The mail goes no longer on the Yukon River from Fort Yukon to Tanana, and barring this point, Rampart, towards which we were traveling, which is supplied across country from the hot springs over the route we should traverse, no spot on that 350 miles of river receives any mail at all. The population is small and scattered, it is true. On the same grounds, Alaska might be denied any mail at all. There has been much resentment at this abandonment of the Yukon River by the post office and several petitions for its restoration, but it has not been restored. We traveled all the next day at 50 degrees below zero, and it was one of the pleasantest days of the winter. There was not a breath of wind, the going steadily improved, and best of all, for 3 hours we were traveling in the sunshine for the first time this winter. Only those who have been deprived of the sun can really understand how joyful and grateful his return is. There was no heat in his rays this last day of January. The thermometer stood at 49 degrees below at noon and had risen but 5 degrees since our start in the morning. But the mere sight of him glowing in the south, where a great bend of the river gave him to us through a gap in the mountains, was cheerful and invigorating after 2 months in which we had seen no more than his gilding of the high snows. The sun gives life to the dead landscape, color to the oppressive monotony of white and black, and man's heart leaps to the change as jubilantly as does the face of nature. Rampart City differs from Circle City, the other decayed mining town of the Yukon River, only in that the process is further advanced. Year by year, there are a few less men on the creeks behind it, a few less residents in the town itself. Its long straggling waterfront consists in the main of empty buildings, the windows boarded up, the snow drifted high about the doors. One store now serves all ends of trade. One liquor shop serves all the desire for drink of the whites, and slops over through the agency of 2 or 3 desolate squaw men and half-breeds to the natives up and down the river. Footnote: in December, a determined effort was made by the better element of the little handful of white people in this town to secure the withdrawal of the license of this saloon. The justice of the peace, the government school teacher, the postmaster, and others went up to Fairbanks, a week's journey over the trail, and opposed the granting of the license in court. It was shown that the white men of the locality were so reduced in numbers that the business could not be carried on at a profit unless liquor was sold, directly or indirectly, to the Indians. But because, by hook and by crook, the names of a majority, of 1 or 2, of all the white residents of the precinct were secured for a petition in favor of the license, 2 or 3 were secured by telegraph at the last moment, the judge held that he had no option under the law but to grant the license. So, on the one hand, it is a felony to sell liquor to Indians, and annually thousands of dollars are expended in trying to suppress such sale, while, on the other hand, a man is licensed to sell liquor when it is shown that he cannot make a living unless he sells to Indians. That is to say, he is virtually granted a license to sell to Indians. This note is not intended to reflect upon the judge who granted the license, although all his predecessors have not put that construction upon the law, but upon a law open to that construction. End footnote. Rampart had one fat year, 1898, when many hundreds of gold seekers, approaching the Klondike by St. Michael and the lower Yukon, were attracted and halted by the gold discoveries on Big and Little Minook, and spent the winter here. The next spring, news was brought of the rich discoveries on Anvil Creek behind Cape Nome, and an exodus began which grew into a veritable stampede in 1900, when the gold discoveries in the beach itself were made. Rampart's large population faded away as surely and as quickly to Nome as Circle City's population did to the Klondike. The Indians are almost all gone from their village a mile above the town. They dwindled away with the dwindling prosperity, some to Tanana, some to other points down the river, and what used to be the worst small native community in the interior of Alaska has almost ceased to exist. Most of the little band of white folks still remaining were gathered together at night, and appreciated, I thought, their semi-annual opportunity for divine service. There is no resisting the melancholy that hangs over a place like this. As one treads the crazy, treacherous board sidewalks full of holes and rotten planks, now rising a step or two, now falling, and reads the dimmed and dirty signs that once flaunted their gold and colors, Golden North, Pioneer, Reception, the Senate. Why should every town in Alaska have a Senate saloon and not one a House of Representatives? One conjures up the scenes of rude revelry these drinking places witnessed a few years ago. How high the hopes of sudden riches burned in the breasts of the men who went in and out of them, doomed to utter disappointment in the vast majority. What a rapscallion crew, male and female, followed this great mob of gold seekers, and grew richer as their victims grew poorer. What earned and borrowed and saved and begged and stolen monies were frittered away and flung away that winter. What health and character were undermined. How the ribaldry and valiant, stupid blasphemy rang out in these tumbling down shanties. Go out on the creeks and see the hills denuded of their timber, the stream beds punched with innumerable holes, filled up or filling up, the cabins and sluice boxes rotting into the moss, here and there a broken pick and shovel, here and there a rusting boiler, and take notice that this region has been developed. When the debit and credit sides of the ledger are balanced, what remains to Alaska of all these thousands of men, of all the many hundreds of thousands of dollars they brought with them? Those creeks, stripped, gutted, and deserted. This town, waiting for a kindly fire with a favoring breeze to wipe out its useless emptiness. A few half-breed children at mission schools. A hardy native tribe, sophisticated, diseased, demoralized, and largely dead. That seems the net result. The portage trail from Rampart to the Tanana River goes up Minook Creek and follows the valley to its head, then crosses a summit and passes down through several small mining settlements to the hot springs. The trail saves traversing two sides of the triangle which it makes with the two rivers. The dog's feet and legs had suffered so much from the deep snow and the heavy labor of the journey out of the Koyokuk and the rough ice of the Yukon that I was compelled to have not merely moccasins but moose-hide leggings made here, coming right up to the belly and tying over the back. All the hair was worn away from the back of the legs, and the skin was in many places raw. We had thought to cover the 25 or 30 miles up the valley and over the summit to a roadhouse just beyond its foot, but rough drifted trails and a high wind held us back until it was dark before the ascent was reached, and we pitched our tent and reserved the climb for the morrow. It was a hard grind owing to the drifted snow and the wind that still disputed our passage, but the view of the summit, nearly 1,800 feet above last night's camp, was compensation enough, for it gave us the great mountain, Denali, or as the map-makers and some white men call it, Mount McKinley. Perhaps 150 miles away, as the crow flies, it rose up and filled all the angle of vision to the southwest. It is not a peak, it is a region, a great soaring of the earth's crust, rising 20,000 feet high. So enormous in its mass, in its snowfields and glaciers, its buttresses, its flanking spurs, its far-flung terraces of foothills and approaches, that it completely dominates the view whenever it is seen at all. I have heard people say they thought they had seen Denali, as I have heard travelers say they thought they had seen Mount Everest from Darjeeling, but no one ever thought he saw Denali if he saw it at all. There is no possible question about it, once the mountain has risen before the eyes. And although Mount Everest is but the highest of a number of great peaks, while Denali stands alone in unapproached predominance, yet I think the man who has really looked upon the loftiest mountain in the world could have no doubt about it ever after. How my heart burns within me whenever I get view of this great monarch of the North. There it stood, revealed from base to summit in all its stupendous size, all its glistening majesty. I would far rather climb that mountain than own the richest gold mine in Alaska. Yet how its apparent nearness mocks one. What time and cost and labor are involved even in approaching its base with food and equipment for an attempt to reach its summit. How many schemes I have pondered and dreamed these 7 years past for climbing it. Some daytime and opportunity and resource may serve, please God, and I may have that one of my heart's desires. If not, still it is good to have seen it from many different coigns of vantage, from this side and from that, to have felt the awe of its vast, swelling bulk, the superb dignity of its firm-seated, broad-based uplift to the skies with a whole continent for a pedestal, to have gazed eagerly and longingly at its serene, untrodden summit, far above the eagle's flight, above even the most daring airman's venture, and to have desired and hoped to reach it, to desire and hope to reach it still. Footnote: This was written some 2 years before the opportunity came. On the 7th of June, 1913, the writer and 3 companions reached the summit of Denali. End footnote. Plunging down the steep descent we went for 4 miles, and then after a hearty dinner at the roadhouse, essayed to make 21 miles more to the hot springs. But night fell again with a number of miles yet to come. The recent storm had furrowed the trail diagonally with hard windrows of snow that overturned the sled repeatedly and formed an hindrance that grew greater and greater, and again we made camp in the dark, short of our expected goal. Of late I had been carrying an hip ring, a rubber ring inflated by the breath that is the best substitute for a mattress. The ring had been left behind at Rampart, and so dependent does one grow on the little luxuries and ameliorations one permits oneself that these 2 nights in camp were almost sleepless for lack of it. 3 hours more brought us to the spacious hotel, with its 40 empty rooms, that had been put up, out of all sense or keeping, in a wild, plunging attempt to exploit the hot springs and make a great health resort of the place. The hot water had been piped a quarter of a mile or so to spacious swimming baths in the hotel. All sorts of expense had been lavished on the place, but it had been a failure from the first, and has since been closed and has fallen into dilapidation. The bottoms have dropped out of the cement baths, the paper hangs drooping from the damp walls, the unsubstantial foundations have yielded until the floors are heaved like the waves of the sea. Footnote: In 1913 it was finally destroyed by fire. End footnote. But at this time the hotel was still maintained and we stayed there, and its wide entrance hall and lobby formed an excellent place to gather the inhabitants of the little town for divine service. Again, the only opportunity in the year. What a curious phenomenon thermal springs constitute in these parts. Here is a series of patches of ground, free from snow, while all the country has been covered 2 or 3 feet deep these 4 months, green with vegetation, while all living things elsewhere are wrapped in winter sleep. Here is open, rushing water, throwing up clouds of steam that settles upon everything as dense hoarfrost, while all other water is held in the adamantine fetters of the ice. Where does that constant, unfailing stream of water at 110 degrees Fahrenheit come from? Where does it get its heat? I know of half a dozen such thermal springs in Alaska. one far away above the Arctic Circle between the upper courses of the Kobuk and the Noatak rivers, that I have heard strange tales about from the Eskimo and that I have always wanted to visit. Whenever I see this gush of hot water in the very midst of the ice and the snow, I am reminded of my surprise at the top of Mount Tacoma. We had climbed some 8,000 feet of snow and were shivering in the bitter wind on the summit. Yet when the hand was thrust in a cleft of the rock, it had to be withdrawn by reason of the heat. One knows about the internal fire of some portion of the earth's mass, of course, but such striking manifestations of it, such bold eruption of heat in the midst of the kingdom of the cold, must always bring a certain astonishment except to those who take everything as a matter of course. It is evident that this hot water, capable of distribution over a considerable area of land, makes an exceedingly favorable condition for subarctic agriculture, and a great deal of ground has been put under cultivation with large yield of potatoes and cabbage and other vegetables. But the limitations of Alaskan conditions have shorn all profit from the enterprise. There is no considerable market nearer than Fairbanks, almost 200 miles away by the river. If the potatoes are allowed to remain in the ground until they are mature, there is the greatest danger of the whole crop freezing while on the way to market. And in any case, the truck farmers around Fairbanks find that their proximity to the consumer more than offsets the advantage of the hot springs. When the great initial difficulties of farming in Alaska are overcome, when the moss is removed and the ground, frozen solidly to bedrock, is broken and thawed, when its natural acidity is counteracted by the application of some alkali and its reeking surface moisture is drained away, when after 3 or 4 years' cultivation it begins to make some adequate return of roots and greens, there remains the constant difficulty of a market. Around the mining settlements and during the uncertain life of the mining settlements, truck farming pays very well, but it could easily be overdone so that prices would fall below the point of any profit at all. Transportation is expensive, and rates for a short haul on the rivers are high, out of all proportion to rates for the long haul from the outside, so that potatoes from the Pacific coast are brought in and sold in competition with the native grown. And despite the protestations of the agricultural experimental stations, the outside or Chichaco potato has the advantage of far better quality than that grown in Alaska. Tastes differ, and a man may speak only as he finds. For my part, I have eaten native potatoes raised in almost every section of interior Alaska, and have been glad to get them. But I have never eaten a native potato that compared favorably with any good outside potato. The native potato is commonly wet and waxy. I have never seen a native potato that would burst into a glistening mass of white flour, or that had the flavor of a really good potato. There has been much misconception about the interior of Alaska that obtains yet in some quarters, although there is no excuse for it now. Not only the interior of Alaska, but all land at or near sea level in the Arctic regions that is not under glacial ice caps, is snow-free and surface thawed in the summer and has a luxuriant vegetation. The polar ox, Sverdrup's protest against the term musk ox should surely prevail, ranges in great bands north of the 80th parallel and must secure abundant food. And when Perry determined the insularity of Greenland, he found its most northerly point of mass of verdure and flowers. No doubt potatoes and turnips, lettuce and cabbage could be raised anywhere in those regions. The intensity of the season compensates for its shortness. The sun is in the heavens 24 hours in the day, and all living things sprout and grow with amazing rankness and celerity under the strong compulsion of his continuous rays. Spring comes literally with a shout and a rush here in Alaska, and must cry even louder and stride even faster in the ultimate climbs of the pole. If the possibility of raising garden truck and tubers constitutes a farming country, then all the Arctic regions not actually under glacial ice must be so classed. Anyone who visits the Koyukuk may see monster turnips and cabbages raised at Coldfoot, near the 68th parallel. From Sir William Parry's description, we may feel quite sure that vegetables of size and excellence might be raised at the head of Bushman's Cove of Melville Island on the 75th parallel. He called it an Arctic paradise. Greeley reported grass 24 inches high and many butterflies in the interior of Grinnell Land under the 82nd parallel. And if gold were ever discovered on the north coast of Greenland, one might quite expect to hear that some enterprising Swede was growing turnips and cabbages at Cape Morris Jesup, above the 83rd parallel, and getting $1 a pound for them. In favorable seasons and in favorable spots of interior Alaska, certain varieties of Siberian oats and rye have been matured, and it stands to the credit of the experiment station at Rampart that a little wheat was once ripened there, though it took 13 months from the sowing to the ripening. When the rest of the world fills up so that economic pressure demands the utilization of all earth that will produce any sort of food, it may be that large tracts of Alaska will be put under the plow. But it is hard to believe that 9/10 of all this vast country will ever be other than wild wasteland. At present, the farming population is strictly an appendage of the mining population, and the mining population rather diminishes than increases. Your health resort that no one will resort to is a dull place at best and a poor dependence for merchandising, so that the little town of Hot Springs is fortunate in having some mining country around it to fall back upon for its trade. We lay an extra day there, waiting for the stage from Fairbanks to break trail for us through the heavy, drifted snow, having had enough of trail breaking for a while. At midnight the stage came, 2 days late, and its coming caused me as keen a sorrow and as great a loss as I have had since I came to Alaska. We knew not of it until the next morning, when, breakfast done and the sled lashed, we were ready to hitch the dogs and depart. They had been put in the horse stable, for there was no doghouse. The health resorter, actual or prospective, is not likely to be a dogman one supposes. But they were loose in the morning and came to the call, all but one, Nanook. Him we sought high and low, and at last Arthur found him. But in what pitiful case! He dragged himself slowly and painfully along, his poor bowels hanging down in the outer hide of his belly, fearfully injured internally, done for and killed already. It was not difficult to account for it. When the horses came in at midnight, one of them had kicked the dog and ruptured his whole abdomen. There was no use in inquiring whose fault it was. The dogs should have been chained. So much was our fault. But it was hard to resist some bitter recollection that before this exploitation of the springs, when there was a modest roadhouse instead of a mammoth hotel, there had been kennels for dogs instead of nothing but stables for horses. I doubt if all the veterinary surgeons in the world could have saved the dog, but there was none to try, and there was only one thing to do, hate it as we might. Arthur and I were grateful that neither of us had to do it, for the driver of the mail stage, who had some compunctions of conscience, I think, volunteered to save us the painful duty. "I know how you feel," he said, slowly and kindly. "I've got a dog I think a heap of myself. But that dog ain't nothing to me, and I'll do it for you." Nanook knew perfectly well that it was all over with him. Head and tail down, the picture of resigned dejection, he stood like a petrified dog. And when I put my face down to his and said good-bye, he licked me for the first time in his life. In the 6 years I had owned him and driven him, I had never felt his tongue before, though I had always loved him best of the bunch. He was not the licking kind. We hitched up our diminished team and pulled out, for we had 30 miles to make in the short daylight and we had lost time already. And as we crossed the bridge over the steaming slough, we saw the man going slowly down to the river with the dog, the chain in one hand, a gun in the other. My eyes filled with tears. I could not look at Arthur, nor he at me, as I passed forward to run ahead of the team, and I was glad when I realized that we had drawn out of earshot. End of chapter 8, part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 8, Part 2. All day as I trudged or trotted, now on snowshoes and now off, as the trail varied in badness, that dog was in my mind and his loss upon my heart, the feel of his tongue upon my cheek. It takes the close companionship between a man and his dogs in this country, traveling all the winter long, winter after winter, through the bitter cold and the storm and darkness, through the long, pleasant days of the warm sunshine of approaching spring, sharing labor and sharing ease, sharing privation and sharing plenty. It takes this close companionship to make a man appreciate a dog. As I reckoned it up, Nanook had fallen just short of pulling my sled 10,000 miles. If he had finished this season with me, he would have done fully that, and I had intended to pension him after this winter to provide that so long as he lived he should have his fish and rice every day. Some doubt I had had of old Lingo lasting through the winter, but none of Nanook, and they were the only survivors of my original team. Nanook was in as good spirits as ever I knew him that last night, coming to me and plumping his huge forepaws down on my moccasins, challenging me to play the game of toe treading that he loved. And whenever he beat me at it, he would seize my ankle in his jaws and make me hop around on one foot, to his great delight. He was my talking dog. He had more different tones in his bark than any other dog I ever knew. He never came to the collar in the morning, he never was released from it at night, without a cheery bow wow wow. And we never stopped finally to make camp, but he lifted up his voice. There was something curious about that. Only 2 nights before, when we had been unable to reach the health resort owing to wind-hardened drifts right across the trail that overturned the heavy sled again and again, swing the gee-pole as one would, and had stopped several times in the growing dusk to inspect a spot that seemed to promise a camping place, Arthur had remarked that Nanook never spoke until the spot was reached on which we decided to pitch the tent. What faculty he had of recognizing a good place, of seeing that both green spruce and dry spruce were there in sufficient quantity, I do not know, or whether he got his cue from the tones of our voice. But he never failed to give tongue when the stop was final, and never opened his mouth when it was but tentative. I could almost tell the nature of any disturbance that arose from the tone of Nanook's bark. Was it some stray Indian dog prowling round the camp? Was it the distant howling of wolves? Was it the approach of some belated traveler? There was a distinct difference in the way he announced each. I well remember the new note that came into his passionate protest when he was chained to a stump at the reindeer camp, and the foolish creatures streamed all over the camping ground that night. To have them right beside him, and yet be unable to reach them, to have them brushing him with their antlers while he strained helplessly at the chain, was adding insult to injury. And he kept me awake over it all night, and told me about it at intervals all next day. The coat that dog had was the heaviest and thickest I ever saw. On his back the long hair parted in the middle, and underneath the hair was fur, and underneath the fur was wool. He was an outdoors dog strictly. It was only in the last year or two that he could be induced voluntarily to enter a house. He seemed, like Mowgli, to have a suspicion of houses, and if he did come in, he had no respect for the house at all. When first I had him, he would dig and scratch out of a doghouse on the coldest night, if he could, and lay himself down comfortably on the snow. Cold meant little to him. 50, 60, 70 below zero, all night long at such temperatures he would sleep quite contentedly. The only difference I could see that these low temperatures made to him was an increasing dislike to be disturbed. When he had carefully tucked his nose between his paws and adjusted his tail over all, he had gone to bed, and to make him take his nose out of its nest and uncurl himself was like throwing the clothes off a sleeping man. He never dug a hole for himself in the snow. I never saw a dog do that yet. In my opinion, that is one of the nature faker's stories. A dog lies in snow just as he lies in sand, with the same preliminary turn round 3 times that has been so much speculated about. We always make a bed for them when it is very cold by cutting and stripping a few spruce boughs, and they highly appreciate such a couch and will growl and fight if another dog try to take it. They need more food, and particularly they need more fat when they lie out at extreme low temperatures, and we seek to increase that element in their rations by adding tallow or bacon or bear's grease or seal oil or whatever oleaginous substance we can come by. He was a most independent dog, was Nanook, a thoroughly bad dog, as one would say in some use of that term, a thief who had no shame in his thievery, but rather gloried in it. If you left anything edible within his ingenious and comprehensive reach, he regarded it as a challenge. There comes to me a ludicrous incident that concerned a companion of one winter journey. He had carefully prepared a lunch and had wrapped it neatly in paper, and he placed it for a moment on the sled while he turned to put his scarf about him. But in that moment Nanook saw it, and it was gone. Through the snow, over the brush, in and out amongst the stumps the chase proceeded, until Nanook was finally caught and my companion recovered most of the paper, for the dog had wolfed the grub as he ran. He would stand and take any licking you offered, and never utter a sound, but give a bark of defiance when you were done, and he would bear you no ill will in the world and repeat his offense at the next opportunity. Yet so absurdly sensitive was he in other matters of his person that the simple operation of clipping the hair from between his toes, to prevent the balling up of the snow, took 2 men to perform, one to sit on the dog and the other to ply the scissors, and was accompanied always with such howls and squeals as would make a hearer think we were flaying him alive. Nanook's acquaintance with horses began in Fairbanks the first season I owned him, before I had had the harness upon him, when he was rising 2 years old. The dogs and I were staying at the hospital we had just established, because in those days there was nowhere else to stay, waiting for the winter. One of the mining magnates of the infancy of the camp, broken and dead long since, Bret Hart's lines, busted himself in white pine and blew out his brains down in Frisco, often occur to me as the sordid histories of today repeat those of 50 years ago. Had imported a saddle horse, and, as the mild days of that charming autumn still deferred the snow, he used to ride out past the hospital for a canter. The dog had learned to lift the latch of the gate of the hospital yard with his nose and get out, and when I put a wedge above the latch for greater security, he learned also to circumvent that precaution. And whenever the horse and his rider passed, Nanook would open the gate and lead the whole pack in a noisy pursuit that changed the canter to a run, and brought us natural but mortifying remonstrance. The rider had just passed and the dogs had pursued as usual, and I had rushed out and recalled them with difficulty. Nanook I had by the collar. Dragging him into the yard, shutting the gate, and putting in the wedge, I picked up a stick and gave him a few sharp blows with it. Then, flinging him off, I said, "Now you stay here. I'll give you a sound thrashing if you do that again." I was just getting acquainted with him then. The moment I loosed his collar, the dog went deliberately to the gate, stood on his hind legs while he pulled out the wedge with his teeth, lifted the latch with his nose, and swung open the gate, and standing in the midst, turned round and said to me, "Bow wow, wow wow, wow wow." It was so pointed that a passerby, who had paused to see the proceedings and was leaning on the fence, said to me, "Well, you know where you can go to. That's the doggonedest dog I ever seen." It was a pleasure to come back to Nanook after any long absence, a pleasure I was used to look forward to. There was no special fawning or demonstration of affection, he was not that kind, that I might have from any of the others, but from none but Nanook the bark of welcome with my particular inflection in it that no one else ever got. "Well, well, here's the boss again, glad to see you back." That was about all it said, for he was a most independent dog and took to himself an air of partnership rather than subjection. Any man can make friends with any dog if he will, there is no question about that, but it takes a long time and mutual trust and mutual forbearance and mutual appreciation to make a partnership. Not every dog is fit to be partner with a man. nor every man, I think, fit to be partner with a dog. Well, that long partnership was dissolved by the horse's hoof, and I was sore for its dissolution. There was none left now that could remember the old days of the team save Lingo, and he grew crusty and somewhat crabbed. He was still the guardian of the sled, still the insatiable handshaker, but he grew more and more unsocial with his mates, and we heard his short, sharp, angry double bark at night more frequently than we used to. He reminded me of the complaining owl in Gray's Elegy. He resented any dog even approaching the sled, resented the dogs moving about at all to disturb his ancient solitary reign. His work was well nigh done, and old Lingo had honestly earned his rest. With the end of this winter, he would enter upon the easy old age that I had designed for both of them. Lingo had never failed me, never let his traces slack if he could keep them taut. Never in his life had whip laid on his back to make him pull. A faithful old work dog for whom I had a hearty respect and regard. But he never found his way to my heart as Nanook did. I loved Nanook, and had lost something personal out of my life in losing him. There are other dogs that I am fond of, better dogs in some ways than either Nanook or Lingo, swifter certainly, but I think I shall never have two dogs again that have meant as much to me as these two. All the other dogs were of the last 2 years and thought they belonged to Arthur, who fed them and handled them most. But Nanook and Lingo had seen boys come and boys go, and they knew better. 6 years is not very much of a man's life, but it is all a dog's life, all his effective working life. Nanook had given it all to me, willingly, gladly. He pulled so freely because he loved to pull. He delighted in the winter, in the snow and the cold, rejoiced to be on the trail, rejoiced to work. When we made ready to depart after a few days at a mission or in a town, Nanook was beside himself with joy. He would burst forth into song as he saw the preparations in hand, would run all up and down the gamut of his singular flexible voice, would tell as plainly to all around as though he spoke it in English and Indian and Eskimo that the inaction had irked him, that he was eager to be gone again. Well, he was dead. As fine a dog as ever lived, as faithful and intelligent a creature as any man ever had, not of human race, for servant, companion, and friend. And I thought the more of myself that he had put his tongue to my cheek when I said good-bye to him. Here on the Tanana was one of the most interesting original characters of the many in the land. An old inhabitant of Alaska and of the Northwest who had followed many avocations and was now settled down on the riverbank, with a steamboat woodyard, a roadhouse for the entertainment of occasional travelers, and a little stock of trade goods, chiefly for Indians of the vicinity. A round, fat, pursy man he was, past the middle life, with a twinkling eye and a bristling mustache, and a most amazing knack of picking up new words and using them incorrectly. He had fallen out with the great trading company of Alaska, and did almost all his purchasing from a mail-order house in Chicago. The enormous quarto catalog on the flimsiest thin paper issued by that establishment being his chief book of reference and his choice continual reading. He would declaim by the hour on the iniquitous prices that prevail in the interior, and had the quotations of prices of every conceivable merchandise from his vade mecum at his fingers' ends. But his chief passion of the past 2 or 3 years was photography, in the which he had made but little progress, despite considerable expenditures, and he had come to the conclusion about the time of our visit that what he needed was a fine lens, although, as a matter of fact, he had never learned to use his cheap one. He had recently become acquainted with sensitive film and had ordered a supply. By a transposition of letters, which the nature of the substance doubtless confirmed in his mind when it arrived, he always spoke of these convenient strips of celluloid as flims, and was just now most eloquently indignant that, although he had broken utterly with the Northern Commercial Company and refused to trade with them at all, the supply of flims he had received from the mail-order house were labeled N.C. "Them blamed monopolist has cornered the flims," he exclaimed, and was hardly persuaded that the letters signified non-curling and did not darkly hint at a conspiracy in restraint of trade. He produced and displayed a number of pieces of apparatus of a generally useless kind which he had ordered on the strength of their much advertising, and he observed sententiously, "We armatures get badly imposed upon." Here were patent gimcrack printing devices, although he had scarce anything worth printing. All sorts of atrocious fancy borders with which he sought in vain to embellish out of focus under exposures, orthochromatic filters and color screens with which he was eliminating undesirable rays, although the chief thing his negatives lacked was light of any kind. His soiled and stained development trays were scattered about a large table amidst dirty cups and saucers and plates and dishes, while at the other end of the table, surmounting a pile of thumbed and greasy magazines and newspapers, lay the monstrous mail order catalog with penciled indications of further apparatus to be purchased. But his zeal and enthusiasm and resolute writing of his hobby were very attractive. If he ever gets out of his head the notion that success depends upon apparatus, he will doubtless become a photographer of sorts. Enthusiasm of any kind other than mining and mushing enthusiasm is so rare in this land that it is welcome even when it seems wasted. He had recently discovered the wax match in his catalog, and as a parting gift he presented me with a box of "them there wax vespers which beats the sulphur match all to thunder." But they do not. Nothing in this country can take the place of the old-fashioned sulphur match, long since banished from civilized communities, and the sulphur match is the only match a man upon the trail will employ. Manufactured from blocks of wood without complete severance so that the ends of the matches are still held together at the bottom in one solid mass, it is easy to strip one off at need and strike it upon the block. A block of 100 such matches will take up much less space than 50 of any other kind of match, and the blocks may be freely carried in any, as they are commonly carried in every pocket, without fear of accidental ignition. The only fire producer that is worthwhile supplementing the sulphur match with is the even older-fashioned flint and steel, which to a man who smokes is a convenience in a wind. All the modern alcohol and gasoline pocket devices are extinguished by the lightest puff of wind, but the tinder, once ignited, burns the fiercer for the blast. With dry, shredded birch bark I have made a fire upon occasion from the flint and steel. One resource may here be mentioned, since we are on the subject, which is always carried in the hind sack of my sled against difficulty in fire making. It is a tin tobacco box filled with strips of cotton cloth cut to the size of the box and the whole saturated with kerosene. One or two of these strips will help very greatly in kindling a fire when damp twigs or shavings are all that are at hand. A few camphor balls, the ordinary mothballs, will serve equally well, and there may come a time, on any long journey, when the forethought that has provided such aid will be looked back upon with very great satisfaction. The mail trail from Tanana to Fairbanks touches the Tanana River only at one point, a few miles beyond the hot springs. But as we wished to visit Nenana, we had to leave the mail trail after 2 days more of uneventful travel and strike out to the river and over its surface for 17 or 18 miles. Nenana is a native village situated on the left bank of the Tanana, a little above the confluence of the Nenana River with that stream, and we have established an important and flourishing school there which receives its 40 pupils from many points on the Yukon and Tanana rivers. None but thoroughly sound and healthy children of promise, full natives or half-breeds, are received at the school, and we seek to give both boys and girls opportunity for the cultivation of the native arts and for some of the white man's industrial training, in addition to the ordinary work of the schoolroom. The school was started and had the good fortune of its first 4 years' life under the care of a notable gentlewoman, Miss Annie Craig Farthing, who was yet at its head at the time of this visit, but who died suddenly, a martyr to her devotion to the children, a year later. And a great Celtic cross in concrete, standing high on the bluff across the river, now marks the spot of her own selection, a spot that gives a fine view of Denali where her body rests, and also the Alaskan mission's sense of the extraordinary value of her life. It would be easy to give striking instances of the potency and stretch of this remarkable woman's influence amongst the native people, an influence, strange as it may sound to those who deem any half-educated, underbred white woman competent to take charge of an Indian school, due as much to her wide culture, her perfect dignity and self-possession, her high breeding, as to the love and consecrated enthusiasm of her character. It is no exaggeration to say that Miss Farthing's work has left a mark broad and deep upon the Indian race of this whole region that will never be wiped out. There is no greater pleasure than to spend a few days at this school, to foregather again with so many of the hopeful young scamps that one has oneself selected here and there and brought to the place, to mark the improvement in them, the taming and gentling, the drawing out of the sweet side of the nature that is commonly buried to the casual observer in the rudeness and shyness of savage childhood. To romp with them, to tell them tales and jingles, to get insensibly back into their familiar confidence again, to say the evening prayers with them, to join with their clear, fresh voices in the hymns and chants, is indeed to rejuvenate oneself. And to go away believing that real strength of character is developing, that real preparation is making for an Indian race that shall be a better Indian race and not an imitation white race, is the cure for the discouragement that must sometimes come to all those who are committed heart and soul to the cause of the Alaskan native. School teachers, it would seem, ought never to grow old. They should suck in new youth continually from the young life around them. And children are far and away the most interesting things in the world, more interesting even than dogs and great mountains. All the boys in the school, I think, swarmed across the river with us when we started away early in the morning, and the elder ones ran with the sled along the portage mile after mile until I turned them back lest they be late for school. But when they were gone, still I saw them gathered round the gray-haired lady I had left, fawning upon her with their eyes, their hearts filled with as true chivalry as ever animated knight or champion of the olden time. Tall, upstanding fellows of 16 or 17, clean-limbed and broad-shouldered, wild run all their lives. Hunters, with a tale of big game to the credit of some of them, would make an English sportsman envious. Unaccustomed to any restraint at all and prone to chafe at the slightest. Unaccustomed to any respect for women, to any of the courtesies of life, I saw them fly at a word, at a look, to do her bidding. Saw caps snatched from head if they encountered her about the buildings. Saw them jump and hold open the door if she moved to pass out of a room. Saw the eager devotion that would have served her upon bended knee had they thought it would please her. It was wonderful, the only thing of quite its kind I had ever seen in my life. When early in the school's history an old medicine man at Nenana had been roused to animosity by her refusal to countenance an offensive Indian custom touching the adolescent girls, and had defiantly announced his intention to make medicine against her, I can see her now, her staff in her hand, attended by 2 or 3 of her devoted youths, invading the midnight pavilion of the conjurer in the very midst of his conjurations, tossing his paraphernalia outside, laying her staff smartly across the shoulders of the trembling shaman, and driving the gaping crew helter-skelter before her, their awe of the witchcraft overawed by her commanding presence. I make no apology that I thought of the scourge of small cords that was used on an occasion in the temple at Jerusalem when I heard of it. It gave a shrewder blow to the lingering tyrannical superstition of the medicine man than decades of preaching and reasoning would have done. No man living could have done the thing with like effect, nor any woman save one of her complete self-possession and natural authority. The younger villagers chuckle over the jest of it to this day, and the old witch doctor himself was crouching at her feet and, as one may say, eating out of her hand within the year. I saw these boys again, in my mind's eye, gone back to their homes here and there on the Yukon and the Tanana after their 2 or 3 years at this school, carrying with them some better ideal of human life than they could ever get from the elders of the tribe, from the little sordid village trader, from most of the whites they would be thrown with, keeping something of the vision of gentle womanhood, something of the unbought grace of life, something of the keen sense of truth and honor, of the nobility of service, something deeper and stronger than mere words of the love of God, which they had learned of her whom they all revered. Each one, however much overflowed again by the surrounding waters of mere animal living, tending a little shrine of sweeter and better things in his heart. Here, 3 years after the visit and the journey narrated, when these words are written with diaries and letters and memoranda around me, I am just come from a long native powwow, a meeting of all the Indians of a village for the annual election of a village council, important in the evolution of that self-government we covet for these people, but undeniably tedious. And because at our missions we seek to associate with us every force that looks to the betterment of the natives, we had invited the new government teacher, a lady of long experience in Indian schools, to be present. She had sat patiently through the protracted meeting, and at its close, when she rose to go, a young Indian man jumped up and held her fur cloak for her and put it gently about her shoulders. When she had thanked him, she asked with a smile, "Where did you learn to be so polite?" A gleam came into the fellow's eyes, then he dropped them and replied, "Ms. Farthing taught me." 2 days before, returning from a journey, I had spent the night at a roadhouse kept by a white man married to an Indian woman. There was excellent yeast bread on the table, and good bread is a rare thing in Alaska. "Where did you learn to make such good bread?" I inquired of the woman. There came the same light to her eyes and the same answer to her lips. Yet it was 9 years ago, long before the school at Nenana was started, that this Indian boy and girl had been under Ms. Farthing's teaching at Circle City. They tell us there is no longer much place or use for gentility in the world, for men and women nurtured and refined above the common level. Tell us in particular that woman is only now emancipating herself from centuries of ineffectual nonage, only now entering upon her active career. Yet I am of opinion, from such opportunities to observe and compare as my constant travel has given me, that the quiet work of this gracious woman of the old school, with her dignity that nothing ever invaded and her poise that nothing ever disturbed, is perhaps the most powerful single influence that has come into the lives of the natives of interior Alaska. 2 days brought us past the little native village and mission at Chenal, past the little white town of the same name, to Fairbanks, the chief town of interior Alaska. Chenal is at the virtual head of the navigation of the Tanana River and is quite as near to the gold-producing creeks as Fairbanks, which latter place is not on the Tanana River at all, but is on a slough, impracticable for almost any craft at low water. For every topographical reason, from every consideration of natural advantage, Chenal should have been the river port and town of these gold fields. But Chenal was so sure of her manifold natural advantages that she became unduly confident and grasping. When the traders at Fairbanks offered to remove to Chenal at the beginning of the camp, if the traders at Chenal would provide a site, the offer was scornfully rejected. They would have to come anyway or go out of business. But they did not come. Rather, they put their backs up and fought. And because Fairbanks was enterprising and far-sighted, while Chenal was avaricious and narrow, because Fairbanks offered free sites and Chenal charged enormously for waterfront, business went the 10 miles up the often unnavigable slough and settled there, and by built a little railway that it might be independent of the uncertain boat service. The company came, the courts came, the hospital came, the churches came, and Chenal woke up from its dream of easy wealth to find itself and its manifold natural advantages passed by and ignored, and the big town firmly established elsewhere. How well I remember the virulent little newspaper published at Chenal in those days, and the bitterness and vituperation it used to pour out week by week. One wishes a file of it had been preserved. Alaskan journalism has presented many amusing curiosities that no one has had leisure to collect. But nothing more amusing than the frenzy of impotent wrath Chanaa vented when it saw its cherished prospects and opportunities slipping out of its grasp forever. If of all words on tongue or pen the saddest are "it might have been," full sad are those we often see "it is, but it hadn't ought to be." It takes Bret Harte to strike the note for such rivalry and such disappointment. End of chapter 8, part 2.